Section 11 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rucker. American State Trials, Volume 2, by John D. Lawson. Trial of Thomas Wilson Dorr for treason, Rhode Island, 1844, Part 10. In 1824, a freeholders' convention was held for the formation of a state constitution, which was rejected. A proposition made in this body to extend suffrage beyond the landed qualification received 3 votes. The next attempt to obtain an extension of suffrage was commenced in 1829 by the non-freeholders, whose memorials to the General Assembly were treated with contumely in the report of a committee of the House, which described them as unworthy of any serious consideration. In 1834, the attention of the freeholders was again called to the restricted condition of suffrage in the state. In that year, the defendant was elected a representative from Providence as an advocate of political reform and of a Republican state constitution, and should my political life be now brought to a close, as one of the results of this protracted contest, it will end as it began, in the just cause of the disenfranchised inhabitants claiming their due share of the birthright of American citizens. The constitutional party of freeholders, which was this year formed, received but little encouragement and expired after an ineffectual struggle of nearly 4 years. The condition of things brought to the consideration of the legislature was hardly to be paralleled in any of the states. A majority of the House of Representatives in this body was chosen to represent less than 1/3 of the inhabitants of the state, and the electors of these representatives were about 1/3 of the adult male population in the towns that sent them, so that the conjoint operation of unequal representation and of limited suffrage was to vest all the political power of the state in about 1/9 part of the resident citizens of the United States and Rhode Island. An equality too unjust and oppressive to be much longer tolerated in the land of Roger Williams, so long as there survived among the people any portion of the ancient spirit of the state. A freeholders' convention was again called in 1834, in which, as a member from Providence, the defendant, as he had before done in the legislature, urged upon his associates the immediate duty and expediency of redressing the political inequality of the state through the forms of law. A proposition made by me for the extension of suffrage received but 7 votes, and the convention dissolved without proposing any constitution to the freemen. The natural conclusion from this brief view of the facts, in the mind of every man of ordinary intelligence and candor, will be that the responsibility for all the consequences is on the heads of those who have so long denied or have exerted themselves to defeat the just rights of the people of this state. And everyone will see at a glance the futility of the attempt to ascribe to the dissatisfaction or to the ambition of any individual or a few individuals the rising up of the men of Rhode Island under a sense of common wrongs for the final attainment of just and equal rights. It was in vain on the part of those who undervalue the right of suffrage, and who flatter themselves with the ability to govern others better than they can govern themselves, to repel the non-freeholders with the answer that they were better off under the protection of the landed system. While British subjects claim to be well governed, it is the birthright and glory of American citizens to govern themselves. The right of suffrage is the guardian of civil liberty. The only security for just and impartial and beneficent legislation is in the universal right to participate in choosing those who make and administer the laws. The non-freeholder who was worthy to be counted among the represented population felt himself equally worth to vote for the representative himself. He came to this conclusion from a just estimate of his own character, of his worth and natural equality as a man, of his proportionate contribution to the support of the public burdens, state and national, of his productive industry in creating the commonwealth, and contributing to the common welfare of the state, from a view of the free institutions of other states, by which he was constantly reminded of his own privations, and which held up before him rights from which he felt himself to be debarred by no natural mark of inferiority or incapacity, but by the arbitrary and selfish exclusion of men no better than himself. The result of this long denial of justice was the creation of two distinct classes of citizens, the people at large claiming by virtue of the Revolution the sovereignty of the state, and the qualified freemen who possessed and exercised the political power and governed the rest according to their will and pleasure. And this state of things, always dangerous to the tranquillity of a country where all are professedly equal, led to the collision between the two classes and to the events of 1841 through 1842. The next and final attempt to obtain their rights was begun by the non-freeholders in 1840, through the general organization of a political party. With its proceedings you are already acquainted. The non-freeholders were excluded, as they always had been, from any participation in the choice of delegates to the convention to frame a constitution, which was called by the General Assembly in January 1841. They knew from experience what was to be expected from such conventions, but before they proceeded to assert their own rights, they looked once more to the legislature for a concession to their reasonable claims. At the subsequent May session, a bill was presented to the House of Representatives by Mr. Atwell, which was drawn by the defendant, and which provided that the citizens generally should be authorized to vote for the delegates to the convention. At the June session it was amended of his own motion by the member who had introduced it so as to confine that temporary extension to taxpayers only, a proposition which received but 10 votes. The door was thus closed upon the non-freeholders of the state, and they turned away from the existing government with the entire conviction that the time had now arrived to redress their own grievances through that power which is the superior of all others. They called a popular convention on a free basis. That convention framed a republican constitution, which 3 months before the rejection of that of the landholders' convention was adopted and ratified by the votes of a vast majority of the whole people. This would have been demonstrated to you if the court had permitted the votes which have been brought here for the purpose to be presented for your examination, as the defendants most earnestly desired. Under this constitution the defendant was duly elected to the office of governor of the state, a fact which he is debarred from proving by the prohibition of the court. In the name and by the authority of those who are true sources of power, he has acted in the capacity to which he was assigned, not to his own will, but the will of the people of this state. This is his true and sufficient defense. The defendant was nominated for governor shortly before the publication of the letter of President Tyler, in which he threatened his intervention in the political affairs of the state. The defendant accepted the nomination, though his means did not warrant him in doing so, at the urgent request of political friends, after 3 others, one of them connected with the opposite political party in general politics, had declined it, and it had become apparent that unless the defendant accepted there would be no candidate, and an organization under the Constitution might be defeated. This he would not suffer to occur if he could prevent it. As chairman of the State Committee, he would not see the Constitution die in his hands. He did not seek the nomination, nor did he decline it when the absolute necessity had arisen, nor shrink from any duty or responsibility connected with the office. He was elected by the people. At the appointed time the General Assembly was convened, and was attended by a military escort to the place of meeting. It is unnecessary to repeat the proceedings of that body, many of which have been detailed to you. By a remarkable oversight they permitted the judiciary to remain unchanged. Upon a proposition made in the House of Representatives to instruct the sheriff to take possession of the State House for the use of the Assembly, there was a division of opinion, 3/4 of the members being opposed to such a step, and in favor of a simple request only for the opening of the building. This ill-judged omission was of fatal consequences. The day was thus lost, and ultimately the cause itself, through the vacillating and retreating disposition of its friends. They held on that day everything in their own hands. All might then have been accomplished without loss or injury to anyone. My views to the contrary of the course then adopted are well known to you and to my fellow citizens. I have been accused of dictating to others the conduct of our affairs. If this had been the case, and it had been in my power to enforce an implicit compliance on their part, it is not a little singular that at this most important crisis my associates should have sacrificed my judgment to their own. Believing that a government on paper was no government at all, I desired to see it put immediately into action by taking possession of the public property and bringing the whole case to a practical issue at once. This was my opinion, desire, and advice. They yielded to other feelings and opinions, dreading also the interference of the national executive. The first and best opportunity was suffered to pass by. The cause declined and died. Had the legislature been disposed on that day to avail themselves of that tide in the affairs of men which, taken at flood, leads on to fortune, the people's government would have gone fully into operation and the state would have peaceably acquiesced. But although the legislature did not incline to active measures at this time, they nevertheless, very near the close of the session, passed a resolution requiring all persons having possession of any of the public property to surrender it to their successors in office, leaving to the defendant, as governor, the responsibility of carrying this act into effect under his oath of office to execute the laws. The time of the defendant was occupied with the signing of commissions and with the other business of the executive until he left for Washington at the request of a number of his friends and of a large public meeting held by the Suffrage Association in Providence. The object of this visit to Washington was to make a true representation of our affairs to the President and to avert his intervention to suppress the rights of the people. No favorable result was attained. The defendant remained some days on his return at New York and conferred with friends in that city upon one special subject, by which he had been mainly induced to leave Providence at this interesting period of events. I refer to obtaining assistance of men from abroad to repel this threatened interference of the President, which I and others believed to be unconstitutional and a most unjustifiable outrage on the rights of the people of Rhode Island. He addressed the Democratic citizens of that place at Tammany Hall, stating to them most explicitly the sole ground on which they were called to act, not as intermeddlers between two political parties in a state, but only in the case distinctly proposed, freely avowing that if the people of Rhode Island, when left to themselves without interference of the United States, were not capable of maintaining their own rights, they did not deserve to be free. The appeal was cheerfully responded to. The answer was the outburst of warm and generous hearts devoted to the great cause of popular rights. 5,000, nay, almost any number, were disposed to pour themselves out to arrest this great injustice now threatened to the more numerous party in Rhode Island by throwing into the opposite scale the military forces of the United States. Mr. Dorr then alluded to his interview at New York with Major William G. McNeill, who had stated here in his testimony that defendant had, in a half-jesting way, offered to him the command of his men, and who, as defendant supposed, was friendly to the suffrage cause. Comments on Mr. Pierce's testimony, which fell from McNeill, had been occasioned by a misapprehension by Mr. Pierce of the defendant's conversation with him. Defendant did not say that at Chepachet he had been a few days before advising with Mr. McNeill respecting military affairs. Defendant meant to be understood that he had seen this gentleman not a long time before, alluding to this meeting in the city of New York. Defendant had never seen him since, nor had any correspondence with him during the recent difficulties, nor had he any reason to suppose that he had not been faithful to the charter government, though defendant was surprised to hear of his appointment as the charter general, having supposed him to be favorable on the other side. Mr. Dorr then passed to the public meeting on Federal Hill upon the day of his return to Providence. The reason of his producing a number of witnesses who stood very near him when he made his address on that occasion was to refute the testimony which had been given by two political opponents respecting "the sword dyed in blood," an expression which they had attributed to him. This testimony was not founded in fact, and had been clearly and sufficiently contradicted. The object evidently was to hold up the defendant as bloodthirsty and desiring destruction for its own sake, a representation which would not be readily credited by those who were acquainted with him. Affairs had now arrived at the point where the defendant must either surrender to the charter government, who aimed at his arrest, resign his office, or enforce the laws under the government of the people. The defendant had no disposition to abandon the cause while there was any ground to stand upon. He could not retire from the contest, believing himself to be on the just side of it, and encouraged by the voice of the citizens, who had so often and unequivocally avowed their intention and readiness to support the government whenever they should be called upon. Not to have proceeded would have been to incur imputations which no honorable man would suffer to rest upon him. The time had now come to carry the laws into effect. The Assembly had directed that all the public property should be delivered up. This resolution had not been complied with. It was of great importance that the arms of the state should be recovered from the opposing government, which had rightfully ceased to exist. After consultation with the military officers present at a meeting in the evening of the 17th of May, the defendant ordered that a movement should be made to gain possession of the arsenal in Providence, where these arms were deposited. A force of 234 men proceeded to execute this purpose, not far from 2 o'clock on the morning of the 18th of May, first repeating the demand which had already been made by the General Assembly for the surrender of this portion of the public property. Mr. Dorr then described the proceedings at the arsenal, after a demand for its surrender had been made and refused, the placing of the men and pieces in position, the change of position in consequence of the darkness, occasioned by a dense fog which had come up after the force had been put in motion for the arsenal ground. The detachment of a body of men to lie very near to the building, to carry it by assault, so soon as the door should be opened to return the first fire of the artillery without. The order to fire, the flashing of the pieces, which were rendered unserviceable by dampness or water, and could not be discharged, the immediate disorganization and retreat of the men without orders, the withdrawal of the pieces, and the return of the defendant after daylight, with the last of the men, about 30 in number, to headquarters at Anthony's house. The statement that the defendant had attempted to fire one of the artillery pieces was not true. The tendency, if not the intention, of this story was to show a development of destructiveness on part of the defendant, which could not entrust to subordinates the performance of duties which they were ready and more competent to discharge. The defendant did not that night wave a torch or apply it to either of the guns. A commander may be placed in a position where it devolves upon him to do the work of others. No such necessity there occurred. The defendant gave the order to fire the pieces. The whole responsibility rests on him. End of section 11. Section 12 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rutger. American State Trials, Volume 2, by John D. Lawson. The Trial of Thomas Wilson Dorr for Treason, Rhode Island, 1844, Part 11. Mr. Dorr then further proceeded to describe the occurrences of the morning of the 18th, the return to Antony's house of only 60 men, the appointment of new officers, the preparation to maintain the ground, the firing of the signal guns at 7 o'clock without the return of more men, the receipt of a letter from several members of the legislature in Providence stating that the members in the city had resigned their places and that all support was withdrawn from the governor. The report to defendant of the commanding officer that the men who had remained were leaving, the alternatives of a surrender or a retreat, the order to the commanding officer to fall back with those who were left and to dismiss them in his discretion, the departure of defendant at 8:30 o'clock, the arrival of the charter forces, 600 to 800 in number, from 1 to 2 hours afterward in the forenoon, the conduct of the 27 suffrage men who fell back with the pieces and kept them, the pretended compromise with which defendant had and could have nothing to do, the suggestion to compromise a constitution bearing absurdity on its face. If a rally had taken place in Providence after he left on the 18th, it was his intention to return. Defendant went directly to the city of New York, where he remained till the 21st of June, when he left that place for Norwich in the state of Connecticut. It will here be asked why, after so unpromising a result and such a failure of support, any further attempt was not abandoned as impracticable and hopeless, and the defendant did not regard himself as discharged from any further obligation to the cause and the government which he had thus ineffectually endeavored to carry into effect. The reply is that rights and duties are not to be measured by degrees of success or failure. The cause was the same. The obligations resting upon the commander-in-chief were not relieved by any events which had as yet occurred. The Constitution was valid and subsisting. The people could abandon it by their votes or by their acts. They had done neither. This misadventure in the city of Providence was attributed to unforeseen circumstances, to accident, to the want of a more general notice in the country towns for a general rally at the headquarters of the state, to a temporary panic in the city, to the pusillanimity of leading friends of the cause in that place, from whom better things were expected and whose hearts had failed them in the moment of trial. Encouraging reports and statements were received by the defendant through letters and by visitors from various parts of the state, all indicating an earnest desire to retrieve the late disaster, to regain the position that had been lost, and to carry into complete effect the Constitution and government of the people. A second opportunity, he was assured, would not be lost upon the defenders of the common cause, whom defeat had aroused to new exertions. Favorable expectations were entertained by them from the transfer of the legislature to the country from the city, and which would have the effect of drawing together a great body of men for its protection, and to overcome resistance to its laws. The quotas of men in the several towns, including Providence, who were pledged to support the defendant whenever he should call upon them, amounted to 1,300. It was my duty to give the people another opportunity to sustain their government, and if it had not been given, the loss of the cause and the death of the Constitution would have been laid at my door, and by many who had promised to stand by them to the last. No such charge now rests upon me or can impeach my memory. I left New York with the general intention of carrying into effect the government under the People's Constitution, but not without a proper consultation as to the time and manner of proceeding. I reached Norwich on the 22nd of June and sent an order to Gloucester to convene a council of military officers, who were to consult whether any steps could now be taken, and if so, what. If they should deem it expedient to select a spot of ground for defense, they were cautioned to find a position that was tenable. No council was held. A precipitate gathering of men took place at Patchett without orders on the 23rd. The capture of Shelley and his associates gave the first impulse. They were supposed to be the scouts of an attacking party on the village of Chepachet. When Colonel Comstock, in his testimony, stated that this was an accidental meeting, he meant to be understood that it was voluntary and without command, or the specification of any definite object beyond the present protection of the place. Having been informed that 500 men in arms were already thus assembled at Chepachet, the defendant set out and arrived there on the morning of the 25th of June. He forthwith issued a proclamation to convene the legislature at that place, instead of Providence, on the 4th of July. He also issued and repeated special written orders to the military in all the towns of the county of Providence, and as much farther as practicable, to repair to headquarters and support the government of the state against all oppositions, present or intended. Ample notice was given to a large majority of the friends of the Constitution of the exigency which now required their services, and those who had pledged themselves to respond to the call of their commander had now the desired opportunity to manifest the sincerity of their professions and the reality of their devotion to the cause of the people. The appearance of things on his arrival was to the defendant justly the occasion of surprise and disappointment. A slight breastwork was found thrown up on two of the sides of a hill, which was commanded by several other heights. There were then about 140 persons in arms. On Saturday afternoon an order was given on the hill by defendant to count all the armed men, and the return consisted of 180 or 90, some 30 of whom shortly after left the ground and returned to their homes. It was a volunteer movement. None were forced into the ranks. Until Monday, the 27th, all were at liberty to depart as freely as they came. On that day, all who took up arms were required to retain them, and to submit to the usual discipline of the camp. Of the large number of spectators from various quarters, few remained to share the fortunes of the field with those who occupied Acote's Hill. Their curiosity was satisfied, and they departed. Of the 400 to 600 who were pledged in the city of Providence, 35 men and 10 officers arrived at the camp. The greatest number of the military at any time during the affair at Chepachet, including all in one place who were under arms and subject to orders, was about 225. This was the average statement also of all the witnesses who were in the best position to know, and you have heard their testimony. Among them are the colonel in command, the acting adjutant general, one of the aides of the commander-in-chief, and several spectators who visited the hill and took no part in the transactions of the time. Mr. Dorr alluded to the perversion by political malice of some of the expressions in an address to the troops, to the 13 Spartans, as they were called, from New York, whose numbers and designs were so much magnified at the time by opponents for political effect, as a company of mechanics, whose leader was an engraver and a man of remarkable abilities, to the capture of Mr. Knight as a spy, from whom it is now heard that he was fired upon before his capture by one of the guards, to the national flag under which the men were assembled, to the defective supply of provisions, sufficient only for a few days, and received by contributions or purchased with means collected on the ground, to the want of balls for artillery, there being only enough for an engagement of about 15 minutes, to the means for carrying on a campaign which were too small to be named, the reliance being on the prompt action of the great mass, who voted for the people's constitution, to the temperance which was maintained by closing and keeping closed, at defendant's request, the bar of the public house, to the respect paid to private property, which was enjoined on all by the commander-in-chief. With regard to the design to take the city of Providence, of which so much has been said, all that could have been implied in it was to seat the legislature in the house, which was appropriated to them, to defend them there, to place the public officers where they belonged, and to sustain them and the government generally by all necessary means. But there was nothing in the condition of affairs at Chepachet to suggest this step, and no such plan was ever suggested among the officers, whatever might have been the wishes or the words of individuals. Of course, there was no proposition for occupying the college buildings in Providence as barracks, though they were tendered by the president of that institution to the chartered troops and occupied for this purpose. All the surmises of an intention on the part of the suffrage forces to enter Providence with the watchword of beauty and the banks, and to invade the property and the homes of the citizens, were the base inventions of the enemy. I point the jury with feelings of just pride to the general appearance of the men of Chepachet, who had been summoned here as witnesses. If the jury were desirous of seeing what description of persons they were, who took up and retained arms for the constitution and rights of the people, it appears from the testimony that these brave and true-hearted men were, for the most part, hard-handed farmers and mechanics already possessed of suffrage themselves, and coming forth to contend for the rights of their unfranchised fellow-citizens, who chose to stay at home. Let no reproaches be cast on these men of Chepachet. Let them rather fall on me, in whatever form or on whatever pretense, rather than on the associates who nobly responded to the call of duty, in the discharge of which they were ready to sacrifice their lives. They were not only, with the vast odds against them, ready to defend their post, but to meet their opposers halfway upon the road. When the rumor of an approaching force reached them, they stood at their quarters to return with interest whatever they might receive. However it might now be the fashion to disparage the men of Chepachet, the time was not distant when a general public opinion would attribute to their agency all the political liberty that is now possessed in Rhode Island. It is a fact that may be denied, but which is fully sustained by evidence that the bill to call a convention to frame a constitution was not introduced and passed in the charter legislature of 1842 until the legislature had become satisfied that an actual gathering of men in arms had taken place at Chepachet. The shield of their attack upon one constitution was the premise to substitute another. Mr. Dorr then referred to the mortifying but indisputable evidence presented to himself and his associates that the people of the state had ceased to desire that their government should be defended and carried into effect. They had been called like spirits from the vasty deep, but they did not come. No attention had been paid to the military orders sent to the towns. We were not supported by the people. We had assembled at Chepachet not as a faction to contend for our own special interests, but for the common welfare. We were not only abandoned by our party men, but remonstrated with, denounced, and condemned by them. They were even taking up arms against us. We were reduced to the necessity of fighting both our friends and our enemies. The will of the people thus manifested was obeyed, and we ceased to contend. Mr. Dorr went on to describe the call and proceedings of the Council of Military Officers and their deliberations on the course which it was most proper to pursue. The defendant laid before them the state of affairs, and his own opinion that it was impracticable for them of themselves, and in the midst of a general desertion, to maintain the position which they had assumed. The conclusion of the council was that duty required us to disband. The order to this effect was approved by the separate voice of the members. It was communicated to the men in camp by the general commanding between 6 and 7 o'clock in the afternoon of June 27th. As it had not been discussed among the men, it may have occasioned surprise and dissatisfaction with some who were not aware of all the facts. But the feeling was momentary, and we separated, though with bitter regrets, yet with the conviction that our duty had been fully discharged to ourselves and to the cause. The order to disband was given when no enemy was near, and it could be issued and obeyed without dishonor. The charter forces did not present themselves in the village of Chepachet till the next day, 13 hours after the disbandment, and then they would have found no trophies had the order to dismantle the hill been complied with. A letter containing the order to disband was forthwith communicated to Mr. Burgess, a friend in Providence, for publication in the Express, the paper of the suffrage party. But the order was intercepted in Providence, delivered to him, read by him in the presence of the captors, and shortly after, in the same evening, before the governor and several of his council, and the commanding General McNeill, all of whom were thus early informed that they had no enemies to contend with, and were able to govern their future movements accordingly. The defendant left Chepachet about an hour after the disbandment had taken place, at 8:15, in company with Colonel Carter, one of his aides. Thus ended all attempts to carry into effect the government set up under the Constitution of the people. It was abandoned by those who had most solemnly resolved to maintain it by all necessary means, and who had given the defendant the assurance of their prompt and unfailing support whenever it should be called for. He retired from the field conquered, not by his enemies, but by his friends. Mr. Dorr then proceeded to speak of his motive in returning to the state. He had intended to do so before the revocation of martial law, and aware of the consequences, but not at liberty in the view of honorable considerations, or desiring to avoid them, he addressed a letter to some of his friends in Providence early in August 1842, to ask them if any duty in their political service remained undischarged, and if they had any further claims upon him. The reply was that his personal liberty was still of value to them, and that he might serve their cause by preserving that liberty, and prolonging his absence from the state, while they were exerting themselves to retrieve their losses and save themselves by the power of the ballot box. But this instrument the suffrage men of Rhode Island seemed to hesitate in employing at the vitally important election of April 1843, as they had before hesitated to employ the cartridge box when force had become indispensable to the safety of their cause. Through desertions they were overthrown at this election. The defendant's resolution was immediately taken to return to the state, and his return was deferred to the month of October only by his private concerns and by bodily illness. He returned here not in strict defiance or courting prosecution, but as a Rhode Island man who had a right to be here, who desired or sought no domicile abroad, and was unshaken by defeat in the avowal of the doctrines of liberty, which he had ineffectually attempted to reassert in the land of Roger Williams. The return of the defendant was voluntary and free. He was not forced back by the efficacy of rewards promised to his captors, or by any compliance abroad with the requisition of the state, in a case when no wrong was deemed to have been committed. The consequence of having thus obeyed, by his return, a sense of honor and duty is attested to you by the proceedings which have now so long occupied your attention. Mr. Dorr enforced upon the jury the conclusion which fairly and unavoidably resulted from this rapid survey of the course of action which he had pursued, that as the rightful elected chief magistrate of the state he had acted strictly in conformity with his duty and obligations, not omitting on the one hand what the Constitution and laws required of him, or exceeding on the other hand the bounds of authority in the adoption of measures which the necessity of his position required, not inviting other men into dangers which he was not ready to share with them, not drawing the sword for mere destruction, but in the support and defense of the government which had been entrusted to his charge. The jury were thus brought back again to the great and vital question of the case, a question of rights and of principles, affecting not merely the fortunes of the defendant, but the liberty of the people, and reaching to the foundation of our republican institutions. Gentlemen, if I am in the right, as I then believed, and now believe with an unshaken confidence, in the truths for which I have contended in this state, then the blame, if any, is not that I served too well, but that I did not serve still better in this righteous cause. Claiming no exemption from the frailties of our common humanity, but at the same time conscious of having been animated by good motives in the pursuit of justifiable and honorable ends, I commit my cause into your hands with a just hope of your favorable consideration and with a firm confidence in the final verdict of my countrymen. Joseph M. Blake, Attorney General, began by remarking that there had been introduced such a mass of testimony in the case, so many motions made and inquiries started, with which the jury had nothing to do, that he feared they might lose sight of the true question and the only one they had to decide, whether in fact the defendant levied war against the state as alleged in the indictment. He said there were many subjects intimately connected with the crime for which the defendant was on trial, about which great diversity of opinion had been entertained, and which, on a proper occasion, were worthy of serious discussion, but on the trial of the issue before them the jury were not required or expected to give any opinion. He went on to enumerate some of them, such as whether a majority of the male adults of the state actually voted for the so-called People's Constitution, and if they did, whether they intended anything more than a simple expression of opinion in favor of a written constitution for the state, how far suffrage should be extended, and what residence should be required as a qualification, whether a majority of the people of a state, without the assent of the minority, and without any authority by law, have a natural right at their pleasure to change a government founded on compact, and declare and make such new government binding on all. With all these, however important and greatly as they had been agitated during the late disturbances, the jury were not to meddle, all evidence on those points having been ruled out by the court, leaving them only to decide whether the defendant had levied war against the state. If he did so levy war, then he was guilty of treason, the highest crime known to the law. That it embraced or led to all other crimes, murder, rape, robbery, and the whole catalogue of human transgressions. That it aimed at the sovereignty of the state and the subversion of all government, that no attempt at revolution can by any government be admitted as legal, that there could be no ranker absurdity than a legal or constitutional rebellion, that the success of rebellion gave it its legality, that in despotic governments attempts at revolution were often morally right and patriotic, even when unsuccessful, because in them there might be no other available mode of redress of grievances, and justifiable as in the language of the Declaration of Independence, when government becomes destructive of the true ends of government, the security of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and when all other means of redress have been resorted to perseveringly in good faith and failed. In no case can such an attempt be justified unless the change would promote the general good, or unless the means are obviously adequate to the end. Bad government is better than none, and no condition of a people can from oppression be so bad as not to be made worse by frequent insurrections and civil war. Mr. Blake next spoke in terms of commendation of the principle of Rhode Island government as securing the people from oppression, and of its correcting itself through the force of public opinion. An instance in the existing state constitution, made and adopted by the freeholders, liberally extending and securing the right of suffrage. He next took up the history of the suffrage cause in the state, in reply to the remarks of the prisoner. He denied that there was any evidence that the legislature had at any time refused to conform to what they knew or believed to be the wish of a majority of the people on this subject. That prior to 1841 there never had been a majority in favor of a written constitution. He stated that even a small party in its favor could keep up its organization but for short times, and that the prisoner himself, after he had been instrumental in that organization, had once been a candidate for Congress without making that a test question or placing his pretensions to support on that ground. That he was run as a Democrat merely, and on that principle received the support of the Democratic Party. He then proceeded to a review of the legislative proceedings upon the petition of Elisha Dillingham and others, presented in January 1841, praying for an extension of suffrage, stating that the General Assembly promptly responded thereto by calling a convention to frame a constitution. The sages who founded our institutions were fully aware of our danger, and with the wisest forecast provided against it, and constructed as our national government is, and as our state governments are, and connected together as they are, we have a more effectual safeguard against revolution than is possessed or ever was possessed by any other nation on earth. We look to the federal government to regulate our intercourse with foreign nations and to protect us against foreign aggression, but it is not a more effectual defense against assaults from without than against domestic factions and insurrection. The states are sovereign within their spheres, but all are intimately connected together. The sovereignty of one cannot be affected without affecting the sovereignty of all. No one of them can be stricken from its orbit without disturbing, if not destroying, the whole system. By the federal Constitution, the United States are to guarantee to the several states the republican forms of government existing when the Constitution was adopted and protect them against domestic violence. The state governments being thus protected by the general government, it is hardly possible that a faction can ultimately prevail by force in any of the states. From these premises I argue that no successful rebellion or revolution could ever occur in this country, however it might originate or however widely spread, until a great majority of the people of a majority of all the states shall become infatuated for the horrors of war, rather than resort to the peaceful remedy of the ballot box. The defendant was aware that the United States would be bound upon application of the governor or the legislature to protect the state against domestic violence, and intended to call in forces from other states to resist the power of the general government and commit treason against the United States also, and therefore admitting the extent of the grievances to have been such as would justify revolution, still he had no right to resort to arms unless he had adequate means to ensure success or strong reason for believing so. With all the aid derived from the sympathizers at the Pewter Mug and Tammany Hall, New York, his whole force either at Federal Hill or Chepachet was but 300 or 400 men. This was the extent of his means, and with them he commenced a revolution of this state and the United States. But the prompt action of our own authorities and of our own citizens rendered the interposition of the power of the general government unnecessary. Rhode Island proved able to take care of herself. The spirit that was with her early citizens in their struggle for regulated liberty is still alive, and her sons still possess hearts to cherish and arms vigorous to defend her institutions against assaults from within or without. I propose now to consider the question which has been previously argued to you by the prisoner's counsel and himself, namely, whether treason can be committed against an individual state. Durfee, Chief Justice: It is unnecessary for you, Mr. Attorney, to take up any time on that point. The court are unanimous in the opinion on that point. Mr. Blake: Since then, gentlemen of the jury, that the court deem it unnecessary for me to say anything on that subject, we may well take it for granted that treason may be committed against a state. That levying war against a state is not necessarily treason against the United States, but is treason against the state. There is no dispute as to what is levying war. An assemblage of men for the purpose of making war against the government, and in a condition to make it, not to make it successfully, is levying war, is treason. Enlisting and marching men are sufficient overt acts without coming to battle. If an army avowing hostility to the government should march and countermarch before the enemy and then disperse without firing a gun, it would be levying war. I had intended to go into an examination of the testimony, but the defendant had admitted the facts, and I really do not know what I might not with safety have asked for a verdict against him, as upon a confession made in open court. It was, however, proved and admitted that the defendant collected forces, commissioned officers, and directed the troops as their commander in May at Providence and in June at Chepachet, that he attempted to take the public property and ordered the guns to be fired upon those who defended it, that the troops under his command took prisoners of war and conducted in all respects like a hostile army, that the object of all these movements was to overthrow the existing government and to establish another in its stead, that the whole case was made out. But it is contended that in all these proceedings the motives of the defendant were pure and patriotic and not traitorous. You can judge of a man's motives only by his acts. There is no process for seeing the workings of the heart by which to determine the secret springs of action. The defendant says he did not intend to commit treason, but he intentionally levied war against the state, and the law makes that treason, whatever else he may have intended. The law affixes the intent to act. A man who should burn his neighbor's dwelling might as well set up in defense that he did not intend it should be arson. A man accused of theft might have a good defense on the ground that he took the goods by mistake, but it would hardly do for him at this day to admit the intentional taking and contend that he did not intend to commit theft, for the owner was rich and he sincerely believed a more equal distribution of property would promote the public welfare. I suppose that there never was a rebellion in which some of the parties implicated did not believe their conduct justifiable, but a jury cannot consider that question. The pardoning power may. Juries and courts must be governed by the law and evidence. Did the defendant levy war? Is the only question you have to answer by your verdict, and there is no way for avoiding the question, for the facts are all proved and admitted. He has given you a history of his arraying of troops, of the attack upon the arsenal, of his leaving the state, of his encampment at Chepachet, and his plan of attacking the forces of the United States. It is not astonishing that a man of intelligence in a country like this, more blessed in her political institutions than was ever any other country on earth, should openly admit his intention to overturn the government of his native state by civil war, and carry on the war, if need be, for the attainment of his purposes against the United States, and detail the particulars of the whole affair as though it were a matter of everyday occurrence, and as coolly and with as little emotion as he would detail the progress of a negotiation for merchandise or any other business transaction. He would even arraign the counsel who opened for the government and place him on the defensive because he characterized the treasonable acts of the defendant as they are characterized by law. He would have him concede that in his attempts to shoot down his fellow citizens, his motives were most honorable and disinterested, and, for aught I know, most benevolent and Christian. No small portion of the defendant's testimony was irrelevant to the issue the jury were trying, but intended for effect out of court. Although I well might, I did not object to its introduction, yet that on the part of the government none had been offered, which had not a direct hearing on the question before the jury. Such matters had been thus thrown into the case by way of embellishments I should not stop to discuss, but merely allude to some portion of the testimony in justice to some of the witnesses whose credibility was impeached. Mr. Blake next commented on the testimony of Colonel W. Blodgett and E. H. Hazard, that they without doubt heard what they swore, although none of the defendant's witnesses should have heard the same. They might also have sworn to expressions used by the prisoner which neither Blodgett nor Hazard could recollect, and that the characters of the two government witnesses were too well known to require any vindication. It is contended that whatever acts were done by the defendant connected with the charges laid in the indictment, he did as the agent in the name and for the benefit of the people, and therefore you are urged to infer the purity and patriotism of his motives. Now, what portion of the people was he the agent of, and how many of them were in favor of civil war? There could not at that time have been in the state less than 6,000 or 7,000 men in arms. How many of them were his followers? Why, 234 at the arsenal and 250 at Chepachet. These were for subverting the state government by a civil war, and their will he was willing to regard as law and to sacrifice himself in effecting it. His own legislature in Maine would not give him countenance in using force, so soon after he, on his own responsibility, resorted to it in open defiance of their will and authority. The prisoner may have been governed by principle. If so, it was a cold, abstract principle, a principle which petrified the heart. The defendant declared he should not resort to other states for aid unless upon a requisition the President should order United States troops to support the state authorities. In that event, he did expect aid and intended to resist the troops of the United States, and he very coolly tells you his design was in that event to commit treason as well against the United States as against this state. For such is the law laid down by Judge Story in his charge to the grand jury in this courthouse in relation to this very case. It was the defendant's intention then, as he admits, to levy war against the United States at the risk of involving the whole country in all the horrors of civil war. Was ever so great a work undertaken with means so disproportionately small? With so little prospect of success? Was there ever a calamity so great produced by so trifling a cause? Admitting the establishment of the People's Constitution to have been just and desirable after the question of suffrage had been conceded, I ask if the cost of effecting it, as estimated by the defendant himself, would not have been greater, infinitely greater, than the good sought to be obtained. Many of the original members of the suffrage party, when they found the defendant intended a resort to force, deserted and denounced him, and took up arms with the charter troops to oppose him. Must be ascribed the bloodless issue of the contest to the overruling care of a special providence that would still continue to guard and protect us. But it is urged by the defendant that in trying him you also try the 14,000 men who voted for the People's Constitution. If you were trying him for voting for the Constitution, that might be true, but you are trying him for levying war, and if anybody else, it would be more proper to say the 200 or 300 who were with him and willing to carry out his plans by force. You, however, are not trying the validity of that Constitution or the legality of the existing government, but a naked question of fact. Did the defendant levy war or not? If he did, he committed treason. It is the duty of the jury to stand by the law. Their own interest and the peace and security of the whole alike require it. There might have been brave men with the defendant, but very few, and Colonel Wheeler, who ran off in the fog, I consider a good type of the insurgents generally. All the points of law raised by the defendant had been ruled against him by the court, but the defendant, after a verdict against him, could move the court for a new trial or an arrest of judgment, or apply to the legislature for a pardon. If the defendant did levy war, you must find him guilty. You have nothing to do with the law. The court would take care of that. The defendant himself had confessed all the facts, and if you refuse to find him guilty, it will be the severest blow which you can inflict upon the judiciary of the country, the palladium of your rights and liberties. The defendant says that the public will hold you responsible for the verdict you may render in this case. Well, be it so, gentlemen, and recollect that nothing will so brace up a man amidst friends or foes in the conflict of parties as being conscious that in trying times, regardless of consequences to himself, he had performed his duty. Gentlemen, you are the sworn guardians of the law in a case of momentous importance, one involving principles that reach to the very foundations of civil government. I will not doubt that you will prove true to the trust, without regard to personal or political or party considerations, nor suffer them to deter you from a faithful performance of the obligations imposed upon you by your oaths. End of section 12. Section 13 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rutger. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Thomas Wilson Dorr for treason, Rhode Island, 1844, Part 12. The charge of the court. Chief Justice Durfee. Gentlemen of the jury, In delivering the charge in this case, I shall confine myself very strictly to the notes which I have prepared for the purpose, making, however, such remarks in illustration of the general propositions which may be advanced as may seem necessary in order to render them more intelligible. I take this course that we may not be misunderstood here, nor misrepresented elsewhere, without having it in our power to apply a corrective. We find it necessary in this case to guard against misrepresentation, not particularly against misrepresentations made to the people of this state who know us, but against those which may be made to the people of the United States, and perhaps to posterity. For no one wishes to disguise it, let it be proclaimed to the whole world and through all time to come that the principle which is involved in this issue lies at the very foundations of all our political and social institutions, and that upon your verdict does the future confidence of all considerate men in the durability and safety of our institutions depend. We have, therefore, some ambition to appear as we really are. The Constitution of this state, and the act under which this court is organized, make it our duty to deliver to the jury in all cases the law in charge. No very desirable responsibility in any case, least of all in one that has so roused the passions and deeply stirred and agitated the popular mind, but bound from the nature of our organization as a court, and with the oath of God upon us, we shrink from no duty, we recoil from no consequences. In discharging this duty, I speak not for myself merely, but for the court. It is of some importance to know what the duties of a court are, and what the duties of a jury are, for they cannot be one and the same in relation to the same case. If it be our duty to decide what the general law of the land is, it is not your duty also to decide it. If it be your duty to ascertain what the facts are, and then apply the law to the facts as you find them, it is not our duty to do the same. A judicial tribunal, which is but a growth of the wisdom of ages, is not so absurdly constituted as necessarily to bring the court into conflict with the jury, and the jury in conflict with the court, and thus to defeat all the ends of justice. If such were the state of things, we could have no law. What the court did, the jury might undo. What the jury did, the court might undo. And thus at the very heart of the system would be found in full operation the elements of anarchy and discord. Let us see if our duties are so jumbled together that we as a court can perform the duties of a jury, and you as a jury can perform the duties of a court. It is the duty of this court, and of all other courts of common law jurisdiction, to decide upon what evidence shall pass to the jury, and what shall not. Questions as to what is evidence and what not will arise, and in all time it has been made the duty of the court to decide them. It is the duty of this court, as of all others of like jurisdiction, to decide what shall pass to the jury as the law of the land, touching the indictment on trial, and what shall not. For questions as to what is law and what is not law will in like manner arise, and the law has appointed none but the court to decide them. If it errs in its decisions, it can correct them on a motion for a new trial if the verdict be against the prisoner. If it willfully decides wrong, its members are liable to impeachment and disgrace. When the evidence has passed to the jury, it is their duty to scan it closely, to decide what is entitled to credit and what not, and when they have determined what the facts are, that are proved or confessed, they apply the law which has been given them to the facts thus ascertained, and then acting as judges both of the law and of the evidence, return a verdict as to them, deciding under their oaths, may appear to be right. There is no conflict of duties. The jury act in harmony with the court, and the court with the jury. Gentlemen, it has been our desire in this case to adhere strictly to our ordinary course of ruling upon all questions that were brought before us. We were determined, if possible, to go not one hair's breadth beyond our duty, nor fall one hair's breadth short of it. In the eye of the law, all men who stand at the bar of this court, accused of crime, stand equal. We have no favors to deal out to the man of distinction or notoriety, which we deny to the lowly and obscure. In the eye of this court, all are equal, and while we allow them the same rights, we subject them to the same rules. We have been earnestly pressed in this case to depart from our ordinary course of ruling in criminal cases. This I attribute mainly to the want of familiarity on the part of the accused and his counsel with our usual course of ruling here in criminal trials. We have been urged to permit them to argue questions of pure law to you, gentlemen, questions touching the jurisdiction of this court, questions touching constitutional law, to argue over again questions which have once been solemnly decided after full argument by eminent counsel, and which we considered closed questions, and that in the midst of a jury trial. All these motions we have been obliged to overrule, reserving to the accused the right to be heard, should it become necessary, on a motion for a new trial. Not that we have any doubt of the correctness of our former rulings, but that we will not refuse him a hearing in the proper stage of the proceedings. And now, after those rulings, the case comes to you to be decided according to the evidence which has passed to you, and the law which shall be found applicable to it. What is the crime set forth in the indictment? It is treason against the state, the highest crime known to the law. In this state, punishable with imprisonment for life. In all others where it is named, punishable with death. And if we pass from our own to foreign lands, and particularly to that country whence we derive all our political and legal institutions, punished with death inflicted under circumstances calculated to strike the greatest terror, and to fix on the memory of the criminal the most lasting infamy. I mention this not forgetting that many noble hearts have fallen victims to the accusation of treason under arbitrary governments, but simply that you may estimate the universal sentiment of abhorrence with which this crime is regarded, and that you might, while you thus estimate it, feel that it is your duty to require the most satisfactory evidence that it has been committed, and that the defendant is guilty before you return a verdict against him on the one hand, and that you may feel on the other the necessity of discharging with firmness and fidelity that duty which every juror owes to his country, under the oath which he has taken, to return a verdict of guilty on legal proof of guilt. It is no less the duty of the jury than of the court to secure the peace of the state by aiding in the firm and impartial administration of the laws. Now, the first question is, can this crime be committed against one of the states of this Union? This question can be considered wholly irrespective of this indictment, wholly irrespective of the guilt or innocence of the prisoner. It involves, in fact, no impes. It is a question of mere constitutional law, and for the court alone to decide. And as the organ of the court, I say to you, gentlemen, that wherever allegiance is due, there treason may be committed. Allegiance is due to a state, and treason may be committed against a state of this Union. The defendant and his counsel have gone into an argument to show where the sovereign power is, and that it is in the people of the United States, considered in their primary and natural capacity, and that it is that people which is sovereign in the state of Rhode Island, and not the organized people of the state itself. In answer to that, it is sufficient to say that we know of no people of the United States save that which the Constitution of the Union has organized and formed, and they are sovereign only to the extent and in the qualified sense which that instrument expressly grants and defines. Against the natural people, the primary capacity people, I wish I could command a better phrase, no crime whatever can be committed, save that which in violation of the laws of God one man may perpetrate on another. It is against an organized people only that any crime, and especially the crime of treason, can be committed. We cannot enter into those speculative inquiries as to the origin of government, Sufficient for the court and jury is it that government exists. They must take it as it is, and where the plain letter of the law prescribes to them their course, that course they are bound to pursue, no less from a sense of duty than by the requirements of the oath of God which is upon them. The Constitution of the United States itself, an instrument in which it is hardly to be sought for, recognizes the fact that treason may be committed against a state by an implication too strong to be resisted. It expressly provides that a person accused of treason in any state, who shall flee from justice and be found in another state, shall, on demand of the executive authority of the state from which he fled, be delivered up to be removed to the state having jurisdiction of the crime. The result of the debate in the convention that formed the Constitution of the United States, in reference to the article defining treason, is in accordance with this view. The decision of all the courts of these states that have had occasion to touch the question, the opinions of all our commentators on constitutional law, recognize the same fact. The Circuit Judge of the United States, who presides in this district, Justice Story, in his recent charge delivered in this district, in contemplation of the then unsettled disturbance in this state, repeating almost verbatim the language of the Virginian commentator on Blackstone, distinguishes between treason against a state and treason against the United States. As I understand his views, treason against the state and treason against the United States are to be distinguished, the one from the other, by the immediate objects and designs of the conspirators. If the blow he aimed only at the internal and municipal regulations or institutions of a state, without any design to disturb it in the discharge of any of its functions under the Constitution of the United States, it is treason against the state only. Though if the object be to prevent it from discharging those functions, as the election of senators or electors of president and the like, it becomes treason against the United States. If any further judicial opinions delivered with reference to our recent troubles were wanting, in order to confirm these views, we have them in the opinion of the same court and the same judge deciding on the sovereign authority of this state to proclaim martial law. Can it be doubted that the power which, of its own constitutional authority, can proclaim martial law is sovereign, or a delegated sovereignty, and that it may define and proclaim what treason is? If any further authority were requisite on this point, we have it, in the fact shown in the argument of the question to the court, that 11 out of 26 states of our Union have inserted an article in their constitutions defining the crime and providing for its punishment, and that 2 others have made the same provision in their statute laws. The statutes of no other of the states have been referred to, nor have been examined by the council. The probability is that if they were examined, we should find not that 13 only of the states, but that the whole 26 have defined this crime and made provision for the punishment of it. The power to provide for the punishment of this crime the legislature derives not from the United States or the people thereof, but from our own people, from the organized sovereign people of the state. That legislature exercising this power has declared that treason against the state shall consist only in levying war against the same, or in adhering to the enemies thereof, giving them aid and comfort. This law, we now say to you, is constitutional and binding on all, and that the sovereign authority of this state is such that treason can be committed against it. We are now prepared, gentlemen, to consider the indictment. The indictment consists of 4 distinct counts, upon either or all of which you are to return a verdict of guilty or not guilty, according to the evidence which has passed to you, and upon that evidence alone. Nothing that comes within your mere personal knowledge is to be taken into account. You are to presume that the defendant is innocent at the outset, and to be led to a conviction of his guilt, if to that conviction you come, solely by force of the evidence given to you or of the admissions made. Each of these counts substantially charges that the prisoner, being under the protection of the laws of the state, and owing allegiance and fidelity to the said state, not weighing the duty of his said allegiance, and traitorously devising and intending to stir up, move, and excite insurrection, rebellion, and war against the said state, with force and arms unlawfully and traitorously did conspire, compass, imagine, and intend to raise and levy war, insurrection, and rebellion against the said state, and in order to perfect, fulfill, and bring to effect the said compassings, imaginations, and intents of him, the said Thomas Wilson Dorr, he, the said Thomas Wilson Dorr, with a great multitude of persons, amounting to a great number, armed and arrayed in a warlike manner, being then and there unlawfully, maliciously, and traitorously assembled and gathered together, did falsely and traitorously assemble and gather themselves together against the said state, and then and there with force and arms did falsely and traitorously, and in a warlike and hostile manner, array and dispose themselves against the said state, and then and there, in pursuance of said traitorous intentions and purposes aforesaid, he, the said Thomas Wilson Dorr, with the said persons so as aforesaid traitorously assembled and armed and arrayed, in manner aforesaid most wickedly, maliciously, and traitorously did ordain, prepare, and levy war against the said state, contrary to the duty of his said allegiance and fidelity, against the form of the statute in such case made and provided, and against the peace and dignity of the state. The particular overt act charged on the prisoner in each count is that he, together with the armed multitude described, with force and arms, did falsely and traitorously, and in a warlike and hostile manner, array and dispose themselves against the state. The only essential difference in the counts is that the first two charge the overt acts to have been committed in Providence, the first on the 7th day of May, 1842, the second on the 18th of the same month. The two succeeding counts charge the overt acts to have been committed in Gloucester, in the city of Providence, one on the 26th day of June, 1842, the other on the 27th of the same month. The overt act charged in each of these counts must be proved by at least two witnesses, or by the prisoner's confession in open court. They may be the same two witnesses or other two witnesses, but two witnesses at least there must be. There must be two witnesses to prove the particular overt act or part which the prisoner is in each count charged with having taken in the levying of war, and when once any particular overt act is fixed upon him by the two witnesses required, or by the confession, he must be deemed guilty of levying war, as described and proved under the particular count which contains such overt act. The acts of the armed assemblage then become his, unless he proved that he had abandoned the conspiracy, or was so absent that he could not have participated in it. Now, the first question of law is, what is it which constitutes the levying of war within the meaning of the act? In giving you the meaning of these words, we shall rely as little as possible upon our own judgment. We shall endeavor to be governed as much as possible by the opinions of those able jurists who, undisturbed by the excitement and alarm of an agitated community, have, after calm and deliberate consideration, pronounced their meaning. To constitute, says Justice Story in the charge to which I have already referred, an actual levy of war, there must be an assembly of persons met for the treasonable purpose, and some overt act done, or some attempt made by them with force to execute or toward executing that purpose. There must be a present intention to proceed in the execution of treasonable purpose by force. The assembly must now be in a condition to use it, if necessary, to further or to aid or to accomplish their treasonable design. If the assembly is arrayed in a military manner, if they are armed and march in a military form, for the express purpose of overawing or intimidating the public, and thus attempt to carry into effect the treasonable design, that will of itself amount to a levy of war, although no actual blow has been struck or engagement taken place. This construction of the meaning of the words levying war against the state accords entirely with the opinion of Chief Justice Marshall, delivered in the case of Aaron Burr, and in the main with that of all eminent American jurists and writers on the same subject, and we now give it to you as the construction which this court places upon those words. Let us now consider this construction of the meaning of those words with reference to the evidence which has passed to you under the first 2 counts in this indictment. It is for you to say what that evidence proves, but I may put these questions to you. Has it been proved by 2 or more witnesses, or by confessions in open court, that on the 17th and 18th of May, or either of those days, there was assembled in Providence a body of armed men, arrayed in a military manner, that they had provided themselves with artillery, musketry, or like implements of war, for the express purpose of making an assault upon or taking possession of the state's arsenal or magazine of arms in Providence, that they marched on the night of the 17th or morning of the 18th with the intent of carrying into effect their design, that they arrayed themselves in arms before the arsenal, that the arsenal was at the time in the actual occupation of the military forces of the government of the state, that they sent a messenger with a flag to demand its surrender, that upon the refusal to surrender the messenger returned, and that upon his return or before it, 1 or more of the guns were aimed at the building, that there were 2 attempts made to discharge them into the building. If you believe these facts have been proved by the 2 witnesses or by the confession of the prisoner, it is the opinion of this court not only that war was levied, but actually carried on against the state, although not a single gun was discharged and no engagement actually took place. But supposing you should be satisfied that war had been thus levied, this will not justify you in returning a verdict of guilty. You must be satisfied by the 2 or more credible witnesses, or by confessions in open court, that the prisoner took a part in it. In other words, his particular overt act must be thus proved upon him. It is observed in the case of Bowman and Swartwout that if a body of men be actually assembled for the purpose of effecting by force a treasonable object, all those who perform any part, however minute or however remote from the scene of action, and who are actually leagued in the general conspiracy, are to be considered traitors. Both circumstances, says Judge Marshall, must concur. They must perform a part which will furnish the overt act, and they must be leagued with conspirators. He who comes within this description levies war, arrays and disposes armed men against the state. If this applies to the private in the ranks, it preeminently applies to the commander-in-chief. As to him, it can only be necessary to prove that he claims to be such commander, and to prove his presence at the scene of action, for it cannot be supposed that an assault can be made on an armed arsenal or fortress in the presence of the commander-in-chief without his orders, unless it be made so to appear. Indeed, it has been declared by the highest authority that to appear at the head of a rebel army is itself an overt act of levying war. The main question then is, did the prisoner march with this body of men to the arsenal, or was he then and there present? And is the fact proved by the 2 or more credible witnesses, or confessed by him in open court? If you believe from such evidence or confession that he was leagued with the conspirators and performed a part, the overt act or acts charged are fixed upon him, and there is no alternative but to return a verdict of guilty on one or both these counts in the indictment. I now pass to the other two counts in the indictment. These charge the levying of war against the state in Gloucester on the 25th and 27th of June. Was war then and there levied within the meaning of the law? That is the first question which you have to decide. An assemblage of armed men for a treasonable purpose may sometimes accomplish its object by the terror which it inspires, and hence it has been decided that actual violence to external objects is not necessary to constitute the levying of war. It can hardly be doubted that if a rebel army, to use the language of Chief Justice Marshall, avowing its hostility to the sovereign power, should front that of the government, should march and countermarch before it, should maneuver in its face, and should then disperse from any cause whatever without firing a gun, it can hardly be doubted, I say, that it would amount to an act of levying war. True, the government troops were not present and under the eye of the insurgent force at Chepachet, as at the arsenal, but a portion of the state, if not actually invaded by a foreign force, was nevertheless, as all the testimony goes to show, in the actual occupation of a body of armed men hostile to the government. The laws of the legal government did no longer there afford protection to its peaceful citizens. Men were taken and treated as prisoners of war. Property was seized by the strong arm of military force. The hostile force occupied an entrenched camp on a hill commanding the public highways, and a number of pieces of ordnance were mounted and loaded and so directed as best to defeat an assailing force. Ammunition was there. A commissary department was established, and from 200 to 300 men were daily drilled on the height as preparatory to further operations. Everything indicated preparations for a permanent military occupation of a portion of the state. Knowledge of these facts threw the whole state into military array and subjected it to martial law. This was the external appearance of the movement, and certainly it does present an appearance of a movement of a warlike character, and equaling at least a mere military maneuver in front of the government forces, as mentioned by Chief Justice Marshall. Should you be satisfied by the confession in open court, or by other evidence, that an armed force of 200 or 300 persons was actually embodied at the time and place mentioned in the indictment, there entrenched in a fortified camp, with the avowed object of overturning the existing government and establishing a new one on its ruins, and to that end taking prisoners of war and seizing private property, there is no doubt in the mind of this court but that such acts amount to a levy of war within the meaning of the statute. But though from the proof in the case you should come to this conclusion, you still cannot find the prisoner guilty unless you are also satisfied by the 2 or more credible witnesses or by his confession that he performed a part which will be the proof of the overt act. Here also to prove that he was present acting as commander-in-chief is, as under the 2 preceding counts, at once to prove that he took a part and was leagued with conspirators. The material point here to be proved is the overt act, and any 2 credible witnesses who swear that they saw him with the insurgent force armed marching with them, or performing any other part in furtherance of the common design, are sufficient to establish the overt act. The intent with which he was there, or the character which he, as their commander-in-chief, assumed, may be established by proof of his own admissions, or by his declarations in open court, or by his acts, and may be proved by one or any number of witnesses, each testifying to a distinct admission or a distinct fact. Now, gentlemen, if it has been thus proved, under either or both counts, that he performed a part with the insurgent force, that he was their commander-in-chief, these 2 counts also are sustained, and it will be your duty to return a verdict of guilty. otherwise a verdict of not guilty on the same counts or either of them. But it is due to the prisoner, since such has been his course, to say that from the testimony which he has put in, and his declarations here in court, he has seemed to be rather ambitious to show that he was there performing a part, what that part actually was, and how he stood related to his associates. It may be, gentlemen, that he really believed himself to be governor of the state, and that he acted throughout under this delusion. However this may go to extenuate the offense, it does not take from it its legal guilt. It is no defense to an indictment for the violation of any law for the defendant to come into court and say, "I thought that I was but exercising a constitutional right, and I claim an acquittal on the ground of mistake." Were it so, there would be an end to all law and all government. Courts and juries would have nothing to do but to sit in judgment upon indictments in order to acquit or accuse. The accused has only to prove that he has been systematic in committing crimes, and that he thought that he had a right to commit it, and according to this doctrine you must acquit. The main ground upon which the prisoner sought for a justification was that a constitution had been adopted by a majority of the male adult population of the state, voting in their primary or natural capacity or condition, and that he was subsequently elected and did the acts charged as governor under it. He offered the votes themselves to prove its adoption, which were also to be followed by proof of his election. This evidence we have ruled out. Courts and juries, gentlemen, do not count votes to determine whether a constitution has been adopted, or a governor elected or not. Courts take notice without proof offered from the bar what the constitution is or was, and who is or was the governor of their own state. It belongs to the legislature to exercise this high duty. It is the legislature which, in the exercise of its delegated sovereignty, counts the votes and declares whether a constitution be adopted or a governor elected or not, and we cannot revise and reverse their acts in this particular without usurping their power. Were the votes on the adoption of our present Constitution now offered here to prove that it was or was not adopted, or those given for the governor under it to prove that he was or was not elected, we could not receive the evidence ourselves. We could not permit it to pass to the jury, and why not? Because if we did so, we should cease to be a mere judicial and become a political tribunal, with the whole sovereignty in our hands. Neither the people nor the legislature would be sovereign. We should be sovereign, or you would be sovereign, and we should deal out to parties litigant here at our bar sovereignty to this or that according to the rules or laws of our own making, and heretofore unknown in courts. In what condition would this country be if appeals could be thus taken to courts and juries? This jury might decide one way and that another, and the sovereignty might be found here today and there tomorrow. Sovereignty is above courts or juries, and the creature cannot sit in judgment upon its creator. Were this instrument offered as the constitution of a foreign state, we might perhaps, under some circumstances, require proof of its existence. But even in that case, the fact would not be ascertained by counting the votes given at its adoption, but by the certificate of the Secretary of State under the broad seal of the state. This instrument is not offered as a foreign constitution, and this court is bound to know what the constitution of the government is under which it acts without any proof even of that high character. We know nothing of the existence of the so-called People's Constitution as law, and there is no proof before you of its adoption, and of the election of the prisoner as governor under it. And you can return a verdict only on the evidence that has passed to you. Our ruling on this point is in exact accordance with that on the same point in the trial of the indictment of the state against Franklin Cooley, where after an elaborate argument it was unanimously decided that no such evidence could be received by the court or passed to the jury. This case is now with you, gentlemen. You can find the prisoner guilty on one or more counts in the indictment, and not guilty on the residue, or you may return a verdict of guilty or not guilty generally, according as you find the law applies to the evidence given you. The court has now performed its duty. Go, ye gentlemen, and do yours. Mr. Turner, we wish the court to further charge the jury that in criminal trials for capital offenses, the jury are the judges of the law as well as of the facts in the case, and also that the evidence for the state does not support the charge of traitorous and criminal intent as laid in the indictment. Chief Justice Durfee, we can charge the jury only as we have charged them. They are to apply the law as laid down to them by the court, to the facts as they find them proved before them. On the other point, the only question of intent which the jury have to consider is, if they find all or any of the overt acts of levying war sufficiently proved, whether the defendant at the time intended to commit those acts. End of section 13. Section 14 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rutger. American State Trials, Volume 2, by John D. Lawson. Trial of Thomas Wilson Dorr for treason. Rhode Island, 1844, Part 13. The verdict and sentence, May 7th. The jury then, at 11:15 p.m., retired, and the court took a recess. At 20 minutes before 2 o'clock on Tuesday morning, the jury came into court and pronounced a verdict of guilty, which being duly recorded and read, the prisoner was remanded to the custody of the sheriff, and the court took a further recess until 8 o'clock a.m. After the verdict of the jury had been received and recorded by the clerk, Mr. Justice Hale, Chief Justice Durfee being absent, in dismissing the jury thanked them for their punctual attendance and for the faithful manner in which they had discharged their duty. Footnote: one of the jury immediately after they separated, being asked whether there had been any division among them about their verdict, replied, "No. There was nothing for us to do. The court made everything plain for us." Another juror, being asked why they remained out so long, said, "They agreed upon their verdict immediately, but remained out so that the crowd might disperse to their homes." End footnote. Mr. Blake, Attorney General, moved that Thomas W. Dorr be brought into court to receive sentence upon the verdict rendered against him. Mr. Turner, when Mr. Dorr came in, moved the court to stay the sentence until he could prepare a bill of exceptions and file a motion for a new trial. Mr. Blake did not object. After some discussion between the counsel, the prisoner, and the court as to time, the motion was granted. 10 days were allowed for filling the motion, and the court adjourned for the hearing to the second Monday, the 10th of June. The counsel for the defendant afterwards filed their exceptions, moved for a new trial, and for the arrest of the judgment. Elaborate arguments lasting over several weeks were made by counsel for the defendant and the state, and by Mr. Dorr himself. The court overruled the motion and refused a new trial on June 24th. End of section 14. Section 15 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rutger. American State Trials, Volume 2, by John D. Lawson. Trial of Thomas Wilson Dorr for treason, Rhode Island, 1844, Part 14. The sentence, June 25th. The court met in the town hall, the state house where it usually sits being occupied by the legislature. Mr. Blake, Attorney General, moved for sentence. Durfee, Chief Justice. Mr. Clerk, ask the prisoner at the bar if he has anything to say why sentence should not now be pronounced against him. The Clerk. Thomas Wilson Dorr, I am directed by the court to ask you if you have anything to say why sentence should not now be pronounced against you. Mr. Dorr. The court have, through their officer, addressed to the defendant the usual questions, whether he have anything to say why sentence should not now be pronounced upon him. I have something to say, which shall be brief and intelligible to the court, though it must be necessarily unavailing. Without seeking to bring myself into controversy with the court, I am desirous to declare to you the plain truth. I am bound in duty to myself to express to you my deep and solemn conviction that I have not received at your hands a fair trial by an impartial jury, to which by law and justice I was entitled. The trial has been permitted to take place in a county where, to say the least, it was doubtful whether the defendant could be tried according to the law of the state, and in a case of doubt like this, he ought to have had the benefit of it, especially as the trial here must be in a county to which the defendant was a stranger, in the midst of his most excited political opponents. All but one of those freeholders, 108 in number, who were summoned here for the purpose of selecting a jury to try the defendant, were of the opposite party in the state, and were deliberately set against the defendant with the feelings of partisan hostility. The single Democratic juror was set aside for having expressed an opinion. Of the drawn jurors, 16 in number, 2 only were members of the Democratic Party, and one of them for cause and the other for alleged cause was removed. Every one of the jury finally selected to try the defendant was, of course, a political opponent. And even as so constituted, the jury were not permitted to have the whole case presented to their consideration. They were not, as in capital, if not in all criminal cases, they are entitled to be, permitted to judge of the law and of the fact. The defendant and his counsel were not permitted to argue to the jury any matter of law. The court refused to hear the law argued to themselves, except on the question whether treason be an offense against a state or against the United States. The court refused to permit the defendant to justify himself by proving the Constitution, the election, and the authority under which he acted, or to permit him to produce the same proofs in order to repel the charges of malicious and traitorous motives made in the indictment and zealously urged against him by the counsel for the state. By the charge of the judge, the jury were instructed that the only question which they had to try was whether the defendant intended to do the acts which he performed, a question of capacity rather than of motives and intentions. It is true that the jury were absent more than 2 hours, but not for deliberation. One of them was asked immediately after the verdict was delivered, and the jury was discharged, whether they had been detained by any disagreement. He replied, "We had nothing to do. The court made everything plain for us." On hearing a bill of exceptions to the verdict thus rendered, the court promptly overruled all the points of law. The court also denied to the defendant an opportunity of showing to them that 3 of the jurors, before they were impaneled, manifested strong feelings and had made use of vindictive and hostile expressions against him personally, after the defendant had established by his affidavit the fact that he was not informed of this hostility of feeling and expression before they were impaneled, and with regard to 2 of them, before the verdict was rendered. The defendant expected to prove by 12 witnesses that one of these jurors had expressed a wish to have the defendant put to death, and had declared shortly after the verdict to a person inquiring the result that he had convicted the defendant, and that this was what he intended to do. that another juror had also declared that the defendant ought to be executed, and that the third had frequently made the same declaration, with a wish that he might be permitted to do the work of an executioner, or to shoot him as he would a serpent, and put him to death. Nor would the court permit the defendant to show by proofs, which he declared on oath to have been unknown to him at the time of the impanelling of the jury, that an array of 12 men, summoned on venire by a deputy sheriff, were, or a considerable part of them at least, the same persons who had been selected by an attorney of this court, who assisted the officer in the service of the summons. These and other matters, which I will not stop to enumerate, show that this trial, which has been carried through the forms of law, was destitute of the reality of justice, and was but a ceremony preceding conviction. That there is any precedent for it in the most acrimonious period of the most excited party times in this country, I am not aware from any examination or recollection of its political history. In the trial of an alleged political offense, involving feelings of the whole community, and growing out of a condition of affairs which placed the whole people of the state on one side or the other of an exasperated controversy, the strictest and most sacred impartiality should have been observed, in the most careful investigation both of law and fact by the jury, and in all the decisions and directions of the court. In what case should they have been more distrustful of the political bias of their own minds, more careful in all their deliberations, more earnest in the invocation of a strength above their own, that they might not only appear to be just, but to do justice in a matter so above all suspicion, that the defendant and all those with whom he is associated might be satisfied that he had had his day in court, and that every requisition of the law had been observed and fulfilled? In how different a spirit were the proceedings of this trial conducted, and with what emotions must the defendant have listened to the declaration of one of your honors that, in the hurry of this trial, they could not attend to the questions of law, which he so earnestly pressed upon their immediate consideration as vitally important to the righteous determination of his case. The result of this trial, which your sentence is about to proclaim, is the perpetual imprisonment of the defendant, and his seclusion from the face of society and from all communication with his fellow men. Is it too much to say that the object of his political opponents is the gratification of an insatiable spirit of revenge, rather than the attainment of legal justice? They are also bent upon his political destruction, which results from the sentence of the court, in the deprivation of his political and civil rights. They aim also at a social annihilation by his commitment to the tomb of the living, from which in ordinary cases those who emerge are looked upon as marked and doomed men, to be excluded from the reputable walks of life. But there my opponents and persecutors are destined to disappointment. The court may, through the consequences of their sentence, abridge the term of his existence here. They can annihilate his political rights, but more than this they cannot accomplish. The honest judgment of his friends and fellow citizens, resting upon the truth of his cause, and faithful to the dictates of humanity and justice, will not so much regard the place to which he is consigned, as the causes which have led to his incarceration within its walls. Better men have been worse treated than I have been, though not often in a better cause. In the service of that cause I have no right to complain that I am called upon to suffer hardships, whatever may be the estimate of the injustice which inflicts them. All these proceedings will be reconsidered by that ultimate tribunal of public opinion, whose righteous decision will reverse all the wrongs which may be now committed, and place that estimate upon my actions to which they may be fairly entitled. The process of this court does not reach the man within. The The court cannot shake the convictions of the mind, nor the fixed purpose which is sustained by integrity of heart. Claiming no exemption from the infirmities which beset us all, and which may attend us in the prosecution of the most important enterprises, and at the same time conscious of the rectitude of my intentions, and of having acted from good motives, in an attempt to promote the equality and to establish the just freedom and interests of my fellow citizens, I can regard with equanimity this last infliction of the court. Nor would I, even at this extremity of the law, in view of the opinions which you entertain, and of the sentiments by which you are animated, exchange the place of a prisoner at the bar for a seat by your side upon the bench. The sentence which you will pronounce, to the extent of the power and influence which this court can exert, is a condemnation of the doctrines of 1776, and a reversal of the great principles which sustain and give vitality to our democratic republic, and which are regarded by the great body of our fellow citizens as a portion of the birthright of a free people. From this sentence of the court I appeal to the people of our state and of our country. They shall decide between us. I commit myself without distrust to their final award. I have nothing more to say. Chief Justice Durfee, after a few remarks in which he observed that the matters stated by the prisoner had all been considered by the court, that the court had been swayed by no political motives, and had been governed in their proceedings by the law of the land, and that in consequence of the terms of acquaintance which had existed between himself and the prisoner, he now discharged with regret this last duty which the law imposed upon him, said, "Listen, Thomas Wilson Dorr, to the sentence of the court, which is, that the said Thomas W. Dorr be imprisoned in the state prison at Providence, in the county of Providence, for the term of his natural life, and there kept at hard labor in separate confinement." On June 27th, Mr. Dorr was removed by the sheriff of Newport County from the county jail in Newport and committed to the state's prison in the city and county of Providence, pursuant to the sentence. End of section 15.
Section 16 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brian Keenan. American State Trials, Volume 2, by John D. Lawson. The Trial of John Dagey for Disturbing Divine Worship, New York City, 1823. The Narrative. On a Sunday morning in October 1823, one John Dagey attended the Ebenezer Baptist Church in New York City. The sermon did not please him, nor did it please a friend of his who had accompanied him. Nevertheless, both of them went again on the next Sunday. This time he was even less content with what the minister said, and he took the liberty of interrupting him, and telling him that he contradicted what he had said on the Sunday before. The minister replied that at another time and place he would be pleased to explain. And the next week the grand jury indicted Dagey for his conduct, and after a trial before a jury, he was convicted and fined. The Trial. In the Court of General Sessions, New York City, November, 1823. Honorable Richard Riker, Recorder. November 10. The prisoner, John Dagey, was arraigned today for trial upon the following indictment heretofore returned by the grand jury of the city and county of New York. The jurors of the people of the state of New York, in and for the body of the city and county of New York, upon their oath present that John Dagey, late of the first ward of the city of New York, and the county of New York aforesaid, laborer, on the 26th day of October, in the year of our Lord, 1823, being Sunday, with force and arms, at the 8th Ward of the City of New York, in the County of New York aforesaid, in the Ebenezer Baptist Church there, during the celebration of divine service, unlawfully, unjustly, and irreverently did disturb and hinder one Jonathan Van Velser, then being the minister officiating in the said church, and then being in the discharge of his sacred functions, and in the performance of the divine service, in contempt of the law of this state, to the evil example of all others in the like case offending, and against the peace of the people of the state of New York, and their dignity. Hugh Maxwell, District Attorney for the people. Mr. Scott, Mr. Price, and Mr. Wilson for the prisoner. The evidence. The evidence before the jury was as follows. The defendant, in company with a friend, visited the Ebenezer Baptist Church, of which Mr. Van Velser was pastor, on the day set out in the indictment, and felt himself displeased at some words uttered by Mr. Van Velser during the service. He and his friend again visited the church on the following Sunday, and during the service he interrupted Mr. Van Velser by observing that he had contradicted himself in using language now against that which he had uttered on the Sunday evening preceding. Mr. Van Velser replied that an explanation might be had at another time and place. The defendant answered he might go on, if he used decent language. Mr. Scott, to the jury. This offense was not indictable at common law. The statute law of our state had provided a remedy which must be followed. That statute, Revised Laws, Volume 2, page 195, declares that if any person or persons whatsoever, on the first day of the week, called Sunday, or any other day or time, shall wilfully, and of purpose, disquiet, interrupt, or disturb any assembly of the people met for religious worship, by making a noise, or by rude and indecent behavior, or profane discourse, and shall be thereof legally convicted, before any justice of the peace of the county, or any mayor, recorder, or alderman of any city where the offense shall be committed, shall for every such offense forfeit and pay to the use of the poor a sum not to exceed $25. The statute proceeds and authorizes, on non-payment of the penalty, a committal of the party to the common jail, for the period of 30 days. We contend the only remedy is under this statute, that it must be strictly followed, that the offense as charged in this indictment had not been recognized at common law. Secondly, it was the right, and perhaps was the duty of those worshipping at the church when doctrines were publicly taught derogatory to Christianity, to object, to oppose them by publicity in the church, and if done decently, and with decorum, it was not an offense at common law or under this statute. Maxwell, District Attorney. It was clearly an offense at common law. There is a precedent in Chitty in a similar case. It could not be tolerated for a moment that the worship of the whole congregation might be interrupted in a manner charged in this indictment, and yet not be punished at common law. I might have proceeded against the defendant for the penalty under the statute, but I chose the more effective remedy under common law. Secondly, I deny the right of the defendant or any other person to obstruct the worship in the manner charged upon the defendant. It was obvious that he went to the church with bad motives, and not for the purpose of worship. He was guilty of indecorously disturbing divine worship. The Recorder. The court is of the opinion that this is a good indictment at common law, and could be sustained. If the law was as contended for by the counsel for the defendant, the important provision in the Constitution, which guaranteed the free enjoyment of religious principles and worship to every person, would be nugatory. No man has a right to disturb another in the exercise of that important privilege. If he did, he might be indicted, and if convicted, suffer a penalty, a fine or imprisonment, or both. By the evidence in the case, it appears the defendant had disturbed the worshippers in the Ebenezer Baptist Church by an indecorous controversy with the officiating minister in that church during divine service. The motives of his attendance at the church appeared by the evidence, if not bad, very suspicious. He was not a member, and had no right to interfere at all in the mode and manner of the worship, or at least not by disturbing the congregation during service. The court is, therefore, clearly of the opinion that the offense charged in the indictment was an offense at common law, and that the evidence against the defendant fully proves the charges set forth in it. The jury immediately returned a verdict of guilty, and the prisoner was fined by the court. End of section 16.
Section 17 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Bathsheba Spooner, William Brooks, James Buchanan, and Ezra Ross for the murder of Joshua Spooner, Massachusetts, 1778, Part 1. The narrative. On the morning of March 2nd, 1778, a servant of Joshua Spooner of Brookfield, Massachusetts, came to Cooley's Tavern in that town with an inquiry for his master, representing that he had not been at home during the night, and that his wife and family were greatly alarmed. This statement was received with much surprise at the inn, as Mr. Spooner had spent the previous evening there with some of his friends and had left at an early hour for his own house, which was only a short distance. A few of the neighbors immediately called on Mrs. Spooner, whom they found in the greatest apparent distress. Upon an examination of the premises in the neighborhood of the house, they observed the tracks of several persons on the snow, and on further search, the mangled body of Mr. Spooner was discovered in the well, near his own door. The family of the deceased, with the exception of his little daughter, refused to look at his body, but his wife, at the urgent request of one of the jury, at length put her hand on his forehead and exclaimed, "Poor little man." Mrs. Spooner was the daughter of Timothy Ruggles, a distinguished lawyer and soldier who had held high office in the province, but who had taken the royalist side in the Revolution and was compelled to leave the country and his large estates confiscated. Footnote: Timothy Ruggles, 1711 to 1795, born Rochester, Massachusetts, graduated Harvard 1732, and soon after called to the bar. Became judge 1757 and Chief Justice of the Court of Common Pleas, which office he held until the Revolution. Was colonel under Sir William Johnson in the expedition against Crown Point, second in command at Lake George, and brigadier general under Lord Amherst in the expedition against Canada. Was several years a member of the Provincial Assembly and Speaker of the House. Was a delegate from Massachusetts to the convention at New York to inform the king of the sufferings of the colonies, and was elected its president. He refused to concur in his address to the king, setting forth the colonial claims, for which on his return he was censured by the Massachusetts House and reprimanded by the Speaker. He continued firm in his allegiance to the king, but was compelled to leave the country and his large estates were confiscated. End of footnote. She, then 32 years of age, was well educated and renowned for her beauty, but her temper was proud and imperious, and her strength of character was marked. She had been married at 20 to Joshua Spooner, a trader, but the connection was not a happy one. He was feeble and mild, while she was energetic and masterful, and even in her youth, her passions had never been properly restrained. Footnote: her father and mother had not set her a good example, for they lived unhappily together, and when he left his native land, she remarried. According to a local tradition, she once served up for her husband's dinner his favorite dog. Chandler. Candidate recommendation. Technical report. 9 note. End of footnote. She soon conceived an utter aversion for her husband, and this in conjunction with a new relationship which she formed, drove her to the crime which ended her life. Many months before the death of Mr. Spooner, a young man became an inmate of his house, under circumstances which were calculated to enlist the warmest sympathies of the family in his behalf. Ezra Ross, at that time a youth of 16, was the son of respectable parents in Ipswich, and with 4 brothers had joined the American army on the commencement of hostilities. On returning from his first campaign, he was cast upon the hospitalities of Mr. Spooner, from whose wife, during a severe fit of sickness, he experienced every kindness. After this he became a frequent and welcome visitor in the family, and evidently an improper intimacy grew up between him and Mrs. Spooner, although her husband never seems to have lost his attachment for Ross. Actuated by an aversion to her husband, by the blind impulse of unchaste desire, or by the fear that her conjugal infidelity might soon become known to her husband, she began to discuss with Ross a means of putting him out of the way. But becoming dissatisfied with Ross's dilatory proceedings, she resorted to a course so bold and open that her guilt was placed beyond a doubt, and she involved herself and her confederates in a common ruin. Mrs. Spooner ordered a servant to call in any of the British soldiers who might pass the house, and about a month before the murder, and while Spooner and Ross were both absent, 2 men, James Buchanan and William Brooks, who had been British soldiers, were passing in the house on the way to Springfield, when they were invited in by the servant, and on the solicitation of Mrs. Spooner, they resided in the family for 2 weeks, being treated with great consideration. There is little doubt that Mrs. Spooner made a direct proposal to these entire strangers to murder her husband, which they agreed to do on the first favorable opportunity. When Spooner returned, he expressed her dissatisfaction at the presence of these men. He requested a neighbor to remain in the house with him during the night, and ordered Buchanan and Brooks to depart on the next morning. They remained concealed in the neighborhood, however, and were a part of the time supplied with food by Mrs. Spooner. On the night of the murder, Ross came to the house either by accident or design, although there is reason to doubt that he had ever seen Buchanan or Brooks before. They laid in wait for Mr. Spooner as he came from the tavern, attacked and killed him, and threw his body in the well. The 4 then met in the house where Mrs. Spooner distributed among her confederates a quantity of her husband's wearing apparel and a considerable sum of money. The men left, but were soon arrested, with Mrs. Spooner, 1 female and 2 male servants, who were subsequently used as witnesses. The grand jury found a true bill against the men for murder, and against Mrs. Spooner as accessory before the fact, in that she invited, abetted, counseled, and procured the murder to be committed. The trial took place on April 24th at Worcester, and was presided over by William Cushing, Chief Justice of Massachusetts, afterwards a Supreme Court Justice of the United States. The testimony was conclusive, and all were convicted and sentenced to death. They were hanged on the same gallows on the 2nd day of July, 1778. The trial. Footnote. Bibliography. Chandler's American Criminal Trials. C1 American State Trial 116. Mr. Chandler's excellent account of this trial is taken from many sources, there being no authentic report of it made at the time. From the record of the court, he reprints the indictment, the death warrant, the petition of the prisoners for a reprieve, the writ de ventre inspiciendo, the return of the sheriff, and the opinion of the midwives. End of footnote. In the Superior Court of Judicature, Worcester, Massachusetts, April 1778. Honorable William Cushing, Chief Justice. Footnote. William Cushing, born Situate, Massachusetts, 1732. Graduated Harvard in 1751. Practiced law first in the District of Maine. appointed first judge of probate court of Lincoln 1760, and succeeded his father as county judge 1772. His father was one of the judges who presided at the trial of the British soldiers for the massacre of citizens in the streets of Boston in 1770. William Cushing became Chief Justice of Massachusetts in 1780, President of the Massachusetts Convention of 1787 to act on the Constitution of the United States. In 1780, he was appointed as an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, the first representative of New England upon that bench. He was appointed Chief Justice of the United States to succeed John Jay, and unanimously confirmed, but resigned a week later. He continued on the Supreme Bench until September 1810, when he resigned. End of footnote. Jedediah Foster, Nathaniel Peaslee Sargent, David Sewell, James Sullivan, Associate Justices. Footnote. Nathaniel Peaslee Sargent, 1731 to 1791. Born Methuen, Massachusetts, graduated Harvard 1750. Justice of the Superior Court of Judicature, 1775 to 1781. Justice Supreme Court, 1781. Chief Justice of Massachusetts, 1789. David Sewell, 1735 to 1825. Born York, Maine. Graduated from Harvard 1755. Began practicing law in 1759. Justice of the Peace 1762. Register of Probate 1766. Took an active part in the Revolution. Was member of the legislature and council. Appointed Justice of the Supreme Court 1777. Judge of the United States District Court of Maine 1789 to 1818. James Sullivan, 1744 to 1808, born at Berwick, Maine. Member of Massachusetts Provincial Congress, 1775. Judge of Supreme Court of Massachusetts, 1776 to 1782. Delegate to State Constitutional Convention, 1779. Delegate to Continental Congress, 1784 to 1785. Member of State Legislature from Boston for several terms. Member of Executive Council and Judge of Probate, 1787. Attorney General, 1790 to 1807. Governor of Massachusetts, 1807 to 1808. LL.D. Harvard, 1780. He was a painstaking and conscientious judge and executive, and was the author of numerous works on history and constitutional law. End of footnote. The grand jury had previously found a true bill against Bathsheba Spooner, William Brooks, James Buchanan, and Ezra Ross for the murder of Joshua Spooner. The indictment charged that William Brooks of Charleston, laborer, James Buchanan of the same Charleston, laborer, and Ezra Ross of Ipswich, laborer, on the first day of March 1778, made an assault upon Joshua Spooner of Brookfield. That Brooks struck the deceased down, and with his hands and feet gave him several mortal bruises, of which he instantly died, and that Buchanan and Ross were present, aiding, assisting, abetting, comforting, and maintaining the aforesaid Brooks. The indictment also charged that Bathsheba Spooner was an accessory before the fact, that she invited, moved, abetted, counseled, and procured the murder to be committed. To this indictment the prisoners, on their arraignment, severally pleaded that they were not guilty, and put themselves for trial in God and country. The trial was accordingly fixed for today to be held in the meeting house at Worcester. The following were the jurors selected: Ephraim May, Jonathan Phillips, Ebenezer Lovell, David Bigelow, Benjamin Stowell, Samuel Forbush, Joseph Harrington, John Phelps, Manisoff Sawyer, Alicia Garden, Abraham Batchelor, and Mark Batchelor. Robert Treat Paine for the state. Footnote. Robert Treat Paine, 1731 to 1814. Born Boston. Student Harvard, 1745. chaplain provincial troops 1755, and afterwards occupied pulpits in Boston. Practiced law also, and in 1770 was retained by the citizens of Boston to prosecute the perpetrators of the Boston Massacre. Member of the General Assembly 1773. Delegate to the First Continental Congress 1774 to 1776. Speaker of the Massachusetts House of Representatives 1778. Attorney General of Massachusetts 1780 to 1790. Judge of the Supreme Court of Massachusetts 1790 to 1804. Founder of the American Academy 1780, and one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence. Received the degree of LL.D. from the University of Cambridge. End of footnote. Levi Lincoln for the prisoners. Footnote. Levi Lincoln, 1749 to 1820, born in Hingham, Mass. Graduated Harvard 1772. Began practice at Worcester. Member of the Massachusetts Senate 1797. Member 7th United States Congress. Attorney General of the United States. Lieutenant Governor of Massachusetts. Appointed 1811. Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, but declined. End of footnote. The witnesses for the prosecution. Jonathan King. Am a physician. Spent Sunday evening with Mr. Spooner at Cooley's Tavern, near Spooner's house. He went home well between 8 and 9. Next morning, hearing that he was dead, I went there with all speed and saw his body, which had been taken from the well. Found the face above the nose and temple very much bruised. The scalp was cut 1.5 inches long. When the body was carried into the East Room, Mrs. Spooner could not be persuaded to look at it, and the family, except his little daughter, declined going to see it. After the jury had finished their inquest, Mrs. Spooner, at my desire, went to the body and put her hand on his forehead and said, "Poor little man." There was blood on the curb of the well. F. from Cooley. Mr. Spooner was at my house on Sunday evening. He was pleasant and sociable, and went away well. Next morning, Alexander Cummings, one of the family, came and inquired if Mr. Spooner was there. Being anxious for Spooner's safety, I went to his house, and 6 more with me. We asked if Mr. Spooner was at home. Mrs. Spooner said no, and cried. Went to look among the neighbors, and near the gate found the snow in a heap, and kicking it, found Mr. Spooner's hat, which I carried in and said, "This is Mr. Spooner's hat. What do you think now?" Mrs. Spooner said, "It is his hat." After I had got about 30 rods, they called me back. The body was in the well. Saw blood on the curb in 2 spots. Went immediately for the coroner and officer. Came down with Mrs. Spooner to Worcester, and at Brown's in Worcester. She spoke freely at the matter, and said she was the whole means of this murder being committed. She began the discourse herself, and wept when she talked about it. F. from Curtis. Having heard that the prisoners were at Walker's, went there, and found them on Monday evening. Stood at the door until they were taken. They were carried to Mr. Brown's to be examined. A few days after Buchanan was committed, I found a ring which was in court in his possession. He had a wound on his arm. Joshua Whitney, on March 2nd, was at Brown's when Mr. Curtis came in, and said he heard Mr. Spooner was murdered, and 3 fellows were at Walker's who were suspected. Went there and found them. Brooks had a watch in his pocket, and a pair of silver buckles in his shoes. I asked where the other fellow was, and went into an upper loft where I found Ross, who trembled and appeared surprised. When I came down, Buchanan was gone. Saw Brooks turn round to the Negro girl, who showed him the watch, and said Brooks gave it to her. The watch was in court. Brooks had a pair of buckles in his shoes with the initial letters of Mr. Spooner's name. Upon the watch being shown to him, he owned it was the same watch which he had in his pocket. I was set to watch the prisoners. Ross said he wished he could see a minister, for he was really guilty of his crime. But he did not strike the first blow, although he was aiding and assisting. They were then talking about the killing of Mr. Spooner. Said he would confess the whole, when the minister came. Ross said he got Spooner's jacket and breeches, that he had let Brooks have his because they were bloody. I found in his pocketbook 4 10-pound notes and 3 $8 bills. He said the rest was his own. He also said he had Spooner's hose, shirt, and saddlebags. Joseph Ball. On March 2nd in the evening, went to Walker's and found Brooks. Captain Whitney ordered me to lead him down to Mr. Brown's, and when they were there, Ross was committed to my care. He had on a pair of black knit breeches and a cloth jacket with metal buttons. The horse that was there was one that I had seen Spooner and his wife ride formerly. Had seen Buchanan at Walker's some weeks before. He was a blacksmith. Heard Ross say he labored under a good deal of concern. He wished a minister was sent for. Samuel Bridge. Went to Mr. Brown's, from thence to Walker's, and when they came back to Brown's, Dr. Green's son said the buckles were his Uncle Spooner's. The jacket Ross had on was of brown cloth with yellow metal buttons. Talked with Mrs. Spooner when she came down, and heard her say if she could see the person's face to face, she could give satisfaction. Said this was the effects of bad company. Mary Walker. On Thursday evening saw Brooks and Buchanan at Mother's, and after they had been there a little, while Mrs. Spooner and young man came to the door, when Mrs. Spooner asked if Sergeant Buchanan was there, and gave him a letter which she said came from her grenadier. The contents of the letter were that he would meet him to go to the hill. She came back from Dr. Green's very soon, saying that she forgot to give him a piece of cloth which was his. She said she would knit for me, because she could not sew for want of sight. She stayed there 2 hours. Buchanan and Brooks were there all the time, and they stayed there until Sunday forenoon. Mrs. Spooner was often with them. Sergeant Buchanan wrote sundry letters, which he said were to her servant. Brooks often laid his head upon Mrs. Spooner's neck, and oftentimes put his hands round her waist. The witness observing it, Mrs. Spooner said, "You must not wonder, Billy," meaning Brooks, "has lived at my house and is as fond of me as he would be of a mother." Saw Buchanan divide powder into 18 papers. They had talked about a sick child at Brookfield. She asked Buchanan when he would go. She said she would send a letter by him, and then said she would write a letter at Mr. Nasro's. It would not be any hurt to write to her father. Buchanan was very sorry that Mrs. Spooner did not come. On Saturday afternoon she came, and they, having been in the chamber together a few minutes, she went away saying, "Tomorrow night at 11 o'clock. Remember, Sergeant," he said, "tomorrow night at 11 o'clock. On the next night, Brooks, Buchanan, and Ross came back, and in the morning early, they told her the Springfield Guard were in pursuit of them, and Brookfield was searching in every house. Mrs. Spooner met them at Leicester, and told them of it. I asked Ross if he had ever seen Mrs. Spooner, and he said he did not know as he had, that he had seen Mr. Spooner, and rode to Lancaster with him. Ross seemed to be very dull all Sunday. Asked him what made him so dull. He walked about the room and leaned against the side of the house and said, "Reason enough." Sergeant Buchanan desired me to rip off the ruffles from a shirt, and I ripped the ruffles off the sleeves. Brooks told me that Mrs. Spooner gave him a shirt and pair of stockings. Buchanan bled himself on Monday morning. Prudence, a Negro woman. Buchanan came to Mrs. Walker's with Brooks on Thursday and talked about going to Mrs. Jones. Mrs. Spooner came there and soon went away, and soon after came back again with Dr. Green's 2 sons. She stayed all the evening and was often in and out. Mrs. Spooner told John Green he had better go and see if his mother was at home. Sergeant Buchanan offered her his handkerchief. She said, "God damn the handkerchief. I will not touch it." On Friday morning, Buchanan had some powders which he did up in papers. Mrs. Spooner came in. Brooks told her Buchanan was sick, and she went into the chamber to him. I went up there after a broom and saw them together. On Saturday, as Mrs. Spooner was going away, I asked her what Mrs. Green said. She said she told Mrs. Green she dined at Mr. Nasro's and drank tea there, and it was a pretty good lie. On Sunday, Brooks and Buchanan went away. A Sunday night they came back and said they should have been taken if it had not been for a friend. The address was altered. I asked what became of Brooks. They answered they sold it for want of money. They met with Ross 2 miles from Leicester Tavern. Thomas Green. The buckles were Mr. Spooner's. They were marked J.S. Had seen them in my uncle's shoes. Charles Simpson altered the jacket for Spooner, which Brooks had on. John Hibbard lived with Mr. Spooner and had seen Ross, Buchanan, and Brooks there a week before Mr. Spooner was murdered. Reuben Old had frequently been at Mr. Spooner's the winter past, and about a fortnight before the murder, Brooks and Buchanan were there one evening. Mr. Spooner desired the witness to tarry with him that night. He did tarry there, and Spooner bade him to go out and see what they were doing in the kitchen. He went out, and Buchanan said, "What is the old fellow about?" meaning Spooner. "He will not come to say much to me. It will not be healthy for him, for I would put him in the well for 2 coppers. Next morning Mrs. Spooner told him she would go through with her plan. I supposed it was to go to her father. Lovett Lincoln, about February 1st, was at Spooner's, who wanted to know when I went to Oakham. He and Spooner and Ross set out, and I went with them as far as Chadwick's in Oakham. On the following Tuesday, went to Spooner to see if he had done some business for me, and saw Brooks and Buchanan there. Afterwards, Spooner was there, and somebody looked into the window, and presently I heard Sergeant Buchanan speak. Spooner says, "How came you here?" They said to warn them. Spooner replied, "You may sit by my fire till morning, but you must not let me see you afterwards." Soon after I heard Buchanan say, "If Spooner turns me out of doors tonight, I will have his life before morning." The night after the murder, Mrs. Spooner said she did not know how her husband came by his death. She said the regulars went away the day before yesterday, and that Ross took Spooner's jacket and breeches. Mrs. Spooner said Ross was concealed there because he hurt the horse's back. She said the regulars and Ross went away together. Charles, Captain Weldon's Negro, was at Mr. Spooner's the night he was murdered and saw Ross there. It was about the dusk of evening. Mrs. Wilson, about 3 weeks before the murder, was at Mr. Spooner's. Buchanan and Brooks were there, and a doctor was there. Alexander Cummings was whispering with Mrs. Spooner. Saw Ross there a little while before Thanksgiving, the last autumn. Alexander Cummings had lived with Spooner from the time Burgoyne's troops came down, about a fortnight before the murder. Brooks and Buchanan came there. Spooner was gone. Mrs. Spooner was at home. They stayed all day and dined there, and Buchanan breakfasted with her. Mrs. Spooner had ordered me to call in all the British troops who passed along. Heard Mrs. Spooner tell Buchanan that she wished Mr. Spooner was out of the way. She could not live with him. Buchanan said he wished he was out of the way. They stayed there, backwards and forwards, all the time Mr. Spooner was gone to Princeton. Ross had gone with Spooner. When Spooner came home on Monday night, Brooks and Buchanan were there. Heard Brooks and Buchanan say they would try to get Spooner out of the way. Sat up with Spooner at his request, who said he did not love to have Brooks in the house. He did not like the looks of the man. He desired his wife to get them off. He said if she did not, he would send for the committee. Next morning, I saw them in the barn. They lay there 2 days and 2 nights. Mrs. Spooner carried them victuals once. I carried them victuals once by her order. On Thursday morning, I went to Worcester. On the Saturday night following, Mrs. Spooner came home, and Ross was in the milk room. Ross said he did not want Mr. Spooner to know that he was there all day. On Sunday, Ross was kept concealed in the chamber. On Sunday night, saw Buchanan and Brooks there. Mr. Spooner was then gone to Cooley's. I went out of doors and saw Brooks, who asked if that was Mrs. Spooner. I said no, and Brooks then told me to ask Mrs. Spooner to come out to him. I refused to do. Brooks told me just before that Spooner would not come home a living man that night. Went in and Mrs. Spooner was in the kitchen, then went to bed and slept about 2 hours and a half. Waked and smelled the burning of woolen and got up and saw Brooks, Buchanan, Ross, and Mrs. Spooner in the parlor. They were burning clothes. They asked me what made me look so sullen. They were then shifting clothes. Ross put on Mr. Spooner's jacket and breeches. Mrs. Spooner bade me go with Mrs. Stratton into the chamber to bring down Mr. Spooner's clothes. Mrs. Stratton got the black breeches and brought them. Buchanan had on a shirt of Mr. Spooner's. Heard Mrs. Spooner say she gave Brooks a shirt and handkerchief. Saw Brooks' breeches thrown into the fire all bloody. Saw Mrs. Spooner take Mr. Spooner's money from the tin box, which was kept in the mahogany chest. Mrs. Spooner bade me go and get some water to wash Mr. Spooner's buckles, and I should have them. I said I would not have them, but I and Mrs. Stratton went to the well and could not dip the bucket. Mrs. Spooner asked me why I did not get the water. I said I believed Mr. Spooner was in the well. She said it was not true. Mrs. Stratton came in with me, frightened and cried, and run and got the Bible. Buchanan said to Mrs. Spooner, "Should you have thought my man would do the job for him?" Mrs. Spooner about a month before had desired me to kill Spooner, and she would make a man of me. Asked Mrs. Spooner if they had cut Mr. Spooner's throat. She said, no, they knocked him down. The night before they went to Princeton, Ross dropped some aquafortis into some toddy to poison him. Spooner said if he had any enemies in the house, he should think they intended to poison him. Ross said to Mrs. Spooner when he came that he had no opportunity to give him the aquafortis while they were gone. Mrs. Spooner said he carried half a bottle full. When they went away after the murder, Buchanan shook hands with Mrs. Spooner and told her she might expect to see him in about a fortnight. On the next morning, Mrs. Spooner went to the well and said she hoped he was in heaven. She ordered me to get a horse and go to the tavern and inquire for Spooner. While we were at the well, she said she wanted to have him put in the bottom of the well. End of section 17. Section 18 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Bathsheba Spooner, William Brooks, James Buchanan, and Ezra Ross for the murder of Joshua Spooner, Massachusetts, 1778, Part 2. Asa Bigelow, the foreman of the jury of inquest, told Mrs. Spooner she must go to jail. She confessed that she hired the people to concert the murder, was to give them $1,000 and had paid them $200. She mentioned the names of Brooks and the sergeant. She said they were all three together. Sarah Stratton lived at Mr. Spooner's several times. First time I saw Ross there was in the last fall of the year, between the two Thanksgivings. Spooner came from Boston after they were in bed. Mrs. Spooner got up to let him in. About 3 weeks before Spooner was killed, Buchanan and Brooks were there, and the night he was murdered, one Gray and another man lodged there. I carried some supper into the room where Ross and Buchanan were. Mrs. Spooner supped with Mr. Gray and his partner. Did not see Mr. Spooner killed, but when I went to light Mr. Gray to bed, I saw Mrs. Spooner showing a money box. She took me by the hand and said she hoped Mr. Spooner was in heaven. When I went to light Gray to bed, his partner was in bed and asleep, as it appeared to me. I brought down the box, and soon after Mrs. Spooner asked me to go up chamber and get a pair of black knit breeches, but I could not find them. Mrs. Spooner was paying some money, and Buchanan had a great deal of paper money in his hand. Heard Mrs. Spooner tell Alexander to go and get some water, and he asked me to go out with him. went out, and Alexander said Mr. Spooner was in the well. They came in without any water, had seen Mr. Spooner wear a ring very much like the one in court, lodged a part of the night with Mrs. Spooner, who sighed and tumbled a great deal, told Mrs. Spooner I would go and tell the neighbors. Mrs. Spooner said if I would keep it a secret, she would give me a good deal. Mrs. Spooner often said she hoped Mr. Spooner was in heaven. When the men went away, Mrs. Spooner gave them money. I asked Brooks what he had been about. He made answer, his time has come. The Saturday night before Mr. Spooner was murdered, Ross came in. Said he had Mr. Spooner's horse a fortnight and hurt his back, and was not willing he should see him. Mrs. Spooner came in soon after Ross came. Jesse Parker lived at Mr. Spooner's at times, had seen Buchanan and Brooks there in the barn. About a fortnight before Mr. Spooner was killed, they lay there 2 or 3 nights. Mr. Spooner, Alec, and I carried victuals to them. Mrs. Spooner told me to go to the barn to look at the horses and take care of the doors, but I did not, because the regulars were about. When Mr. Spooner came from Princeton, Mrs. Spooner said she never was so stumped in her life. Heard Mrs. Spooner say she had been to the West Parish, and the regulars were gone to Worcester, and she wanted to go there to see her sister. She asked Mr. Spooner for a horse, but he declined letting her have one, and she sent to Captain Walden's and got his. I went from the house on Sunday, and Ross was there. Obadiah Rice, sometimes before the murder, heard Mrs. Spooner say she wished old Bogus was in heaven. When Mrs. Spooner, Alec, and Mrs. Stratton were brought to jail, they came in my sleigh, and when they were on the road, Mrs. Spooner said, "This don't seem like Christmas Day." She said she had a great desire to see her daddy, and if it had not been for that, this murder would never have been committed. Heard Mrs. Spooner say she would suffer 10 deaths for Mrs. Stratton and Alec before they should suffer, for they were innocent. Elijah Hamilton. Am a constable. Mrs. Spooner took on March and said, if it was not for this thing, I could meet my judge. She said, this happened by means of Ross's being sick at our house. She told coolly that she did not blame anybody, but this was all her own doings. She said Mrs. Stratton and Alec were innocent. She had bribed them to do and say what they had done. William Young. Am the Justice of the Peace, before whom the prisoners were examined on their first arrest. I produced the confessions of Brooks, Buchanan, and Ross, which were freely given to me by these prisoners. Mrs. Spooner, since her commitment, confessed that she consented to the murder. The confessions of the 3 men were, in substance, that the murder was committed by them at the instigation of Mrs. Spooner. When her husband was entering his yard on the evening of the murder, he was attacked and immediately killed and thrown into the well. The 4 persons then met in the house when Mrs. Spooner distributed among her confederates a portion of her husband's wearing apparel and a considerable sum of money. The men immediately left the house and were arrested. No evidence was offered in behalf of the prisoners. The speech for the prisoners. Mr. Lincoln commenced by alluding to the importance and novelty of the case. It was the first capital trial since the establishment of the government. Perhaps a more difficult or important case had never been committed to an American jury. The public mind was intensely excited, but he begged of the jury to banish all feeling and prejudice, all indignation at the enormity of the offense, all opinions from hearsay, all political feelings. By the great principles of the law, the prisoners were innocent until proved to be guilty. Murder was where a person of sound memory and discretion unlawfully kills a reasonable creature in the peace of government, with malice of forethought, either implied or express. An accessory before the fact was he who, being absent at the time, doth yet procure, counsel, and commend the crime. For if present aiding, and one only do the act, they are all principles. In order, therefore, to determine whether the prisoners had been guilty of the crimes charged in the indictment, the jury must keep in their minds the evidence against each one separate and distinct. It was necessary that they be convinced that each one was designedly instrumental in the death, which fact must be proved in such a manner as to leave not even a shadow of doubt in their minds. Now the fact of killing was not denied. That it was murder in somebody was confessed. But it did not follow that A, B, and C were the murderers, which must be proved beyond all doubt before the jury could convict them. But the jury could not infer from the murder itself which did the act, when it might have been one of them. One must have done it. Could not all the facts have taken place as testified, and yet A not be concerned to that degree which this indictment supposed? If the proof was of a less degree of guilt than the indictment supposed, then in respect to this indictment, it was no proof at all. It was not his business to defend either of the prisoners against the imputation of guilt. All had been wicked. All had been guilty in a degree. He could not deny he believed he might safely admit that A was privy to and concealed the death of the deceased, and perhaps consented to it, or did not try to prevent it, and was guilty of misprision or felony, and yet firmly stand upon the only ground it behooved him to maintain. Principal or accessory was the gist of the inquiry, and the proof of nothing else was the purpose. Everything that was proved respecting Ross was perfectly innocent in reference to the crime charged in the indictment. He was sure the circumstances taken together did not afford proof, presumptive, probability, or even suspicion of there being a design in Ross to hurt Mr. Spooner. Was there anything in the nature of the thing that Ross, doing so and so, necessarily implied the existence of all those circumstances that constitute murder? Was not innocency, in the sense of the indictment, perfectly consistent with the facts proved? And it was a rule that no man's guilt could be proved by any evidence that was compatible with his innocence. The proof of a crime might be divided into two classes, perfect and imperfect. Those were perfect which excluded the possibility of innocence. Imperfect, those which did not exclude this possibility. Of the first, one only was sufficient for condemnation. Of the second, as many were required as form a perfect proof. That is, if each, taken separately, did not exclude this possibility. Yet if they did by their union, it was perfect proof, which was always requisite. But separate, independent proofs, which did not connect in time, so as at last to connect the fact to be proved, did not amount to perfect proof. The confession of a criminal could rarely be turned against him, without obviating the end for which he must be supposed to have given it. It was uncertain. There had been instances of murder avowed that had not been committed, and confession of goods stolen that were never out of the possession of the owner. It was unjust and dangerous to suffer confession, dictated by the distraction of fear, or the misdirected hopes of mercy, to have much weight. Besides, the evidence of words ought to be received with great caution and distrust, which was spoken in unsuspicious confidence, or in the hurry and perturbation of a mind anxious and pressed by leading questions. The words might be very innocent when spoken, and criminal when related. Much depended upon the time and concomitant circumstances. The testimony was not sufficient to convict Ross of the offense charged in the indictment, although he might be guilty of misprision, of felony, and proceeded against as such. The mere fact of his being present was not sufficient. The jury must be satisfied, beyond all doubt, that he was present with a design to assist. Now, if Ross had a design against Spooner's life, he had previously had frequent opportunities to take it. At his house, at Princeton, on the road, by poison. The matter had been long in agitation, and his neglecting various opportunities to accomplish it showed that he had no real design to do it, but only wished to keep up the appearance of an intention. In regard to Mrs. Spooner, she was not in a sound mind. The whole evidence was that of a fool or a distracted person, born in a high rank of life, well educated and accomplished, a wife and a mother, and in the enjoyment of a good estate. What object could she have in undertaking such a detestable crime? What end could it serve? Were there any reasons persuading, hopes inviting, or advantages arising from the death of her husband? By it, she would deprive her children of their father and guardian, herself of a husband, and would subject herself to the burthens of her family with only 1/3 of the estate instead of the whole of it. Could she, then, have seriously projected this matter with the design of having it executed? And if she did, could she have been in the exercise of her reason? If it was said she could not live with her husband, could she not have separated and gone to her father, whose favorite she was, to her brother and her other friends? There, with her address and engaging appearance, she might have had any gallant she pleased, not such as Ross, but one more fitted to her rank and station in life. It was a well-known principle founded in nature that the source of wickedness, the incentive to guilt, was the hope of impunity. But what hopes of being undetected? What presumption of impunity could she have? Was it possible to conceal the matter, considering the number of persons engaged, their character, their situation, and their profession? No plan formed to conceal it, no story agreed upon, no place to flee to. The matter entrusted to strangers with no evidence of their fidelity. She is seen in company with them the night before, at Walker's, procures calomel, agrees on the time, reminds them of it before company at 11 o'clock. Why the calomel, if her husband was to be assassinated? She previously tells that Mr. Spooner is going a long journey, and inquires if anybody wants to hire his farm. After the murder, she gives the murderers his watch, buckles, waistcoat, breeches, and shirts, and even puts them on to be worn in the eye of the world, where they were well known to be Spooner's clothes, and from their goodness and fashion might be known not to belong to the persons wearing them, being low and vulgar. Was this the conduct of a person in the exercise of reason? Would it have been less rational to have written on their foreheads in capitals, "The murderers of Mr. Spooner"? If, then, the conduct was irrational, if it was what could not be directed by a person in the exercise of reason, there was the best evidence of a disordered mind that the nature of the thing would admit of. For there was no knowing the state of the mind but by a person's conduct. The distraction, the disorders of the mind operate variously. Mark the difference between a fool and a man disordered. The fool draws wrong conclusions from right principles. The disordered mind argues right from wrong principles. As to confessions, they were not evidence any further than, from the nature of the thing and circumstances, they could suppose to be true. If the confession of one was taken as conclusive evidence of the truth, then another's might be, which was different and inconsistent. But if the first was taken for true, then a confession was admitted as evidence of truth, which was necessarily untrue. Besides, a person confessing his own turpitude was not to be regarded against others, and why against himself, seeing it could not be believed on the veracity of the witness, for if that was the foundation of belief, it was as good against another person as himself. If the ground was because it was against his interest, then if any reason could be assigned for his doing it, besides its being true, it could be no evidence of truth. Then, why should he not make a wrong confession as well as a true one? A man that is murdered could not feel an obligation to speak the truth. Was it credible that it should ever enter into the head of a person of so much capacity and so much cunning to entrust an affair so heinously criminal to strangers, deserters, and foreigners, who, had they escaped detection here, would probably have boasted of their feats after they got off to the enemy, and if she was afraid they would not disclose it, to entrust it with other women and boys. Must she not have had some chosen trusty confidant, or some reason to hope either to accomplish or conceal so detestable an action before she would have engaged in it, if she had been in her senses? It was perpetrated in the heart of a populous town, near neighbors where it must at farthest be discovered by the morning, liable to be heard in the time of it, by the people abroad, by the two travelers who lodged there that night, by the children and others of the family. Was it possible she would commit so atrocious a crime, and run so great a hazard from no motive? It was said she was upon ill terms with her husband. This was to trump up one crime, that there may seem to have been a motive to have perpetrated another from. But to whom did she commit the execution of it? Whom did she make use of as her accomplices? Whom was her confidant? Whom did she trust with the management of a villainy that so nearly affected her reputation, her safety, her life, her children, the lives of others, and the happiness of her friends? The answer was, to prostitutes, Tories, regulars, deserters, strangers, and foreigners. Was a woman that is admitted to have sense so stupid, if in the exercise of her reason, as to trust all that was valuable to her and hers in the hands of such persons? Could there be a doubt in the minds of the jury that this woman was not in a state of mind which rendered her guilty in the eye of the law of a most horrible crime, which was subject her to the last affliction of human power and vengeance? End of section 18. Section 19 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Bathsheba Spooner, William Brooks, James Buchanan, and Ezra Ross for the murder of Joshua Spooner, Massachusetts, 1778, Part 3. The verdict, sentence, and confession. The jury returned a verdict of guilty of murder, and sentence of death was pronounced on the 4 prisoners by the Chief Justice, the execution to take place on Thursday, the 4th day of June. The trial occupied 16 hours. During the whole of it, Mrs. Spooner manifested perfect composure and appeared to be utterly indifferent as to the result. Her demeanor was proud and reserved, and she submitted to her fate without a murmur. The prisoners awaiting execution were confined in the jail at Worcester. The 3 men seemed entirely broken down by their fate. They acknowledged the justice of their sentence, and under the teachings of their spiritual adviser, they gave themselves to prayer, and became mighty in the Scriptures, and were wont to make very pertinent observations upon many passages that were mentioned to them. They made the following full and particular confession of their guilt. On February 8, 1778, James Buchanan and William Brooks left Worcester with an intent to go to Springfield to work. In passing Mr. Spooner's, we were called in by Alexander Cummings, who we thought was a British soldier. Having stood some time by the fire, he told us his master was gone from home, but he would go and call his mistress, for she had a great regard for the army, as her father was in it and one of her brothers. He called her, and she came down and appeared glad to see us. She asked us whether we came from the hill. We told her we did, and were going to Canada, as I, Buchanan, had left my family there. She ordered breakfast for us, and as soon as it was ready, we were desired to go into the sitting room. We were very much surprised at this, for we should have thought ourselves well dealt by to have received any favors she might sit to bestow on us in the kitchen. However, we all breakfasted together, the weather being very bad, We were asked to stay till it cleared up. As we had but little money, we accordingly stayed. The weather continuing very bad, we stayed there that day and night. I, Buchanan, am not positive whether it was the first or second day, she told me, when, by ourselves, that she and her husband did not agree, that he was gone a journey to Princeton, and that he would not be home soon, that we should not go from thence until the weather was fair, there being a great fall of snow at this time. We were readily consented, and stayed from day to day, expecting Mr. Spooner home. Mrs. Spooner getting very free in discourse with me, Buchanan. One day she told me that she never expected Mr. Spooner to return, as there was one Mr. Ross gone with him, who had an ounce of poison, which he had promised her he would give to Mr. Spooner the first convenient opportunity. The reader must needs think this a very strange circumstance, that she should make this discovery to an entire stranger. She said at the same time we should stay till we saw whether Mr. Spooner returned or not. Accordingly, we stayed, and were never in better quarters, little thinking of the bait the seducer of souls was laying for us. We were then in a disposition to catch at it, having no fear of God before our eyes, and being entirely forsaken of him. Having tarried 10 or 11 days, as nearly as can be recollected, her husband came home, and seeing us there, asked her who we were. She told him that I, Buchanan, was cousin to Alexander Cummings. He took no further notice of it, but going out among his neighbors, it is likely he was informed how long we had been there, and probably heard at the tavern of the quantity of liquor he had to pay for, since his going on his journey. Be that as it may, at night he came home, and seeing we were not gone, he desired us to go immediately. We begged he would let us stay till morning. He, after some time, consented that we should stay by the fire all night. He was in the sitting room by himself, and Mrs. Spooner went to bed. There was one Reuben Old, came upon some business with Mr. Spooner, and after some time came out and told us that Mr. Spooner told him he was afraid we should rob him, adding that he had lost a silver spoon and a great deal of pewter. This vexed us, as we were conscious we had no thought of stealing from him. Had we been so inclined, we had as much opportunity as we could have desired. The spoon he found where he had laid it, and Cummings convinced him there was none of the pewter missing. Mr. Spooner went upstairs and brought down a box, which he had his money in, and lay down on the floor with it under his head. Everything Mr. Spooner did or said, Old came and told us, and was with us all the time he was asleep, and we were all merry together, sitting by the kitchen fire. Said Old declared in court that I, Buchanan, said if Mr. Spooner came out, I would, for 2 coppers, put him into the well, which is false. In the morning, it not being convenient to see Mrs. Spooner, to take our leave of her, we, Buchanan, Brooks, and Cummings, went to Mrs. Stratton's to pass the day, till we could get an opportunity to bid Mrs. Spooner farewell. We stayed at Mrs. Stratton's the best part of the day, Cummings having received $5 from Mr. Spooner to treat his pretended cousin with. We went to Mr. Cooley's tavern and had some drink, from thence to Dr. Foxcroft's, stayed there until Cummings came and told us Mr. Spooner was in bed. We then went to the house, and had supper and liquor, retired to the barn and tarried all night. In the morning had breakfast sent to the barn for us, and as Mrs. Barry and Mrs. Tufts wanted to see me, Buchanan, I said I would go and see them. Mrs. Spooner said she would also go, which was agreed on. Buchanan and Brooks went there, and we all stayed at Mr. Green's, drinking until late. Some distance from thence, she said she had given a handkerchief to a British soldier that had some words in anger with me, Buchanan, upon which Brooks went back on the horse, and she and I went home. Brooks missed his road on his return, but got to the house some time after us, but he did not get the handkerchief, as the soldier would not deliver it until he saw Mrs. Spooner. Buchanan and Brooks stayed that night in the barn, In the morning went to Gilbert's Tavern and stayed there some time, and on coming out from his house, we saw Cummings approaching on one of Mr. Spooner's horses. He told us his master was gone to the tavern, and that his mistress desired we would come there, which we did and had supper. We went to the barn that night, and in the morning she sent us word that her husband was gone abroad into the country to get some oats. The boy Parker had proposed to Brooks if he would come and meet Mr. Spooner and himself on their return. The said Parker said he would help to take Mr. Spooner's life. We went over from the barn to the house and found he was gone, and stayed there all day and lived on the best the house afforded of meat and drink. Mr. Spooner came home in the dusk of the evening, so that we had like to have been seen, but we heard him come with the sleigh to the door, and Brooks ran into the cellar, and I went and stood on the back stairs until he went into the sitting room. We then came out and went to the barn. There stayed all next day, and at night when Mr. Spooner was in bed, we were sent for to the house and received supper and some liquor to encourage another plan, which Cummings and Parker, who had for this time escaped punishment, proposed to poor Brooks, which was, they all three to go upstairs, and Brooks to take his life from him, for which he was to receive $1,000, Mr. Spooner's watch, buckles, and as much cloth as would make a suit of clothes. But Brooks' heart failed him, and Mrs. Spooner said she did not think he was so faint-hearted. Had this been done, he was to be put into the well, as he was taken out of bed. Well, she observed it would be thought he had fallen in while drawing water in the night. Next day we had breakfast brought us by Cummings. He informed us there was another plan formed by her, which was as follows. Either Cummings or Parker were to tell Mr. Spooner one of the horses was sick, and, as he came to the barn, to kill him, and put him amongst the horse's feet, to make people believe, when he was found, that the horses killed him. But Brooks told Parker not to tell him, but to make her believe he would not go over. The boy conducted accordingly. We stayed all that day and night. The next day being Sunday, we stayed there. She came over at night. We told her we should go away the next morning. She desired we would not, but we would not stay. We set out to go to Springfield. As we went through Weston on that road, we engaged to work with one Mr. Marks, a smith. I, Buchanan, worked there 2 days, but as he had no files fit for the branch of trade Brooks followed, we proposed to go to Worcester to get home, which was agreed to. We set off on Wednesday about noon, and in going by Mr. Spooner's, we called and told her where we were going. She said she would follow us down the next day, as she wanted to see her sister, saying she was glad we had got work so near, and further added that she had got 2 notes, one of £20, lawful, and another of $300, which she would endeavor to get changed, and let me, Buchanan, have $100 to purchase anything I might want. We stayed in the barn till morning, and then set out for Worcester, and she followed us the same day and called at Mrs. Walker's for us, according to agreement. She came in and stayed some time, and gave me, Buchanan, a note, as much cloth as made a shirt, and $6 or $7, observing that they came from one MacDonald, an acquaintance of hers. She then went to see her sister and desired us to stay till she came back, which we did. She returned on Friday morning about 10 o'clock and stayed till night. She told me, Buchanan, at parting, that she had no more paper money but what she had given me, but begged I would procure her some poison to give Mr. Spooner. I accordingly that day got 1 drachm of calomel and made it into 20 papers. I desired her to give 1 in the morning. She told me she never gave him any. She went to her sister's late that night and called on us in the morning, about 10 o'clock. I went to the door. She would not come in, but desired me to come up to Mr. Nasro's shop, and she would get files for us, as we had not money sufficient to get what we wanted. She asked me when we would come through Brookfield. I told her if she would sit up, we would call on Monday night at 11 o'clock. She said she would. I parted with her and sent Brooks up to the shop. but as he came in sight he saw her right from the door, and therefore did not go there. We stayed at Walker's until Sunday afternoon and then left Worcester, and about 8 o'clock at night got to Mr. Spooner's. We saw Mrs. Stratton at the well. Buchanan spoke to her. She told me there was company in the house, but she would let Mrs. Spooner know we were there. Mrs. Spooner came out and told us that one Mr. Ross was in the house, who had a brace of pistols loaded, and that he had promised her he would kill Mr. Spooner as he came home from the tavern. She desired us to come in, which we did. He showed us a pistol and said Mr. Spooner should die by that tonight. Either Brooks or Buchanan said it would alarm the neighbors. Brooks said if Ross would help him, he would knock him down. Accordingly, it was agreed upon, and there was a lookout kept at the sitting-room door for his coming. In the meantime, there was some supper brought by Mrs. Stratton to us. We had flipped before, and there was some rum brought, which we drank, each of us by turns giving a lookout. We are certain Mrs. Stratton could not but know what was going forward, that we leave the public to judge of. Mr. Spooner was at length seen coming, and then was the time for the devil to show his power over them who had forsaken God. William Brooks went out and stood within the small gate leading into the kitchen, and as Mr. Spooner came past him, he knocked him down with his hand. He strove to speak one down. Brooks took him by the throat and partly strangled him. Ross and Buchanan came out. Ross took Mr. Spooner's watch out and gave it to Buchanan. Brooks and Ross took him up and put him into the wellhead first. Before they carried him away, I, Buchanan, pulled off his shoes. I was instantly struck with horror of conscience, as well I might. I went into the house and met Mrs. Spooner in the sitting-room. She seemed vastly confused. She immediately went up and brought the money which was in the box. She, not having the key, desired me to break it open, which I did. At the same time, Brooks and Ross came in. She gave 2 notes of $400 each to Ross to change and give the money to Brooks. But there was found some paper money which Brooks received, $243, and the notes were returned. At the same time, she gave Ross 4 notes, each of them £10, to purchase camlet for a riding dress. Ross gave Brooks his waistcoat, breeches, and a shirt. She went and brought Ross a waistcoat, breeches, and shirt of Mr. Spooner's. When they were shifted, she asked me when she should see me again. I told her in 14 days, but it pleased God to order it sooner, and in a dreadful situation. Had we all been immediately struck dead after the perpetration of so horrid a murder, and sent to hell, God would have been justified, and we justly condemned. About 11 o'clock at night we sent off for Worcester. About 4 o'clock in the morning we reached Mrs. Walker's house. Mary Walker and a Negro girl were within. We told them a parcel of lies to excuse our sudden return. In the morning we went to drinking, to endeavor to drown the thoughts of the horrid action we had been guilty of. We stayed there all day, with a view to go off at night. But it pleased God to order it otherwise, for Brooks, being in liquor, went down to Mr. Brown's tavern, there showing Mr. Spooner's watch, and the people seeing him have silver buckles, became suspicious of him, and one Ensign Clark going to Mrs. Walker's, and seeing what passed there, gave information concerning us. The news of the murder had now reached town, and we were all taken and brought before the committee and examined and committed to jail. On the 24th of April last, we were brought to trial before the Superior Court, found guilty, and received the sentence of death. Petitions from the parents of Ross, who were respectable old people of the state, and who had given 5 sons to the cause of the country, and the plea of Mrs. Spooner that she was ancienne, caused the governor's council to grant a respite of 4 weeks, and a jury of matrons was summoned by the sheriff to pass upon Mrs. Spooner's plea. They returned a verdict that she was not with child, but the prisoner maintained that the jury was mistaken, and 3 of the jury now stated they believed they were mistaken in their verdict, but others of the jury, holding to the contrary, the counsel refused all further delay. Footnote. The effect of this plea is that a jury of women, called a jury of matrons, is summoned, and if they find it to be true, the execution must be put off until the woman's confinement. The plea has been rarely made. It was set up by Catherine Webster, convicted of murder at the Old Bailey, London, in 1879, when all the lawyers admitted they had never heard the plea before, and the judge, in summing up to the matrons, who had been selected from the spectators in the gallery, said, "This is a very unusual inquiry, ladies of the jury, and it has never happened to me before." They found against the prisoner. C9 Central Law Journal 94. In December 1913, Ada Williams was convicted at the Central Criminal Court at London of the murder of her child and sentenced to be hanged. She pleaded pregnancy. The matrons found in her favor, and the judge suspended the sentence. This is the only instance in London since the Webster case. See London Times, December 19, 1913. End of footnote. It has seldom been heard in the United States. In South Carolina in 1791, it was set up and the jury of matrons found it was false, and the woman was hanged. State v. Arden, 1 Bay 478. In a larceny case in Arkansas in 1848, the plea was disallowed when the benefit was sought to save a female from the penitentiary. Holman v. State, 13 Arkansas, 105. The papers in this curious common law proceeding are reported by Mr. Chandler in an appendix to the report of the trial. They are 1. The writ Devantra inspensiendo. 2. The return of the sheriff. 3. The second opinion. 1. The government and people of the Massachusetts Bay in New England. To the Sheriff of Worcester, greetings. Whereas Bathsheba Spooner, late wife of Joshua Spooner of Brookfield, in the said county of Worcester, stands attainted in due form of law before the Superior Court of Judicature, etc., held at Worcester, within and for the county of Worcester, on the 3rd Tuesday of April, being accessory before the fact to the murder of said Joshua Spooner, for which he has received sentence of death, and a warrant is issued in due form of law, to have the same sentences duly executed on the 4th day of June next. And whereas it has been represented to us in counsel that the said Bathsheba Spooner, that she is quick with child, and we being desirous of knowing the truth of said representation, do command you therefore that taking with you 2 men, midwives, and 12 discreet lawful matrons of your community, to be duly sworn, you in your proper person, come to the said Bathsheba Spooner, and cause her diligently to be searched by the said matrons in the presence of the said men midwives, by the breast and belly, and certify the truth whether she be quick with child or not, and if she be quick with child, how long she had been so. Under your seal and the seals of the said men midwives, unto the Secretary's office of Massachusetts Bay aforesaid, at or before the said 25th day of June next, together with the names of the matrons by whom you shall cause the said search and inspection to be made, hereof fail not, and make true return of the writ with your doings hereon. Witness, the major part of the Council of Massachusetts Bay in New England at Boston, this 28th day of May, A.D. 1778, by their Honor's order, John Avery, D.Y. Secretary. 2. Worcester Sessions. In strict compliance with the within directions and warrant, I have summoned 2 men midwives and 12 lawful matrons, and caused the said matrons to be under oath, and in my proper person, with the said men midwives and matrons attended on the said Bathsheba Spooner. They have made searches as required in the within writ. The verdict of the above matrons is, that the said Bathsheba Spooner is not quick with child. Given under our hand and seal, this 11th day of June, A.D. 1778. William Greenleaf, Sheriff, seal. Joshua Wilder, Midwife, seal. Elijah Dix, midwife, seal. A list of matrons: Elizabeth Rice, Hannah Perry, Christian Walker, Margaret Brown, Lydia Ball, Mary Stearns, Mary Todman, Sir Bulch Stowell, Isabel Quigley, Mary Bridge, Hannah Brooks, Sarah Jones. Endorsed. Warrant for the examining of Bathsheba Spooner, respecting her being quick with child, with return of the sheriff of the county of Worcester thereon, also enclosing her petition not granted, June 23, 1778. 3. Worcester, June 27, 1778. To the Honorable Board of Councilors for the State of Massachusetts Bay. May it please your honors, we, the subscribers, have examined the body of Mrs. Bathsheba Spooner, by her desire, to find whether she is quick with child or not, and although it was our and the jury of matrons' opinion on the examination of ye 11th instant, that she was not quick with child at that time, yet upon this further examination, we would inform your honors that we must give it as our opinion that we have reason to think she is now quick with child. John Green, Joshua Wilder, Elijah Dix, midwives. Hannah Moore, woman midwife. Worcester, June 27, 1778. To the Honorable Board of Councilors for the State of Massachusetts Bay. Whereas we, the subscribers' matrons, on the examination of Mrs. Bathsheba Spooner, on ye 11th instant, did give it as our opinion and oath that she was not quick with child at that time, and began at this day on her request examined her present circumstances, and give it as our opinion that she is not even now quick with child. Elizabeth Rice, Molly Tatman. The execution. On the morning of the 2nd of July, 1778, the town of Worcester was filled by an immense throng of people, many of whom had come a great distance to witness the execution of these criminals. The intense excitement of the crowd without was in striking contrast with the apparent calmness of the woman who was to suffer an ignominious death. Mrs. Spooner appeared more quiet than usual on this day, but she seemed more humble and penitent, and expressed her faith in the Saviour of the world, and her dependence upon him. A few moments before she left the cell she was baptized, according to the custom of that day. A sermon was preached in the presence of the prisoners before the execution by Reverend Thaddeus Picardi, from Deuteronomy 19:13. Thine eye shall not pity him, but thou shalt put away the guilt of innocent blood from Israel, that it may go well with thee. Mrs. Spooner, through great bodily infirmity, was not able to attend. It was about 2:30 of the clock in the afternoon, when the 4 prisoners were brought out of prison and conducted to the place of execution under a guard of 100 men. The 3 soldiers went on foot. Mrs. Spooner was carried in a chaise, being then, as she had been for several days, exceedingly feeble. The procession was regular and solemn. Just before it reached the place of execution, one of the most terrific thunderstorms that had occurred within the memory of the oldest inhabitant darkened the heavens. There followed an awful half-hour, the loud shouts of the officers, amidst a crowd of 5,000 people, to make way, the horses pressing upon those in front, the shrieks of women in the confusion and tumult, the malefactors slowly advancing to the fatal tree, preceded by the dismal coffins, the fierce coruscations of lightning athwart the darkened horizon, quickly followed by loud peals of thunder, conspired together and produced a dreadful scene of horror. It seemed as if the author of nature had added such terrors to the punishment of the criminals as might soften the hardest hearts of the most obdurate and abandoned. At length, the place of execution having been reached, Ross, Buchanan, and Brooks ascended the stage, when the death warrant was read to them. Footnote: of the 3 men, Ross seems to have been the best educated and the least hardened, and altogether the most interesting character. The inducements to the crime on the part of Buchanan and Brooks were principally the promise of a pecuniary compensation. They deliberately and in cold blood planned the murder of one who was an entire stranger to them, and from whose death they could only hope for gold as a reward. Moreover, they had arrived at years of maturity. Buchanan, who was a Scotchman and had been a sergeant in Burgoyne's army, was 30 years old and a man of decent education and good appearance. Brooks, an Englishman, had been a private in the same army and was 27 years old. On the other hand, Ross was a mere boy. He was of respectable parentage and had been well educated. He was also prepossessing in his personal appearance, and having been cast upon the hospitality of Mrs. Spooner under peculiar circumstances, he received many acts of kindness from Mrs. Spooner, between whom and himself there grew up an improper but very warm attachment. Chandler, Volume 2, page 43. End of footnote. The former made an audible prayer, and other two were engaged in private devotions till they were turned off. Mrs. Spooner was suffered to remain in the chaise in which she had been conveyed until the last moment. She was seen to frequently bow gracefully to many of the spectators with whom she had been acquainted. When called to ascend the stage, with a gentle smile, she stepped out of the carriage and crept up the ladder on her hands and knees. When the faces of the malefactors were covered, and all was ready, Mrs. Spooner acknowledged for the first time that her punishment was just. She took the sheriff by the hand and said, "My dear sir, I am ready. In a little time I expect to be in bliss, and but a few years must elapse when I hope I shall see you and my friends again." Footnote. The following advertisements in the Worcester Spy of that period give an idea of the excitement on the subject. The selectmen of the town of Worcester, taking in consideration the large concourse of people that will probably attend at the execution of the unhappy persons under sentence of death here, as also that there are several hospitals in this county for the reception of persons having the smallpox, do, in behalf of the public, caution and request all physicians and nurses concerned in such hospitals, and persons having lately had the smallpox, not to appear in the assembly of spectators unless sufficiently cleansed. Otherwise their attendance may prove fatal to many, and render the execution which is intended for the warning and benefit of all a public detriment. By order of the Selectmen, William Stearns, Town Clerk. Worcester, June 24, 1778. Worcester, July 2nd, 1778. This day was published, price 2 shillings, the dying declaration of James Buchanan, William Brooks, Ezra Ross, who are to be executed this day for the murder of Mr. Joshua Spooner, late of Brookfield. Also this day published a poem on James Buchanan, Ezra Ross, and William Brooks, who are to be executed at Worcester this day, being Thursday, July 2nd, together with Bathsheba Spooner, for the barbarous murder of her husband, Mr. Joshua Spooner, late of Brookfield, sold at the printing office in Worcester, and by I. Thomas, in Londonderry. End of footnote. End of section 19.
Section 20 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 2, by John D. Lawson. Trial of Tunis Van Pelt for bigamy, New York City, 1816. The Narrative. A man married a woman, lived with her for several years, and then enlisted in the war between the United States and England in 1812. After his discharge, he found that his wife had married again, and thinking he was free, he married another woman, who was also his niece. But the law said this was bigamy. But because he seemed to have acted in good faith, the judge suspended his sentence, and he was afterwards pardoned by the governor. The Trial. In the Court of General Sessions, New York City, September 1816. Jacob Radcliffe, Mayor. George Buckmaster, Arthur Burtis, Aldermen. September 4th. The prisoner was indicted during the last term under the statute 1 volume NRL, page 113, for that on the 20th of June, 1801, he married Margaret Day, and afterwards, to wit, on the 15th of March, 1816, married Eliza Kelly, the said Margaret being then alive, the said prisoner well knowing the same, contrary to the form of the statute. The statute says that if any person or persons, being married, or who hereafter shall marry, do at any time marry any person or persons, the former husband or wife being alive, then every such offence shall be felony. In a subsequent clause it is stated that this act shall not extend to any person or persons whose husband or wife shall be continually remaining without the United States 5 years, or shall have absented himself or herself, the one from the other for 5 years together, the one of them not knowing the other to be living during that time. The act does not extend to those who are legally divorced. John Rodman, District Attorney, and Mr. Hamilton for the people, Dr. Graham, Mr. Van Hook, and Mr. Price for the prisoner. The evidence. It was proved that the prisoner was married to Margaret Day 16 or 18 years before by a clergyman in New York City, that they lived together as man and wife for a number of years and had 4 or 5 children. During the War of 1812 with England, the prisoner entered the army, and on his return found his wife married to another man. She resides in Manhattanville, about 8 miles from New York. Eliza Kelly. I am 25 years of age, and am the niece of the prisoner. We were married in the middle of March last. Dr. Graham. When you married Van Pelt, did you know he was married? No. Did you ask him? I asked him nothing, and knew nothing about it. When I was very young I knew him, and heard that he had been married, but did not know he was married then. He teased me to marry him, but I was soon sorry for what I did, because I thought I had no right to marry my uncle. Bridget Smith. The prisoner is my brother, and boarded at my house. Eliza Kelly came there frequently. She was well apprised that the former wife was living, having been informed of the fact by me. His children came frequently from Manhattanville, and Eliza knew them. The prisoner never went to see Eliza, and the match was made up in about a month. Eliza was as anxious to get married as the prisoner, because she wanted a home and expected his bounty and land from the United States would afford a maintenance which, it appeared, never came into his hands. Dr. Graham, to the jury, in marrying the second woman, he had no felonious intention. He thought it no harm to marry another, for his wife had done the same during his absence. I therefore strongly urge to the jury that although his offence comes within the strict letter of the statute, it does not come within its spirit and meaning. The Mayor, to the jury, whatever may be the circumstances of mitigation in this case, the testimony is strong and conclusive against the prisoner. He married Eliza Kelly, knowing that his former wife was living. This offence is denominated in the statute bigamy, an offence of a very serious nature, calculated perhaps more than any other to impair the social relations in society and to sap and destroy public morals. From the testimony, it appears that at the time of this latter marriage, Eliza Kelly also knew the former wife to be living. Eliza Kelly was, therefore, equally guilty of this offence in a moral point of view, but this furnished no justification or excuse for the prisoner. In this case, it must be allowed, there are strong circumstances of mitigation, but the statute on which this prosecution is founded is plain and without ambiguity, and it is difficult to comprehend the distinction attempted to be drawn between its letter and spirit by the prisoner's counsel. Shall the jury, therefore, believe that the prisoner did marry Eliza Kelly, knowing his former wife to be then living, it is their duty to find him guilty. It is highly important and ought to be known and understood in the community that an offence of this description cannot be committed without receiving the penalties of the statute. The jury returned a verdict of guilty. Sentence was suspended, and a pardon was subsequently granted by the Governor of New York. End of section 20, read by Inkel.
Section 21 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Nathaniel Giles, Jr. for embezzlement, St. Louis, Missouri, Part 1. The narrative. Nathaniel Giles was for many years first teller of the State Bank of Missouri at St. Louis, enjoying the entire confidence of the bank directors. was a class leader in the Methodist Church and stood high in the community as a man of enterprise and integrity. From time to time, large sums of money were missed from the bank, and after the most laborious examination, suspicion fell on Childs, and he was indicted and tried for embezzlement. It was almost impossible to induce the community to give credence to the charge, more especially as the evidence against him was entirely circumstantial. The fact that he had access to the vaults of the bank and lived and entertained far beyond his salary were about the only circumstances that were at first developed, and starting with them, the prosecution went to work and in time presented such a strong combination of circumstances as to leave but little room for any doubt as to his guilt. But his church and friends, unwilling to believe that one who had been an expounder of the gospel and whose character before had never been subjected to any suspicion would be guilty of so grave an offense, rallied to his support. The witnesses at the trial included most of the men prominent in business and commercial circles, and whose names are still preserved to the present generation in the names of the streets and squares of the great city they helped to build. And on both sides of the case were the most eminent lawyers of the day. So by the influence of his church, the aid of his great defenders, and a divided public opinion, an acquittal was secured. But Childs was several years afterwards convicted of a similar offense, and served a term of years in the penitentiary. Footnote: Bay, Bench and Bar of Missouri, 300. End of footnote. The trial. Footnote: Bibliography. Trial of Nathaniel Childs, Jr. in the Criminal Court of St. Louis County on an indictment charging him with the embezzlement of money belonging to the Bank of the State of Missouri. November term, 1849. St. Louis. Printed by Chambers and Knapp, 1850. End of footnote. In the St. Louis Criminal Court, November 1849, Honorable James B. Colt, Judge. Footnote: Colt, James B., born Hartford, Connecticut, 1818, was in ill health in his youth and lived for some years at Savannah, Georgia, and at New Orleans. Returned to Hartford in 1836 and began the study of law. Was admitted to the bar in 1840, and in the same year removed to St. Louis. Elected judge of the Criminal Court 1846, first by the legislature, and at the expiration of his term by the people. He returned to Connecticut at the close of his term and died there. See Trial of John C. Colt, 1 American State Trial, 435. End of footnote. November 4th. The case was called for trial today. Mr. Lackland, prosecuting attorney, and Messrs. Ryland, Kirtley, Geyer, Williams, Leslie, and Haight for the state. Footnote: Lackland, James Ransom, 1820 to 1875, born Rockville, Maryland, moved to Missouri 1828, educated at Marion College, admitted to bar 1846, Judge Criminal Court, St. Louis 1853 to 1859, was from then to his death a leading practitioner. The marked ability displayed by Mr. Lackland in the Childs case, he had then been only 3 years at the bar, gave him a widespread reputation. Bay, Bench and Bar of Missouri, 300. Ryland, John Ferguson, 1797 to 1873, born King and Queen County, Virginia, went to Kentucky, where he was admitted to the bar, but did not practice until he settled in Missouri in 1819. Circuit Judge 1830 to 1848. Supreme Court Judge 1849 to 1857. Practiced law 1857 to 1873. Member State Legislature 1866. Geyer, Henry S., 1798 to 1859. Born Frederick County, Maryland. Volunteer, War of 1812. Member of Missouri Constitutional Convention and State Legislature, and was elected Speaker. Author, Digest Missouri Laws. 1825. Was a leading counsel in the Dred Scott case. elected to United States Senate 1851. If called upon to decide who in our judgment was the greatest lawyer at the Missouri bar, we should unhesitatingly say Henry S. Geyer. Not that he was the superior of Gamble, Leonard, or Field in his knowledge of the law relating to real estates, not that he was the equal of Josiah Spaulding as a commercial lawyer, nor the equal of Edward Bates in impassioned eloquence. Yet taking everything into consideration, he was the superior of all. Bay, Bench and Bar of Missouri, page 148. Williams, Willis L., 1807 to 1857. Born Williamsboro, North Carolina, graduated Amherst College, studied law in Washington, D.C., removed to St. Louis, 1842, member state legislature, 1844, city councilor, St. Louis, 1856. Leslie Myron, born Bennington, Vermont, studied law there, and removed to Illinois in 1834 and to St. Louis in 1838. Circuit Attorney 1843, State Senator 1845, Delegate, Constitutional Convention, Missouri, 1845, died 1854. End of footnote. Messrs. Bates, Polk, Wright, Field, and Blennerhassett for the prisoner. Footnote. Bates, Edward, 1793 to 1869, born Belmont, Virginia. Removed to Missouri 1814, his brother being then Secretary of the Territory and afterwards Governor. Delegate State Constitutional Convention 1820. Member Legislature 1822. U.S. District Attorney 1824. Member of Congress 1827. State Senator 1830. Judge St. Louis Land Court 1853. LL.D. Honorary. Harvard 1858. Attorney General of the United States 1861 to 1863. His fame and memory are perpetuated by a statue in Forest Park, St. Louis. Polk Trustin, 1811 to 1876, born Delaware, graduated Yale, settled in St. Louis 1835, city councilor St. Louis 1843, governor of Missouri 1856, elected United States Senator 1857, but expelled from the Senate at the beginning of the Civil War for disloyalty. Wright Uriel, 1805 to 1869, born Madison, C.H., Virginia, admitted to West Point, left there before graduating to study for the bar and practiced for 4 years in Virginia before removing to Missouri in 1823. Member State Legislature for Macon County 1836, became resident of St. Louis in 1837, Member State Convention 1861, entered the Confederate Army 1861 and became major. At close of the war, settled at Winchester, Virginia, where he practiced law until his death. There was scarcely a case of homicide or any other important criminal prosecution in which his services were not employed, and his success far exceeded that of any other criminal lawyer. Many hardened criminals who richly deserved the halter escaped through the powerful appeals of Major Wright. Bay, Bench and Bar, Missouri, 501. Field, Roswell Martin, 1807 to 1852, born Newfane, Vermont, graduated Middleborough College, studied law in his native state and practiced there from 1825 for 14 years, and was a member of the legislature and state's attorney. Removed to St. Louis in 1839, had an exceptional matrimonial experience in 1832, which is reported in 13 Vermont 460. Was counsel in the Dred Scott case, was father of Eugene Field, the poet. Blennerhassett, Richard S., 1811 to 1857, born Ireland, married in 1831, a granddaughter of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and the same year emigrated to America. Landed at Quebec and taught school for a time at Hamilton, Ontario. Removed to Attica, New York, studied law and was admitted to the bar. Removed to St. Louis in 1841 and practiced there for the rest of his life. was city councilor of St. Louis, 1848 to 1850. Mr. Blennerhassett, as a criminal lawyer, has never been excelled at the bar. Bay, Benjamin Bar of Missouri, 68. End of footnote. November 5th. Mr. Lackland for the state announced his readiness to proceed with the case. When the marshal called the special venire, 37. Of these, 15 proved themselves disqualified and were excused by the court. 7 were challenged by defendant and 3 challenged by the prosecution. The jury selected were Samuel Johnson, Moses Taylor, J. H. Bernard, A. F. W. Webb, H. D. Hart, Louis Bauman, Abram Keller, James Melender, Walter H. Chapman, William Crane, David Keller, and John Barnhurst. Mr. Haight, for the prosecution, said before proceeding with the case it became necessary for him to state to the jury the law and facts which he was expected to produce. They were already apprised that the indictment they were called to try was against Nathaniel Childs, Jr., charging him with embezzlement. The indictment he held in his hand charges that defendant, while an officer or servant of the Bank of Missouri, and while performing the services of such officer, had entrusted to him large sums of money, a portion of which he embezzled and appropriated to his own use, so that the corporation of the Bank of Missouri was defrauded. The difference between the crimes of embezzlement and larceny was very slight in a moral aspect. Still, there was a marked and clear difference in the crimes. This difference, as well as the punishment provided by statute under the general law and the charter of the bank, were explained at some length. It would appear in evidence that very soon after the Bank of Missouri was incorporated, the defendant was appointed specie teller and continued to discharge this duty to a period not long before the discovery of this loss. Defendant's connection with the bank terminated about the 30th of June or the 1st of May last. During the time he was so employed as specie teller, he was also paying teller, and in that capacity not only had charge of all specie in the bank, but also paid all the checks that were presented. Another person employed, who was receiving teller, received all paper money paid into the bank. The duty of the defendant then was to receive and pay out all the specie, and also to pay checks and other demands presented at the counter in notes, if coin was not required. The fact of defendant's being there in that capacity, subjecting him to the charge of this offense, will not probably be controverted. The evidence which they should introduce to establish the guilt of defendant was, in a great measure, circumstantial, though of a character affording strong and irresistible presumption of guilt. He made this remark at present, not for the purpose of discussing in any degree the weight of that kind of evidence, but that their attention might be closely directed to the examination of witnesses, that they might carry in their minds, as the trial progressed, all facts and circumstances which may be detailed. In relation to the evidence they proposed to introduce, he would endeavor to give a general outline, deeming it due to the accused party, in order that, if any explanations are needed, he may have an opportunity to make them. With regard to the main circumstances, whether the money was there at all, and how the business of the bank was conducted, it was not necessary to give the defendant any information. He understands that better than we do. In August last, after defendant left the bank, and after his successor had been appointed and was in the discharge of his duty, a call was made upon the bank for coin, and before going farther, he would tell the jury how the funds or coin of the bank was kept. The banking house, where the business is conducted, is in one room, adjoining in the cashier's room, used by him and for the meeting of the directors. The vault was downstairs under this banking room. To get to the vault, you must pass this room and go down the stairs. At the period of this loss, large amounts of money were kept in the vault. In February or March, preceding, it was counted by the directors, when there was nearly 2 millions of coin, all of which, except such as was in daily use, was kept in this vault. There is also in this vault 2 chests in which is kept gold, put up in bags for ready use. At the bank was received a great deal of gold of the coinage of Europe and South American states, differing in its nominal value, some of which it was more profitable to keep on hand and have recoined, and others more profitable to pay out. This being the state of things in August last, a call was made for coin, first by E.W. Clark for $50,000, and then by Page and Bacon for $40,000, which was directed to be paid in sovereigns. The chest that was in the vault containing the ready coin being locked, and one of the directors having the key, the cashier was directed to pay the draft of Page and Bacon from the gold which had been put up in boxes and counted in February or March last. The porter of the bank not being present at the time, Mr. Hirschberg went down into the vault and got a box from the pile. Not wishing to remove them all, he took one of the top boxes, which was numbered 30. This box should have contained 4 bags of sovereigns, every bag marked with the amount and kind of money it contained, as well as the director's name who counted it. On opening this box, it was discovered that one of the bags was gone. Instead of containing 4 bags of sovereigns, with $4,850 in each, it only had 3 bags containing that amount. This box purported to be counted by Mr. Walsh, who was sent for. He could give no explanation. It was thought to be barely possible that a bag, by some means or other, had got into another box. The result was the other boxes were opened, when it was discovered that $120,000 had been taken from them, or at least that amount was missing, according to the marks of the February count. Other money which was so missing, over $100,000, was of one peculiar kind of coin, viz., 10 thaler pieces. These pieces had been put up in bags, each bag containing 1,000 pieces, or $8,750. Of course, as was very proper when the loss was discovered, the defendant was sent for and came to the bank. Neither he nor anyone else could give an explanation. As to the amount of money on hand, there could be no difference of opinion, as the amount was kept by defendant himself, who must necessarily have kept the cash book. His statements will show the amount of coin on hand at all the various periods which may be involved in this enquiry. Well, the defendant was sent for. The person to explain the matter was the person who had charge of it. No explanation could be made. The next thing was to charge defendant, at some period while he had charge of the money, of abstracting the amount missing. Mr. Wright moved the exclusion of all witnesses from the courtroom during the statement and examination. An order was made by the court to take that effect. Mr. Hughes, the president of the bank, and Mr. Polk, counsel for defendant, and Mr. Ellison being exempted from the effect of the order. Mr. Haight, resuming, proceeded to call the attention of the jury to the counting of the coin. It so happened that the missing money was of a peculiar description. The counting, which took place in February, ended in March. It was an actual counting. It so appeared, all the money being on hand at that time. The counting commenced about the 15th of February and continued 3 or 4 consecutive days. After that, the counting was only made every other day, at the suggestion of defendant, who stated he had not time to attend to the arranging of the money and his business at the counter, if it was counted daily. Going on in that way, excluding Sundays and regular discount days, they were engaged 9 or 10 days in actual counting. As the gold was counted, it was put up in bags, the person counting it placing his name on each bag. These bags were sealed and placed in a box, which was also sealed. This gold was not for ordinary use, and not to be used unless some great exigency of the bank called for it. The boxes in which the coin was placed were numbered, beginning with 1 and ending with 37. The boxes from which bags were missing were numbered 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 11, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 30, and 37. When the counting took place, these boxes were placed in the vault in piles, beginning number 1 at the bottom and going up to 10 in each pile, then 11 at the top of the next pile, going down to 20, and so on along the side of the vault. It will appear to the jury that during the counting, so far as bringing the gold up to the director's room and returning it to the vault was concerned, it was done under the direction of defendant. He will also appear from the testimony of various persons employed in the bank, so far as a negative can be proven, that this gold could not have been taken out of these boxes, except by those who had access to the vault. We expect to give testimony to show that even such persons could not have taken the amount of coin here missing at any period after the counting and up to the time of discovery. These large bags of gold could hardly have been taken out, if taken at all, 1, 2, or 3 times without calling in such aid as must have caused detection. If he understood the manner in which the counting of coin had previously been made, it was by weight. Say the gold in chests on the first day, the silver next, and then the loose gold upon the shelves would be counted, and so on. The person having the keys, if so disposed, has an opportunity of so changing the coin from the chest to the shelves during the counting as to hide or make up an actual deficiency. They would show that not only one person in the bank had any special charge of the cash, and that was the teller. It was for him to show that his accounts corresponded with the cash on hand. Some slight circumstances tended to show that this money was used by a person who had an interest in covering up some defalcation, some use of money on various occasions. During the counting, the person having charge of the bags and boxes could easily take a bag containing 1,000 thalers, and by placing them in different bags and boxes, have the same money counted different times and carried to the general account. None could have such an object except the teller. If the money was not taken away after it was counted, by what hocus pocus was the correct amount represented to be in the vault. They would then show the jury that defendant was frequently absent from the counter of the bank, down in the vault for hours at a time, and on more than one occasion, down in the vault alone of evenings, that during the period of counting, defendant obtained some old specie bags, although a number of new bags were in the vault out of use, etc. That during the counting, a bag of these thalers was sent up, counted and returned to him, and another bag sent up. They would show that at the time the defendant went into the bank, his salary was $1,000, and that $1,200 a year was the most he ever received, that his style and manner of living was extravagant, that some of the board of directors called upon him for a statement of his affairs, which statement was made and left with the cashier of the bank, that some time after defendant borrowed this statement from the cashier in order to make a copy for his own use, and had refused to return it. According to that statement, defendant made himself worth about $8,000, his property consisting, with small exceptions, of the house and lot where he lived, that the bylaws of the bank forbid its officers engaging in speculation or other business, that at the present time he is possessed of a much larger amount, and has more than $8,000 or $10,000 ready means besides his house and lot, and by his own declaration he has offered to furnish $8,000 to $10,000 capital to go into business. They would show that great confidence was reposed in defendant about the bank, and as somebody must have taken the money, his opportunities were the best. We hope that defendant may be able to acquit himself of the accusation, and that the guilty person may be found out by the examination. November 7th. Witnesses for the prosecution. H. Jurors. Am cashier of the Bank of Missouri, and have been since the institution was incorporated, in May 1837. Defendant, about the same time, was elected specie teller, and has so continued up to the 30th of April last, at which time he resigned. My duty as cashier, under the direction of the board of directors, was a general superintendence of all the affairs of the institution. The duty of defendant was to receive all specie paid in bank. He was also specie paying teller, and paid out the coin at the bank upon demand being made for it. Since 1842, I have been in the habit of receiving from the receiving teller, in the morning of each day, a certain portion of paper money, in case that if checks were presented by a party who did not want coin, it could be paid in paper. The receiving teller is the principal teller at the bank. His business was to receive all payments in bank, excepting coin, which was received by the specie teller. Sometimes he received small portions of coin, say in sums less than $10. The paying teller kept small books, in which he made entry of the coin received and paid for by him. Weekly statements were always made up of the general condition of the bank, except when sickness occurred to prevent it. This was seldom. The statement of the amount of coin on hand was made from data furnished by the specie teller to the teller. During the first portion of the period spoken of, Mr. Grubb was receiving teller. About July 1837 he died. After his death, H.L. Clark was elected, and has been receiving teller ever since. Mr. William Hirschberg succeeded Mr. Childs and is now specie teller. Mr. Childs was absent from the bank on 2 or 3 occasions previous to the time he handed in his resignation. Once sent on East, and on one occasion at Palmyra attending to some religious duties. Weekly statements were made up from his data. There never was any examination of the data he furnished the bookkeeper. They were none other than semi-annual examinations by the board, until in the months of February and March last. There was no examination of this data by the clerk, when the cash balance was furnished by him to the board. I never attended the counts. They were attended by Childs, as the person in possession of the coin. From my own knowledge, I am not able to state the detail of the examinations made by the directors. I had seen them operating, sometimes counting and sometimes weighing. In regard to the examination of the legislative committee, it was under the whole superintendence of Mr. Childs. I had nothing to do with it. On Friday the 10th of August last, in the forenoon of that day, application was made by the specie teller to me, stating that a check had been presented from Clark and Brothers for $50,000 in coin. As usual on such occasions, the teller referred the matter to me to have instructions as to what peculiar coin it should be paid with. I told him to pay it in sovereigns. In course of the same day, application was made a second time, stating that Page and Bacon wanted $40,000 in coin. At that time, the bank opened at 9 and closed at 2. In consequence of having paid so large an amount in the morning, the teller found, when he went to count the money, that he had not as much as $40,000 of sovereigns on hand. This was owing to the chest in which the business gold was kept being locked, and Mr. Barnes having the key, he having taken charge of the key because there was a parcel of mutilated goats in it, which had been counted and registered, and were designed to be burned by the directors at some convenient period. In consequence of this, the teller found it necessary to have recourse to a quantity of coin that had been counted by the board in February and March. I am not prepared to say that I gave directions to take this particular coin. I believe there were sovereigns in the chest of which Mr. Barnes had the key. The teller selected for the purpose a box, number 30. Upon opening it, which it was discovered that a bag of sovereigns were missing, containing $4,850. I was absent from the bank at the time, and when on my return, met Mr. Hirschberger at the gate, the bank having closed. He advised me that something was wrong. We went into the bank and found that there was but 4 bags of sovereigns in the box instead of 5, which the marks on the outside called for. On the box was marked the description and the amount of coin it contained, as well as the director who counted it. This box purported to be counted by Mr. Walsh, who was immediately sent for. He immediately came up to the bank. We consulted together, and the conclusion was that we would get together all the members of the board who were engaged in the February count, and open other boxes and see if the missing bag had not slipped into some other box. In the meantime, we sent for Mr. Giles, under whose superintendence the funds were placed in the vault after they were counted. I sent for the directors and defendant. On the morning of the 11th, they came and opened 9 boxes and examined them. Out of these 9 boxes, from one of them, I think box number 37, was found missing a bag of 10 thalers containing $7,850, as purported by the marks on the box. Not finding the sovereigns, and discovering that one bag of thalers was also missing, suggested the propriety of pursuing the examination further, not knowing where it might end. As the board of directors met on that day, it was agreed by those present to defer the matter until they should have the meeting. At that meeting it was determined that the examination should progress at 3 o'clock the same day. I was instructed by the board to address Mr. Giles a note requesting his attendance at that time, which he complied with. The remainder of the boxes, 47 in number, were then brought out of the vault. Upon examination of these boxes, in the presence of defendant, we found that from 14 boxes, abstractions had been made. 13 of these boxes contained 10 thaler pieces. According to the marks upon them, each box purported to contain 2 bags, and each bag 1,000 pieces. The other box from which abstraction was made contained sovereigns, from which was missing a bag containing $6,171.62. The gross amount of thalers and sovereigns abstracted was some $120,900. The remainder of the boxes were perfect according to the marks upon them. The 57 boxes that I have spoken of contained foreign gold exclusively, as well as I can remember. These boxes were counted and put up, the counting beginning 15th of February and ending on the 2nd of March. I was in the banking house during the counting, but in no wise engaged in it. During that period, I had seen defendant going into the vault and packing the gold out, sometimes assisted by the porter. He would bring the gold to the cashier's room, occupied by the directors at that time. The number of boxes deficient I cannot state unless I make reference to a list prepared by myself, according to which abstractions were made from boxes numbers 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 30, and 37. Boxes number 11 and 30 contained sovereigns, from each of which a bag was missing, the bag from the first amounting to $6,000, and the bag from the latter amounting to $4,875. From each of the other boxes, a bag containing 10 thaler pieces was missing, 2 having been put in each box, according to the marks. The counting of February and March was done in the director's room, the coin being brought up from the vault by defendant, some in bags and some in boxes. After being counted, the bags were counted, put into a box, and the box screwed down and sealed in the presence of the committee of the board, some 4 or 5 in number. After being put up in this way, they were taken in charge by defendant and placed in the vault. Of the arrangement of the boxes in the vault, I know nothing. I never went down into the vault unless in company with some officer of the bank. The bank was not in the habit of paying out 10 thaler pieces. They were a coin designed to be kept by the bank, in order that if demand should come from the East, they would be more profitable to use there than paid out here. Never knew, except on one occasion, such coin to be paid out. A box of coin came from the sub-treasury and paid out at the rate it was received, $7.80 or $7.82, could not say which. It was paid out immediately by defendant. The coin distributed through the community and paid back to the bank at $7.85. This was reported to me by defendant. When the thalers were received in bank, they were put in bags, except a small quantity, and the bags placed in the vault in boxes, which the defendant had made. These were common boxes, or more properly chests, made to contain a great number of bags. But one of these boxes was there now. It had a common lock upon it. The other box was taken away by Mr. Charles when he resigned, he having paid for them out of his own pocket. The other gold in the vault, so far as I know, besides the 57 boxes of foreign gold, was kept in bags. Some gold received from the sub-treasury in boxes was so placed in the vaults. As I never examined these boxes, cannot say whether it was foreign gold or not. A portion of this gold in the 57 boxes may have included some of the gold received from the sub-treasury, and some received in the ordinary business. During the time Mr. Charles was at the bank, he had a set of keys to the vault and carried them. I had another set, which were never used except by defendant. It has occurred to me that his keys had been left at home. In that case, he obtained mine in order to enter the vault, which he would return at the closing of the bank. The bookkeeper that made out the general statements during the last year was A.S. Robinson. Besides the persons above stated, others were employed about the bank, viz., 2 individual bookkeepers, 1 note clerk, 1 discount clerk, a porter, and 2 watchmen. Previous to the robbery of Nisbet and Company, but 1 watchman was employed. One of the officers generally lodged in the bank, the note clerk that was, and bookkeeper that is. Mr. Corcoran now lodged in the bank, and has done so for a year past. During the cholera, when he was sick, Mr. Barry lodged in the bank for a period of 2 weeks or less. There was no access to the vault except by going through the bank room. At the time, or previous to the discovery of the loss, there was no appearance about the vault doors, indicated they had been forced. At least I heard of none. I heard of no evidence that force had been used against the doors of the bank. Prior to the 10th of August, I had not observed the situation of these boxes in the vault, since I had only been in once, seen them, without knowing their particular situation. I had been in the vault prior to that time, but only for a moment or 2. I never was in there 5 minutes at any one time, and never there unless with an officer of the bank. At the time the deficiency was discovered, I did not examine the boxes in the vault. They were brought out of the vault without my going down. When brought up, did not examine them particularly. Some of the directors did. They reported the deficiency. I cast my eye over them during their examination. The marks of the contents of some of these boxes was in the handwriting of Mr. Giles, signed by the director who made the count. I speak of the boxes generally, cannot say whether it was the case with any of those from which abstractions were made. The counting commenced Thursday, the 15th of February, and was continued on Friday and Saturday. On the Monday following, defendant remarked to me, it was too onerous for him to stand at the desk all day and prepare business for the board in the afternoon. I submitted his suggestion to the board at their meeting at 12 o'clock, when they agreed to count that afternoon, and on alternate days until the counting was completed. The counting commenced at 3 o'clock that afternoon, and on Wednesdays and Fridays following until completed. These boxes were sealed with wax and stamped with the seal having the words, Bank of the State of Missouri, upon it. This seal had been laying about the bank. Being too large for letters, it had been abandoned and a smaller one obtained. A number of days after the sealing of the boxes, it was shown about the table in the director's room, and then at the suggestion of some one of the directors that I had better take charge of the seal. I did so. I locked it up in a small drawer in my room. A common tin lock was on this drawer. Mr. Charles kept the keys of the vault until he left the bank. They were then kept by Mr. Hirschberg. Sometime during the cholera and during Mr. H's sickness, Mr. Clark, bookkeeper, took charge of them. During the time Mr. H was sick, Mr. Way acted as specie teller. After Mr. Child's resignation, he was engaged at the bank 1 or 2 weeks, in consequence of sickness and being short of hands, to perform the duties of the bank. I went to see Mr. Walsh and consulted him on the propriety of sending for Mr. Childs, knowing that he understood the duties of the desk. He was sent for, came accordingly, and remained until Mr. Clark resumed his duty, about 2 weeks. During this period, Mr. Hirschberg was in his place. The set of keys that I had to the vault were kept upstairs in my private room. No one had access to them but myself. In the vault was an iron chest used by the receiving teller, in which he kept his paper. He always carried the key, and none but himself had access to it. The receiving teller had no key to the vault. He would have to wait for the specie teller to come in and unlock the vault before he could get in. The watchmen are in front, down the alley and at the back part of the banking house. Their duty requires them to be there all night. The porters had been William Hammond, then John Boland, then Mr. Christie, and now Mr. Hefferman. Boland sent in his resignation last May. Christie succeeded him. For 9 or 10 years, Walter Burke has been watchman. Since the robbery of Nesbitt and Company, Hefferman assisted him, and since Hefferman's election as porter, a man named Henshin has been in that capacity. End of section 21. Section 22 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Nathaniel Childs, Jr. for embezzlement, St. Louis, Missouri, Part 2. Mr. Lackland. Was defendant at any time requested to make a statement of his property? If so, when and by whom? Mr. Bates objected. Did not appear to him the question had anything to do with the case. It did not appear from the opening remarks of the counsel for the state that the bank had ever asked for such a statement, nor did it appear that the bank has ever made such an examination. It may be that defendant, at some period, when they were co-laborers, had handed to witness a statement of his affairs. If that was the case, we had nothing to do with it. Mr. Haight believed he stated in his opening remarks that in February last, some 1 or 2 of the directors got into their heads that the accumulations of defendant were larger and a good deal more than they ought to be, and to gratify them, defendant was called upon for a statement of his affairs. He made it, that it was left with the cashier of the bank after being laid before the board, that some time after defendant borrowed it under pretense that he wanted to make a copy, and that afterwards he refused to give it up. They desired to show the existence of such a paper, etc. Mr. Wright contended that it was a private paper in every sense of the word, drawn from defendant by the suspicion of a man who himself got rich suddenly, and feared that others got rich by the same means. It was a hasty memorandum made by Charles of his private affairs, which was examined by the bank attorney and proved satisfactory to the board. Whether the man or not is of no importance. And then Charles resigned. Let them show it is a bank paper, and they may ask for it. He regarded this as a fishing prosecution, and in destroying that paper his client had done as he was advised, and was right. Mr. Geyer. The court must decide whether the paper is one we have a right to ask for, but should first hear what it is. The court decided the question should be answered in order to show the character of the paper. Mr. Charles. Before resignation of Mr. Charles was handed in, I did, at the request of some of the directors of the bank, speak to him of the propriety of furnishing a list of his property and accumulations while he had been in the bank, to be laid before the board. He made out a statement in his own handwriting and handed it to me, and by me it was laid before the board. It was satisfactory. It was afterwards given to me with a verbal order of the board to file the paper. Subsequently, Mr. Charles called on me and asked what had been done with the paper. I told him I had an order to file it. He remarked he had not taken a copy when it was furnished, and desired me to lend him the paper with that view, and he would return the original to me. This paper was given and never returned. When I applied for it, he positively refused to give it up. The request for him to make the statement was after the counting of the money. I am not sure whether it was before or after he left the bank that he applied for the paper. I think it was after. It was before he went east last summer. It was after his arrest that I applied for the return of the paper. Cross-examined. At the meetings, the board generally had 5 present, seldom less. There was no order at the board for this paper. Defendant borrowed the paper in May. The request to return it was in August, on the 13th. I don't know that he gave any reason for refusing to return it. I told him I understood it to be a point of honor between him and myself. He said he thought no honor was involved. About that time I was excited, and had a good deal to excite me. I made the request in as mild a manner as possible. The matter was often talked about by the directors. The paper was laid before the board and was satisfactory. I congratulated Mr. Giles upon it. The paper was filed by direction of the board. No vote of the board was had upon it. It was not marked as filed. With papers in my office, I make no difference between keeping and filing. I call all papers deposited in the bank as filed. In a second note, defendant said it was out of his power to comply with the request, and even if it were not, he was advised by his counsel not to do it. As they insist, and he concurred with them, he should not return it. Neither did he consider that any point of honor was involved in it. Thought I could get the paper whenever I wanted it, and that was the reason I did not apply for it before the explosion. When I orally applied for the paper, defendant did not tell me it was a private paper. I did not demand it. The order to file the paper was made in a cursory manner. I never act upon the say-so of any one director. If general acquiescence is expressed of any act, I do. A note was shown witness which he admitted to be written by him. It was addressed to Mr. Giles, requesting him to return the list of property loaned him, which was made to the board in April last, regarding its return as a matter of honor between him and witness. A notice signed by Mr. Ryland, counsel for state, and served upon defendant was then read. It set forth that by a request made of defendant, by order of the board of directors, a list of his property and manner of its accumulation was made. That said original paper was obtained from H. Sherrills, cashier, under a promise to return the same, which had not been done, and requiring him to produce the original report to the cashier forthwith, and to fail not. The jury presented a petition to the court, asking to be allowed to go to their house during the vacation of court. Mr. Sherrills, in speaking of the general duties of the officers of the bank, I mean such duties as are pointed out by the charter and bylaws, and such as are required. I had not the benefit of the experience of any cashier at the bank before me, I being the first cashier. I established the duty of the office by sanction of the board of directors. If a director had ordered me to take a certain course, I would not do it, but would by order of the board. The bylaws make it my duty, under the direction of the board, to superintend the general affairs of the bank. As cashier, it is my duty to be the keeper of the cash of the bank, through the officers of the bank. I have superintending control of the books. No officer in the bank has authority to keep from me any money or book. I have access to and a right to control any portion of the money in bank I please. I have not the means at all times to get to this money. When the vault and bank doors are locked, I have not access to the vault. I would consider it a disobedience of lawful orders for the specie teller or other officer to refuse me such access. The general duties of the specie teller are not defined in writing or print, but only by the practice in the bank. Under this practice he receives and keeps the specie of the bank, as keys of the bank, accessible to myself and nobody else. I am superior to all except the board. I can control the specie teller at pleasure. I keep a set of keys to the vault and can go into it, but I have never done so. The specie teller gets money upon his desk for everyday operations. In entering the vault and bringing it out, nobody but himself took cognizance of the amount so brought out. He should have reported the amount brought out every morning, but I don't know that he has done so. At the close of the day, he reports how much he has brought up during the day. I don't know that he has done so. His daily account of specie is but an item in the account of the teller. I don't know any officer that is unchecked by another officer. Their cash accounts must balance, and that is done every day. Mr. Bates. If I go into the bank and pay the receiving teller $1,000, and he fails to make an entry of it on the books of the bank, and appropriates it to his own use, is there an officer at the bank that will find it out? Not on that day, except by the checkbook of the depositor. Then evidence that the money was deposited must be obtained out of the bank. Yes, it is my business to see that the cash accounts balance, which I do by my reports. Charged with the duty of general superintendence, it is my duty to see that these reports are correct. In ordinary run of business, these reports are stated to me as correct, and so I receive them. The receiving teller counts his money and the specie, and reports so much on hand. At the close of each week, the amount on hand is ascertained from the reports of these two tellers. The report is but the aggregate of the 6 days' work. Suppose the specie teller makes a mistake in a day's report. Is there any way to find it out? If he shows a deficiency or overplus, he would be called upon to show how it was made. Suppose he doesn't choose to show it. Then the only way to find out the mistake is by counting over the money in the bank. There was entire dependence on the man, except by counting over the coin. Has it been a habit in the bank to keep all coin loose and accessible instantly? No, sir. In regard to the gold, defendant had possession and kept the keys. Did you ever take it upon yourself to ascertain that the balance stated was a true balance? No man physically constituted could do it. Did you consider it a prudent thing to thus keep all the funds of the bank open to daily use? Having confidence in the officers of the bank, I did. Mr. Sherrills. I kept my set of vault keys in my private apartment. When absent from home or the city, I left them at home, locked up, and carried the key in my pocket. Mr. Charles had another set of these keys. How he kept them at home, I cannot tell. He lived some distance from the bank. It was not usual for officers to remain in the bank after bank hours, and they had settled their cash accounts. Funds had been received at the bank after bank hours and placed in the vault that night. If I was in my room at the time and the vault was open, I would send them down by the porter. Sometimes would go down with them. If defendant was not present, would always place such funds so that they would be seen by him in the morning. At periods of time, the keys to the chest in the vault would be kept by the examining committee of the legislature during their counting. A parcel of gold would be weighed and placed in it, and if not through weighing that day, they would keep the key. For some time, Mr. Barnes, one of the directors, had the key to one of these chests. I think at the close of the accounts, on the 30th June, he had the key with a view to the duty mentioned in the chief examination. There is no rule in the bank to authorize a director to have a key or be in charge of the funds of the bank. I have seen directors at the counter receiving funds for the bank. Don't know if they're receiving money at any other place for the bank. It was a regular thing to have semi-annual statements of the amount of funds on hand. Can't say whether they merely took the word of the tellers for these statements or not. I do not know that the Bank of Missouri ever had its funds counted before this year. The committee of directors went in and made their report. The statements made upon their report were sworn to. When the payment of very large checks was demanded in coin, it was usual for the specie teller to consult the cashier as to the character of the coin in which they should be paid, and in some cases the cashier would rather consult the board before he determined. For the accommodation of the bank officers, the payment of such large drafts was sometimes deferred until the afternoon, after bank hours. Foreign coin, as bullion, was more valuable than American coin. Their nominal value as currency is established by act of Congress. Their actual value by weight I cannot state, as I never tested them, had seen them weighed and seen them counted. Previous to the March count, it was customary to weigh some of the gold and count some to arrive at the amount on hand. Some was weighed in bags. Don't know whether in weighing allowances was made for tare. Whenever a committee of the board reported to me a statement as facts, I was bound to believe them as such, and act accordingly. When the legislative committee came to make their examination, they were turned over to the specie teller. My statement, as printed, shows that the foreign and American gold on hand are so much. The tellers furnish it to the committee. It agrees with the books of the bank. In point of fact, as cashier, I make my report under the direction of the board. The report goes from me predicated upon the report of the officers of the bank. The certificate attached does not say so. There never was an order made by the board to have an actual count of the funds, but it was done by a tacit understanding among the members. In the semi-annual report, it was recommended, and that report was adopted by the board. I said when this counting was going on, it was under defendant's superintendence. I mean by that, he had direct control of it. I can't say that the vault doors were open during that period, had seen defendant putting the coin in boxes after it was counted, saw defendant packing the gold in boxes. This was done before the face and eyes of all the directors present. He was only acting in strict subordination to the committee. He was there presenting to them the funds he had in the vault. Whenever they ordered gold to be brought up, he did it. When told to stop, he did so. In this business he was assisted by a porter. Mr. Bates, at the time of counting, do you know that any of these counting directors expressed suspicion that the funds were short? I do not. Never heard of such a thing until afterwards. Do you recollect of having assigned for the counting that a supposition was entertained? Don't remember that I did. Immediately after the completion of the counting, when the result was known, did you not inform Mr. Charles that some suspicion against him was the cause of the counting? I thought so. I thought I discovered an indication of it. He then immediately intimated to me that he would resign his place and would not stand behind the counter under a suspicion. From my confidence in him, I endeavored to persuade him from such a course. The closing account was on the 24th March. He resigned on 1st of April. Cannot say he remained until that time to enable the bank to supply his place. When his resignation was handed in and accepted, did not the board pass a complimentary vote to Mr. Giles? When the resignation was handed in, Mr. Sarpy moved it to be accepted, and Mr. Barnes moved to amend the motion by adding that Mr. Giles enjoyed the confidence of the board. The amendment was adopted, and so the motion of Mr. Sarpy passed. The resignation was handed in to the board by myself. After he resigned, and during an emergency at the bank, he was called back. He came and discharged duties. He was not then a sworn officer of the bank or under any bonds. While discharging such duty, large amounts passed through his hands. Mr. Shirles. I was very rarely in the vault. I don't believe I was ever in there 5 minutes at any time in my life. Upon some of the boxes brought up for examination, I recognized Child's handwriting and also the signature of some one director. The seal that was thrown about the bank, before referred to, was too large for letters and not used for anything else, except occasionally for large packages. It was thrown about in the director's room both before and after the sealing of the boxes was made. It was by a mere matter of chances. After they had used it, not believing there was anybody there that would do wrong, it was allowed to be so thrown about. These boxes were sealed and stamped in order that it might be known whether they were opened or not. This seal lay about several days after the sealing. I did not notice it until I was told that it was wrong to leave the seal lying about. I then locked it up for the first time. Persons have frequently gone into the director's room, other than officers of the bank. It has been possible for persons going into that room to take an impression of the seal in wax and go off and have one made, but I don't believe it ever was done. Can't say positively how many boxes of the gold was counted, sealed, and packed away. Had nothing at all to do with the handling of the coin. I slightly examined the sealing wax on some of the boxes after the loss was discovered. Some that examined the wax thought they saw a difference in it. I saw Mr. Giles sealing some of the boxes. It was customary for some clerk to sleep in the bank. Those that lodged there may have been there at other times during the day, except while at their work. May have been there on Sunday, have sometimes done part of their work on Sunday. I never allowed them to have convivial meetings or receive their company in the bank, except when thus engaged at work on Sunday. Nobody stayed in the bank. Can't say the clerk who slept in the bank spent his Sundays there, unless at work. On some occasions I would go into the bank on Sundays to work. When these persons were in the bank on Sunday, I did not superintend the making of fires when needed. I cautioned them to be careful. On Saturday, instructions were given to the officers to allow nothing to be taken from the defendant's house. Cannot say by whose authority they were given. Pay was promised to the men who guarded the house, and they obtained pay for it. My impression is that Officer Phelps made out an account of $50 against the bank for that service, including pay for all the officers, and it was paid. Never saw a guard standing about defendant's house, or standing about Mrs. Hayden's house. Can't say I ever had a search warrant in my hand. New one was issued, and think it embraced both houses, defendant's and Mrs. Hayden's. From my own knowledge, I do not know that it was ever in the hands of an officer at all. The cost of these officers were charged to the expense account of the bank. If the bank will pay the fees of the legal gentlemen engaged in this suit, it would be charged to same account. When I made affidavit for the search warrant, I think I made statement of the character of coin abstracted. If the gentleman sent in search of coin found or returned anything else to the bank, I do not know it. Can't say whether they brought papers or not. Papers were handed to me, by whom I cannot say. One of those papers was a check on Clark and Brother for $1,800, which I think was sent for collection by order of the director present. I did not see any money brought back. Perhaps money was brought back and invested in a certificate of Page and Bacon, which certificate bears interest. The investment was made by direction of the bank. Cannot state the day it was done, whether before or after the 21st August. The other papers brought in I have got yet. They were put in my charge by the board. I first got them on the 30th of August. It occurs to my mind the check was demanded. Understanding that Dr. McDowell was going east, he was requested to call at various points at the east to ascertain whether Giles had made any investments. He went by various points, Baltimore, Philadelphia, and New York. Being on his way to Virginia, he was requested to call and see about this matter. To my recollection, he was not requested to examine in the banks of other cities than those stated. He was to be paid his expenses at the several points at which he was stopped, and he was to report from time to time. Think one dispatch was received from him. Cannot say this case was continued last term, for want of information from him. His pay came out of the expense account also. McDonough did not go anywhere, to my recollection. Cousins was sent for Boland, late porter of the bank. When Boland got here, he was talked to by director of the bank. I never had any conversation with him as to what he would testify to. Cannot say that any inducement was held out to Boland in order to get him here. He was porter in the bank for more than a year, and lived on the lot. Never saw his wife making fires in the bank. Think I have seen her in the bank dusting, etc. Have seen her in the bank with him. Never saw her there by herself. I may have got the keys of the bank from her in order to go in when he was absent from home. He was married before he first came there. Knew his wife before they were married. Had at one time some business to transact for her. Forgot her maiden name. I think some of the directors were directed to go around and to see Mr. Giles after the loss was discovered. I don't know in point of fact that he ever gave a lady a small gold pencil. I have heard his tailor was requested to give in his expenses for clothing. I've heard that other persons with whom he dealt have been similarly requested, but don't know the fact. Directors themselves were generally appointed for this purpose. Cannot say they employed persons under them. I cannot say that any of these lawyers for the state were employed for such a purpose. It may be that one of these gentlemen said he was going up the Mississippi, and that fact coming to knowledge of the bank, he was desired to ascertain if a certain witness was in the neighborhood of Hannibal. I presume he was directed to inquire for the witness and see what could be gathered from him. The counsel agreed to allowing the jury to go at large, and so reported. The court doubts the propriety of the matter and takes it under advisement until tomorrow. November 8th. Robert A. Barnes. I am one of the directors of the Bank of Missouri, and have been since December 1840. Am acquainted with the manner in which the count of February and March was conducted. That count was made by the president and directors, divided into 3 different committees, each committee counting every 4th day. The committees were arranged in alphabetical order from the list of the directors. The committees with which I was engaged was composed of Messrs. Algatrott, Grant, Christie, and Hughes, president of the bank. On the first day's count, Mr. Halfenstein acted in place of Colonel Brandt, who was absent. In making the count, Mr. Giles would bring up into the cashier's room each day such portions of coin as he thought could be counted during the afternoon. He had been previously directed to put it in bags as near as possible, containing 1,000 pieces, and to keep the different denominations of coin to themselves. The counting was made in the afternoon altogether. No directions were given as to what kind of coin should be counted first. When the coin was brought up, each director would take a bag and count it. When he got through with it, and if it corresponded with the amount marked upon it, Mr. Giles would generally be called upon to shovel it back in the bag again, he being most expert with the shovel. A memorandum of the contents of each bag was generally in the mouth of the bag, and Mr. Giles' handwriting. When the money was replaced in the bag, I think almost invariably it was handed to Giles, who tied and resealed them. The number of pieces, description of coin, the amount, as well as the initials of the person who made the count, and generally the day upon which the count was made, was placed upon each bag. When I said the defendant was directed to put 1,000 pieces in each bag, I meant 1,000 in full places. If there were half-thalers or half-sovereigns, 2 were considered 1 piece. At the close of the counting each afternoon, the boxes were brought to the director's table and the contents of each taken down. Box number 1, for instance, was said to contain the bags as they were put in, and also name of the party counting them. In every instance it was intended that the amounts counted by each man should be put in the same box, where there was a sufficiency counted by him to fill the box. Mr. Giles generally packed the bags in the boxes. I think such as I counted was put in the box by myself. After putting the coin in the boxes, they were sealed in the presence of the committee, and the contents marked upon the outside of the box. Excepting the top, the boxes were dovetailed. The top was screwed down, and a seal of wax placed in the joint that separated the top and bottom from the sides. The boxes were then left in charge of defendant. Mr. Childs kept a memorandum of all the gold brought up during each day to be counted, and at night would examine the count of the same to see if his memorandum corresponded with the actual count. It did tally. These memoranda were examined daily until the 57 boxes of foreign gold were counted. None of the silver was counted by tale. From a memorandum taken down at the time of the weighing the silver, it appeared that 111 boxes were weighed, containing 7,240 pounds, or $111,000. In addition to the above, a keg of silver thalers was weighed, the gross amount being $3,048.42. These thalers had been in the bank a long time, and were taken for 69 cents each. At the conclusion of this count, the whole amount of coin found to be on hand was thus ascertained, which was satisfactory and balanced with the statements of the bank. After the February count, I had a conversation with the defendant in which he expressed himself gratified that everything had come out perfectly safe. This conversation took place after Mr. Childs had furnished a statement of his affairs. In this conversation, I told him that this counting had been brought about by my agency, and hoped he would not think the suspicion that had been expressed had any influence upon my mind. I never heard any suspicion against defendant until the month of December last. Defendant said his financial situation had been greatly overrated, that he was acting as agent for different parties, and stated them, etc., that he had been thinking for some time past of leaving the bank and going into business for himself. The June count for this year commenced on the 29th of June. I was on the committee and have a memorandum of the counting. We commenced the count by checking off from a book furnished by Mr. Childs to his successor the boxes of foreign and American gold that were counted in February. In so checking them off, we compared the marks on the boxes with the amounts called for on the memorandum book, and found they corresponded. According to their marks on the memorandum book, the 57 boxes of foreign gold contained $969,360.92. The 15 boxes of American gold contained $296,665. The aggregate amount of coin on hand, including such was in bags and trays for daily use, was on the 7th of July last $1,724,490.61. During this counting, none of the 57 boxes of foreign gold were counted. Prior to the discovery of the loss, I had the keys to a chest in the vault. I obtained them under the following circumstances. At the July count, we counted $150,000 in circulating notes, $9,000 in notes for circulation, which had not been registered, and $24,000 in notes mutilated and unfit for circulation, and also a quantity of coin for ready use which was not put up in bags, all of which were placed in this chest by Dr. Forbes and myself after we got through the July counting. The mutilated notes it was designed to burn, and in talking over the matter I was designated as a committee to burn them. This I declined in consequence of my business at that time being pressing. I kept the key and so continued to keep it up to discovery. I kept the key with the view of saving the directory the trouble of counting these mutilated notes again, when they might find time to burn them. There were 2 chests in the vault. I think that I used but one. I was present on Saturday evening when the great majority of these boxes were opened, and assisted in opening a portion of them myself. Mr. Childs was also present. Boxes number 3 and 6, each of which were counted by me on the first day of February count, were each deficient in a bag of 10 thalers, containing 1,000 pieces. None of the other boxes from which abstractions were made were counted by me. I took a memorandum of the other boxes in which deficiencies were found to exist. They were 2, 4, 5, 8, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19, from each of which a bag containing 1,010 thalers was missing, and box number 11, from which a bag of sovereigns containing $6,171.62 was also missing. There were 2 other boxes, number 30 and 37, in which I understood deficiencies occurred. I was not present when they were opened. The top of each box was screwed on by 4 screws, 3 of which were only taken out in order to get into the box. To open these boxes after they passed the February count, it was only necessary to disturb 1 seal, that on the top. The boxes were sealed where the top and bottom came on to the sides, in the crevice. It would not be necessary to disturb the bottom seal to get into the box. I have frequently been on committees of the Directory for counting this coin, previous to this last count. On these occasions, Mr. Childs had charge of the specie both before and after the counting. On previous occasions, it was customary to weigh $10,000 or $15,000 of this foreign coin as a test, and if it showed no deficiency, to weigh the balance accordingly. I have always understood that defendant and Mr. Sherrills each had a set of keys to the vault. When I went to the vault, I always found the doors open. The vault was so arranged that nobody could get to it, except by passing in view of several persons engaged in the institution. I never was at the vault except in banking hours, or when I was engaged on the counting committee. Mr. Childs, on such occasion, was generally in attendance when he was making the examinations. We never went into the vault to weigh the coin, unless attended by him. Since Mr. Childs has left the institution, I presume his successor has his set of keys to the vault. The cashier had nothing to do with the various countings. He would sometimes drop in and ask how we got along, etc., but never took any part in it. When we have got through these countings, Mr. Childs has always compared his account of the coin with our own, and generally found a little overplus. His account and mine generally balanced. If a few dollars overplus was found, we did not state that in our statements. The species account was verified with the account of Mr. Childs, and then compared with the statements of the bank made up on Saturday evenings. In consequence of these statements being made up on Saturday, the semi-annual report was never closed until then, to see if it corresponded with the general statements of the bank made up at that time. While I was opening a box of the foreign coin, after the loss was discovered, Mr. Yateman, who was sitting to my right, said he thought there was a difference in the wax of the 2 seals upon the box. I looked and thought so too. I took it to the window and examined it, and the difference was clearly perceptible. That in the crevice between the top and side there were 2 descriptions of wax. The outside wax was darker than the inside wax, and the inside wax appeared to be of the same color of the wax on the bottom seal. Almost immediately after this, several boxes being in the room unopened, Mr. Yateman examined the outer seals on one, and from the manifest difference in the wax of the 2 seals said, "Open this box. I'll bet there is a deficiency in it." And on opening it, a deficiency was discovered. After this, as the boxes were opened, more attention was paid to the seals, and I think in all the boxes in which deficiencies existed, there was a manifest difference between the top and bottom seal. The color of the wax with which the boxes were sealed was red. In regard to previous examinations of the coin in bank, when we got through weighing in the evenings, such as we had weighed was put in a chest, which was locked, and one of us took the key. In no instance did I ever have the keys of the vault. The lock on the chest to which I refer was a common chest lock. Some 1 or 2 of the directors spoke a good deal about it, having been told them out of doors, regarding the acquisition of property by Mr. Childs, and his extravagant manner of living, and connecting that with his salary, said the suspicion was abroad that Mr. Childs was the robber of a keg of gold, containing some $18,000 or $20,000, which was missing some time since, and before I went into the institution. The matter was talked over a good deal, and for the satisfaction of these gentlemen, Judge Jurors was requested to ask Mr. Childs to give in a statement of his condition. The request for this statement was a sort of informal action of the board. These conversations took place at a meeting of the board. Judge Jurors spoke to Mr. Childs on the subject, and he promised to make a statement of his affairs. It appears to me there were several meetings of the board after this, before this statement was provided. I think probably 2 weeks had elapsed from the time the matter was first talked about. Various observations were made about it before it came in, as to the prospect there was for obtaining this statement. It was finally produced and read to the board. When I went into the bank one afternoon, I found it there. It was handed to me before the board went into session. It was communicated to the board. When I read the paper before the board met, I threw it to someone present and remarked, "Would that be satisfactory to them?" After the business of discounts was over, and through the regular business, Judge Jurors read it to the whole board, according to the best of my recollection. He was then directed to file the paper and preserve it. That was all that was done in relation to the paper. The paper was in the handwriting of Mr. Childs, and purported to be a statement of his property. Whether it was signed or not, I cannot say positively. After Mr. Jurors was directed to file the paper, it being late, the board was about adjourning, when someone suggested to me that, as the statement was satisfactory, some expression to that effect should be made. At my suggestion, a resolution was passed that Mr. Childs enjoys the confidence of the bank. It being late, there was not a disposition to act upon it that evening. I insisted that when a man was tried and found innocent, we should express it. A vote was taken, and the resolution adopted. End of section 22. Section 23 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Nathaniel Childs, Jr. for embezzlement, St. Louis, Missouri, Part 3. Mr. Bates. How many directors expressed it that suspicion was abroad in the community? But 3. It occurs to me that they were Messrs. Brandt, Walsh, and Sarpy, and their expressions were that some persons in the community had that supposition. Was such suspicion ever directly expressed by the board of directors or any member of the board? No, I don't think there was. Never heard any member say he had a personal knowledge of it. Did the board, as a board, ever act upon that subject before the paper was read by Judge Jurors? There was, as stated before. Judge Jurors was requested to procure it. It was the effect of a conversation that passed through the board. It was asked for by the sense of the board. Judge Jurors has been requested to do certain things that were considered matters of no great moment, that they were not put on the minutes of the board. Conversations would pass around the board in an informal way, and he requested upon such conversations to do so and so. November 9th. Mr. Lackland announced it was now his purpose to prove by the witness on the stand, Mr. Barnes, the parole contents of a paper furnished by defendant to the board of directors of the bank, and which paper was subsequently obtained from the cashier of the bank and never returned. They proposed such evidence because they understood from defendant, after furnishing him a notice to produce said paper, that the paper was not now in existence. Mr. Wright objected. The notice served upon defendant to produce the paper described it as a paper that was previously requested of Mr. Childs by order of the board of directors of the bank. According to the testimony, no such paper ever was in existence. The directors, in the exercise of their corporate authority, had never called for it. Consequently, there was nothing to produce, and nothing upon which parole evidence could be given. Mr. Geyer. The notice was given, not under the statute, but upon the right which exists in every case, that where a document is in the possession of an adverse party, and they fail to produce it when called upon, secondary evidence of its contents could be given. Mr. Wright called for the production of any book or authority that would authorize a notice in a criminal case, for the production of any document in the hands of defendant, when it was designed to use such document on trial, in evidence against him. He called for the authority which would authorize parole evidence to be given of the contents of any paper not connected with the matter of trial. He denied that the paper was an official document of the bank, and if it was, then the state had no right to serve this notice for its production. And even if it were an official paper of the bank, then the state had no right to introduce it for the reason that the bank was no party in the suit. Mr. Blennerhassett denied the right of defendant to produce the paper in evidence against himself, or the right of the state to produce evidence of its contents. Mr. Leslie. The existence of the paper referred to had been proven. It was claimed as evidence in the cause. The defense say it has been burned or destroyed. Could evidence be destroyed by a party to a suit and by advice of his counsel? As the written document could not be produced, and as parole evidence of its contents could be given, he claimed it perfectly legal that it should be done. Judge Colt said it was proposed to go into an inquiry of what was stated in the paper given by defendant to the cashier of the bank, and decided that the state could do so. Mr. Barnes. I examined the statement furnished by Mr. Childs to the Board of Directors. It stated, so far as my recollection serves me, that when he left Maryland to come to St. Louis, he sold out his interest, amounting to about $1,200 in a factory. That, after his employment in the Bank of Missouri, he made it an invariable rule to save a certain portion of his monthly salary, which, I think, was $30 each month. That, in 1838, he purchased from Colonel O'Fallon a piece of ground on Franklin Avenue, containing about 50 feet front, for which he was to pay about $3,000, the payments to be 1/10 yearly. That, by his partnership with his brother in a sawmill, he acquired the lumber to build a house upon the lot. That afterwards he had built in the rear of that lot some 4 or 5 buildings, which had been rented out for a certain sum, about $5 or $6 per month each. It appears to me that there was something in the statement as to the cost of these small buildings, and that it was $1,500 or $1,800. He also stated that he had several transactions in ground and loaning money, that he was the agent of Mrs. Corbin, and as such had made purchases of real estate, that in the consequence of the relations existing between Mrs. C. and her husband, these transactions were in his own name, but that he had no interest in them, that he had also purchased some ground in the cemetery of the Centenary Church, which he had an interest in, but that it was to be transferred to the church again whenever his advances or loans to the church should be refunded to him. He also stated that he had purchased a house in Lawton Christie's Addition and sold the same, making by the transaction about $600, that he had loaned some money to a man named Degg for the purpose of building a house, and Degg, failing to get through the building, had given Mr. Childs a deed for the property, by his assuming or agreeing to pay the debt on the ground, and perhaps some claims that were on the house for building it, that he had purchased at different times some 4 or 5 lots on 15th Avenue, near where he lived, the whole making some 100 or 125 front, and that the cost of these was about $15 per foot. These were the lots above which he erected his dwelling. No statement as to the cost of the dwelling was given. He wound up by stating that the property where he lived and the house and lot obtained from Degg, the ground not being entirely paid for, was all the property he possessed, and that it had cost him a little rising of $8,000. He stated that the statement was made from memory, as he kept no books or papers of the transactions. My impression is that he stated, in general terms, that there might be some slight discrepancy in this statement, and I think he also said that the amount saved from his salary and obtained by other means of trading, which he could show, came to within a few $100s of the value of his property. I have been a director in the bank since 1840. During that period, Mr. Child's salary was $1,200. I don't know that it was ever any more or less. Cross-examined. There may have been some conversation among the directory on the contents of the paper, after it was discovered that the paper was absent. When the paper was read by the board of directors, were they fully satisfied? All of them did not appear to be satisfied. The majority was. I was satisfied. Colonel Brandt and Mr. Walsh were not satisfied. I judge a majority of the board were satisfied by their voting confidence in Mr. Childs. There was another statement of property that appeared in Mr. Childs' name. It had been procured by the bank attorney, by the direction of the board. Don't know that he was notified of it by the board. I don't know that instructions were given to Mr. Bay, bank attorney, to investigate Mr. Childs' affairs. He was sent to a second time for his statement. I think the last time was after Mr. Bay's statement came in. If there was any extra cost attending the procurement of this paper, I am not aware of it. That paper was not communicated to Childs after his answer, and there was no consultation among the directors that it should be concealed from him. Mr. Bay is dead. I have not that paper with me. Believe it is in the bank. Whatever were the contents of that paper was known to the directors before they had Mr. Childs' paper, and in passing a vote of confidence it was done with the knowledge of both papers. It had not been read before the board that day, but had been accessible to the directors some days before. In stating my remembrance of Mr. Childs' paper, I did not pretend to state everything that was in it. It was written on a single sheet of paper. I can't say whether or not Mr. Childs was in the banking house when the paper was presented. It was the day after the paper was presented to the board that I had the conversation with him as to the suspicion of his growing rich, etc. Mr. Bates, are there not several other officers in the bank who have grown rich rapidly? Don't know. I am sure I have not. Had not Colonel Brandt grown rich rapidly? Don't know. Did you ever hear him boast of having an annual income of $50,000? No, sir. Something was said about Mr. Childs carrying on an outdoor business. Do you know of any other officer at the bank doing the same thing? Mr. Childs stated that to me himself. Don't know of any other officer at the bank shaving notes, and have no personal knowledge of any officer buying property. Has not Judge Sherrills, the cashier, bought lots around the common, in some of which he keeps a garden? I think he has. Never knew him to shave. Have refused myself to shave notes, because I could not do it legally. According to your manner of counting, is there any one accounting officer in the bank unchecked by another? Should suppose if there was, it would be the tellers, both specie and receiving. They both receive and both acknowledge the balances of their respective amounts. I suppose they are checked by the deposit account in the general ledger. They have to put their two sums together to balance. When the specie teller receives money at the counter, does he do it without passing a ticket or evidence of the amount received? When I have deposited specie, he has given me banknotes for it, and I have taken them to the receiving teller to deposit, and he has marked the amount in my checkbook. Can you tell one case in which the specie teller has received money without its being noted? Mr. Childs never made any entry in my book. I would deem it a breach of duty in any teller to receive money without some proper evidence of the fact. The receiving teller, when he received money from me, always gave evidence in my book. What evidence of its receipt does he give to the officers of the bank? I don't know, and could only go upon presumption to answer. A subject has never been a question before the board. Reports are made to us by the different tellers, and from a comparison of these, the statements are made. During the counting, these officers compared with us to see that their own respective funds came out right. The money we counted was then compared with the books of Mr. Robinson. The money we counted weekly was always counted to our satisfaction as committee men, and always found out right. Don't think I ever took any part in the examinations made by the legislative committee. When the semi-annual examinations are had, a statement is made up for publication. In our semi-annual examinations, we counted some and weighed some of the coin. We have always been satisfied that the money was there. In making these examinations, 3 persons were engaged. For what I would not count or weigh myself, I would take the word of my fellow committee men for the correctness of their examinations. The tellers would express anxiety to compare their memorandum of funds on hand with our counting of them. Suppose it was done that in case any discrepancy existed, it might be looked into immediately, before the funds passed into use for another day. Mr. Childs, in point of fact, was a ready, capable officer in his place, and so far as my examination has gone, was always correct. Was there any peculiar reason for the count in February-March? I urged that count, was not satisfied with the manner in which counts were usually made, by weighing the gold. In weighing, the foreign gold would generally go over. The American falls short of the test. The test was made, as described before, by counting a particular sum and weighing it, and testing the balance according to that weight. I had been endeavoring to get an actual count for 2 years past. It was generally agreed that it should be done, but nothing was done toward it. No special action was had by the board in reference to it. Farther than to adopt a report in June 1848, in which an actual count was recommended. I don't know that it was undertaken at last because Childs was suspicioned. I don't know to what extent the source of that suspicion was known among the directors. Mr. Barnes. Before the February count, it was said there was a suspicion abroad against Mr. Childs. On commencing the February count, I did not go into the vault to make an inspection to see if it had ever been forcibly opened. We commenced that count with the understanding that the gold was to be bagged, 1,000 pieces in a bag. Mr. Childs was always about. He and the porter always brought up the gold into the cashier's room. Mr. Childs assisted in separating the coin after it was poured from the bag, so as to facilitate our counting. He was not commanded or requested to do it. He was not engaged in the counting. The responsibility of counting rested with the directors. As stated before, each bag, when brought up into the room, had a piece of paper in its mouth, on which Mr. Childs had marked the character and amount of coin it contained. When the contents of the bag were counted, this paper was examined to see if it corresponded, which it generally did. The money was then replaced. Mr. Childs and the porter, Mr. Boland, generally went to the vault together. The money was in his charge. He was responsible for the money brought out, and, of his own accord, generally remained in the room. In the evening, after the countings was over, he would compare his memorandum of the money brought out with our memorandum of the count to see if they corresponded. When I said he had charge of the money, I speak it from the fact that all specie in the bank was under the charge of the specie teller. The cashier nominally had charge of it. I have heard he has a set of keys to the vault. They could not get into the bank after it was closed without getting the key to the back door from the person who carried it. Mr. Bates, are you familiar with the bylaw that says the cashier shall have charge of the cash of the bank? I know there is a rule of the bank that places all the money in charge of the cashier nominally. Do you know a bylaw that places the cash in charge of any other officer? No, sir. I know that Childs had charge of the specie. Never saw anybody else. have anything to do with it. By saying that Charles had charge, I gave it as my opinion that he had charge of the safekeeping of all the specie in bank. The cashier would be the person responsible to the directory and stockholders. Don't know whether he was legally responsible or not. Cashier took no part in the counts. There was no count of the coin conducted as carefully as the February count. That time we counted piece by piece before we waited. I can now look back and find 2 acts of caution omitted during and after that count. They are not taking the keys of the vault and securing the seal placed upon the boxes. I saw this seal outside the cashier's room. At the June count, we then used it to seal some boxes near the head of the vault. We never counted all the coin before. When we counted sufficient to fill a box, it was placed in, the lid screwed down by Charles, and then the box was sealed and left in his charge. In sealing, we used the wax in the bank. Wax was melted by a sperm candle. Sometimes the stick would be lighted a second time before the hole bored into the side of the box was filled. When the hole was filled, the seal would be impressed. The pressure would cause the wax to be cohesive, it being warmer. The boxes that were opened when the loss was discovered, such as had no deficiency, were resealed. I was not present at the resealing, being at that time on the grand jury. In regard to box number 9, when we examined it in August, it was not deficient. Number 3 was deficient, a bag of 10 thalers. It was unfortunately counted by myself. L. Pickering and J. E. Yateman each counted the bag of its contents. I do not know what measures were then taken to bring anybody to justice and reach the facts in the case. Mr. Charles was present during the afternoon of Saturday. He remained there when Mr. Sherrills and Mr. Hughes went out. Don't know that they slipped out and locked the door after them. Mr. Charles was arrested there that evening. Don't know that any remonstrance was made by an officer of the bank against his giving bail. Don't know of any officers being sent to guard his house. Don't know of his house being guarded after he gave bail. Don't know of accounts for police officers' services being paid. Don't know of a search warrant being sued out for stolen gold. Matter of a search warrant was never brought before me as a director. Don't know what officers or directors were sent out with the search warrant. Was on the grand jury that found the indictment against Mr. Childs. Can't say how many agents were appointed to examine the Eastern banks to see if Mr. Childs had money on deposit. Cashiers of different banks were asked by letter regarding that matter. Dr. McDowell, being about to go east at the time, was requested to make inquiry at certain places. Can't say positively whether he took letters on this business or not. If he did, they were from the cashier and not from Colonel Brandt, his father-in-law. Saw one letter from him, in which he said he had found nothing. Think Mr. Childs resigned about the last of April. The deficiency remained undiscovered until the 10th of August. Can't say during this interval who had the seal. Judge Sherrills ought to have had it. During the interval of Mr. Childs' resignation and the discovery of the loss, there was as great facilities in the cashier or specie teller to have access to this money as there was before. The east door in the cashier's room opens almost immediately to the entrance into Judge Sherrills' residence. It is fastened inside by a bar. Besides this, there are 2 other doors to the floor of the banking house, one front, the other in the rear. November 10th. E. Walsh had been a director in the Bank of Missouri without intermission since the existence of the bank. Had served as a member of the committee to examine into the condition of the bank and on semi-annual examinations. Served regularly on the semi-annual examinations for the first 4 years, and since that time have served perhaps 2 or 3 times. Am acquainted with defendant. The duty incumbent on him if specie teller was to receive all specie paid in and pay all certificates on the bank where specie was required. Occasionally he would pay certificates in paper money, where specie was not required. In the discharge of these duties he would render an account to the cashier of every day's transaction. He kept an account with Mr. Clark, the paper teller, in transacting their business, Mr. Clark giving him as much paper as he wanted to pay out when specie was not required. At the semi-annual counting, we got possession of these specie from Mr. Giles, who had charge of it, and conveyed it to and from the committee counting room, assisted by the porter. I am familiar with the manner in which the funds were counted in March and February. The paper I hold in my hand is a memorandum of that count, and made during its progress. The counting commenced on the 15th of February and ended on the 24th of March. At that time I counted of the foreign gold, boxes number 13, 15, 30, 37, 36, 53, 54, and part of box 55. The last of the foreign gold was counted and boxed up on the 2nd of March. After the money was counted, it was placed in bags, which were tied and sealed, then in boxes, which were screwed up and sealed. The amount, kind of money, and director's name that counted it being placed on the box, and then the boxes were left in the charge of Mr. Giles. The boxes of foreign gold, so counted, numbered from 1 to 57. Did not count them after they were placed in the vault. Saw the manner in which they were arranged. They were placed at the south end against the wall, in piles of 10 high. When we went through the process of counting, the gold was brought to us principally in bags. There might have been 1 or 2 boxes. After counting each bag, we compared our count with the memorandum on and in the mouth of the bag. Independent of these comparisons, we each day compared our countings with a memorandum kept by Mr. Giles of the amount of gold brought up. They generally corresponded. We made no statement of the count until the counting was over on the 24th of March. When this was done, Mr. Giles came to me to get the aggregate amount of the coin counted. I gave it to him. There was a difference in our count and his statement of the amount of coin on hand of about $100. He readily pointed out the mistake, and then his statement balanced with ours, leaving $5.80 over. Being on the last day's count, it devolved on me and 2 others to settle the counting and take charge of the papers. At that time, I was acting as president. The object of the settlement was to see if the coin and cash on hand balanced with the books of the bank. The aggregate amount of the foreign coin in these 57 boxes, as ascertained by the count, was $969,361. In the same boxes at the count in August, after the loss was ascertained, the amount found in them was $848,439.38, leaving as the amount abstracted $120,921.62. The books of the bank call for the first named amount. The aggregate of the other gold that was loose in trays was $40,279.81. The American gold amounted to $364,265, and the silver coin, not including $50 in coppers, amounted to $192,548.40. The aggregate amount of coin on hand in February and March amounted to $1,566,554.16. This amount of specie in bank corresponded with the cashier's count and the books of the bank, and $5.80 over. Was present when the boxes were opened on the 11th of August to see if there were any abstractions. My attention was called to the loss by Mr. Jurors. Box number 30, as I understood, was paid to Page and Bacon, from which a bag of sovereigns was missing. I counted the contents of that box when it was put up in February, and was sent for to see how it was that it did not tally with the marks on the outside. I remarked probably it had strayed into some other box, and suggested that all counted on that day, the date on which it was counted being marked on each box, be brought up and examined. It was done, and from box number 37 a bag of thalers amounting to $7,850 was missing. The examination was pursued, and from 16 boxes, abstractions were found, amounting to $120,921.62. The boxes were opened in the cashier's room, and in the process, a difference in the top and bottom seals was noticed. The top was of a dark hue and the bottom lighter. There was a count in August, after the discovery of the loss, and the sum total of coin on hand at that time amounted to $1,577,734.53. Both of the February and August counts, the total amount of coin on hand was reported. The difference between the two counts was $11,180.27. At the August count, we had no data to ascertain what amount of coin ought to be on hand, had no statement to show how much coin had been received and paid out between these two intervals. There was a semi-annual count in December 1848, made by Messrs. Christie, Sarpy, and Helfenstein. There was a semi-annual count in June 1849. I was not on either committee. Cross-examined. The sum total given in any examination was given from a memorandum, which I believe to be correct. Don't know of a semi-annual committee ever making an actual count. When it was resolved to count this money, there were whisperings that Mr. Charles was not above suspicion. There was something said as to the manner in which he lived. Some thought he lived too high and got property too fast. Mr. Charles was engaged before the county began in making preparation for it. When the money was brought up to be counted, it was mostly in bags containing a certain number of pieces. Being the man in charge, Charles was thought to be the proper person to bring the coin out. The board assigned the cashier's room for the counting. Charles was not the sole keeper of the keys of the vault. Cashier's jurors had a set. It took 2 keys to get into the vault. There was considerable excitement among the directors at the time. They directed the president and cashier to procure a search warrant to look for lost gold. Some of the directors accompanied the officers with the search warrant. I never saw the search warrant, and never heard that the bank got any gold in consequence of it. Think it likely Mr. Charles and Mrs. Whitlock's houses were understood to be searched. Believe the search warrant directed the seizure of all effects of Mr. Charles in the shape of money. The bank attorney had authority from the board to inquire into Mr. Charles' private dealings, as well as to give his law opinion. There has been a good deal said among the directory, and perhaps the gentleman named, in regard thereto. I've heard something said about pianos being given to ladies. James M. Hughes, and president of the Bank of Missouri, was elected on the 15th of January last, and qualified about the 20th. Was present during the counting in February and March, from the 15th of February up to the 2nd of March, and may have been in the bank afterwards during the counting. Was present every day except 1 or 2, and counted some of the money in the 57 boxes of foreign gold. The specie was brought up in bags and boxes, each bag having a piece of paper in its mouth, giving the amount of coin it contained, which I suppose to be in child's handwriting. In almost every case we found this memorandum to correspond with the amount counted. When a mistake did occur, Charles would point it out very quickly. Each bag was tied with twine and sealed. Then the amount and the name of the individual counting was marked upon it. The bags were then placed in boxes, screwed up and sealed, and the amount and kind of coin it contained marked upon it, signed by the director who counted it. Mr. Charles assisted generally in the sealing. After the gold was placed in boxes, he took charge of them. I saw him carrying them off with the assistance of the porter. Was taken sick in June, and did not come back until the loss was discovered. I've always understood that all the money was found except the amount abstracted, as compared with the account in February and March. From box number 14, a bag of 10 thalers, containing $7,850, was abstracted. This is the only box of my counting from which an abstraction was made. When I came back to the bank as president, Charles was acting as specie teller, and in connection with the cashier, had charge of the specie. I have seen Charles going into the vault and bringing money out and paying it out. I never saw Mr. Sherrills go into the vault. When I returned to the bank in May, I found Mr. Hirschberg acting as specie teller. Cross-examined. Never served as a director of the bank. Can't say I am familiar with all the duties of the officers of the bank. I can state generally the duty of the cashier. He is entrusted with the funds of the bank and has superintending control of all funds and officers, and has supervisory control over the institution. He generally recorded what the directors required him to record. I understand that the specie and receiving tellers have charge of the money, but don't know whether by the bylaws or not. They have by practice. The specie teller has a set of keys to the vault, and has, in that respect, control of the receiving teller, he keeping his money in the vault. Suppose the specie teller has charge from the fact that he can get to it and does go into the vault and get it out. Don't know whether or not the bylaws say he shall have charge. Don't know that he ever had charge of it to the exclusion of every other officer of the bank. Don't know that he is an officer subservient to the cashier. There are a good many things done by the board that are not entered on the minutes. I know instances where the cashier has been directed to do certain things that they did not think of any moment, which were not entered on the minutes, and it would depend on the importance of the thing whether it was entered or not. The bank appointed a committee to inquire into this matter of embezzlement, and I think Messrs. Yateman, Sturgeon, and Barnes composed said committee. I think the search warrants were issued by a direction of the board. End of section 23.